Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War Tournament. It's all, of course, presented by Totino's and hosted here on Esports Arena. Myself, I am Visions, joined with Proper. We're back again. We're about a week in towards the game now, so I'm very hyped to see exactly what these teams have learned. And we got about 42 coming through here for us on the day, Proper. A lot of different teams coming in, as well as a lot of different teams also coming back with some different rosters.
Yeah, it's absolutely right, too. I mean, players have definitely been learning the game, and we've gone through a few different patches as of late, too. Bomb sites have moved around. Certain things have changed throughout the game, and, well, I'm always here for it, too. Like you said, we're only a week into Cold War, and the game is already changing so much.
That's right. And well, if you're not familiar with our format and exactly how this is going to happen, we're going to go through that with you guys here on the day. And well, it's not going to be a double elimination tournament. So if you lose that series, that means that you are absolutely going to get knocked out. Not ideal, of course. So you have to be able to come in with everything you got into every single matchup here for yourself. And then, of course, you'll be playing best of threes leading up towards that grand final where we will play a best of five. But with 42 teams currently entered in towards the tournament, going to take a bit of time to get towards that grand final. There's a lot of matches that we at least have to get through first. And I mean, coming through at least with our first match, we do know some of the maps and as far as what we've gotten. And there is a bit of a map change as well. Last week, we were pretty much just sticking towards the same maps for every single game mode, except for the grand finals for map 4 and 5. This time around, we will get a change from series to series here. So you have to make sure you're a little bit more well-rounded on all of the maps and game modes and not just good on a couple of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, changing throughout everything. If you are preparing yourself for the Challenger season, then you better get used to playing on all of these different maps because honestly, who knows what it's honestly going to come down to, but we definitely know what some of them are going to end up being played out. And well, I'm mostly excited, especially for this first round. Anything that I get to see and anything I get to cast for Search and Destroy Moscow, I am all here for it. Those new bomb sites and those locations definitely add a nice little twist to how things are all being played out, especially to what you and I were used to in the first week of Cold War, not to mention all the weapons that are certainly going to be changed throughout the day or throughout the previous week as well with the FFAR1, getting knocked down a peg, the MP5 coming back in the mix, people watching Clayster stream all galore, and really enjoying the AK-47.
Yeah, we know that gun has definitely been one of the ones rising up after some of the nerfs coming through for us. And as you saw there as well, $1,000 here on the line, going to be split here through a couple of these teams, $600 for first place. So it can be very important to come through here and have a chance at being able to cash out, especially this early in towards the game. If you're a team that's really good at picking up on at least the new mechanics and things like this as the patches come through and getting a really good read on the meta, then you might just have the chance to be able to push yourself through to that first place spot. But there's a lot of great teams. And I think the big thing we were pushing last week for ourselves, at least Proper, was every single day you're learning something. Well, now we're about 8 days in towards the release here. There's obviously been a lot of patches that have come out. Something like the FFAR that you mentioned has now taken a bit of a hit. Takes a lot more skill to use. I think very similar to the Maddox nerf that we got back in Black Ops 4 in particular, for as far as a weapon that was really good, pretty easy to use, but now actually has some recoil patterns that you have to be able to kind of control and read. And it does have the same recoil pattern for as far as every single time you use it. But I'm wondering if we will actually see this gun, or if we're going to continue just to see these AKs out and towards the map just going to be coming through with your, of course, initial MP5 players also trying to open up those hills and defend things from a close quarter range. So it's definitely up in the air for as far as we've got, because we haven't really seen too much besides scrims, I think, for as far as some pro teams within the scene. So it's really kind of all up to what's honestly working for you guys and kind of adapting on the fly as we're still very early into the game.
Yeah, exactly. When it comes down to the individual skill, we talked about this last week too. If you fry with the AK-74U, by all means, go for it. If you're able to get like a 3-piece with the Milano, I won't judge you for it. But still, what I've been able to at least realize, at least watching some of the scrims all the way up to the pro teams, is that it's all very map dependent, as some other maps all the way since the dawn of Call of Duty has truly come down to be. And with those nerfs with the FFAR1, depending on maps, apart from maybe Crossroads, I mean, Moscow, you could probably get away with 3 ARs, a single MP5, depending on which site that you're looking to hit. But when it comes down to other maps included, the MP5 is just still very strong to be able to cut down mid-map. A map like Garrison comes to mind.
Absolutely. And well, not only do we have some extremely exciting gameplay for you guys for Cold War, but we also got a lot to give away for you guys as well. 150 Totino loot boxes here on the day for yourself. And of course, this is going to be one of the boxes that you actually have a chance at winning here for yourself. And if you do exclamation point giveaway in the chat, you can have a chance at being the first 150 people to be able to bring that one home. I know that I got mine, Andy. We got some XP for as far as double XP coming through through here for ourselves. Got a nice little almost face mask that you can kind of use. A lot of different things coming in for as far as what we can get. Some dog tags as well. So it's definitely a great time, and you get it for free. So why not go for it? And then we'll be giving away one actual big loot box here for yourself. That is going to be exclamation Power Squad, to be able to pull that one up. And you can see this one comes with a jacket, all the other stuff of course included in that as well, and that will go away to one person. I believe you will have to just direct yourself towards a link and retweet it. That's how it was last week. I assume it's going to be the same, but if you do that command in the chat, it will pull up the link for you so that you can click on it and go ahead and have a chance at winning that as well. So lots to give away, a lot to show for as far as what we're getting. Of course, Andy and I talking a lot about what we're going to expect coming in towards things for ourselves, because we look at least some teams from last week and there wasn't really a whole lot of, I guess, knowledge around control. But now that we're at least a week into it, I know a lot of the teams have been practicing and scrimming. They've gotten a chance to at least touch on to or talk to a couple of them for as far as what they've been able to do. And I think there's a better understanding around control, but it's still one of those game modes that I feel like you're either really good at or you're just really bad at. And I mean, I'm curious almost on your thoughts as well, Andy, for as far as what your thought process is behind this, because we saw it, of course, last in 5v5. We've seen it a bit for as far as this week in scrims, and I think even some of the professionals in the scene are being very vocal about whether or not this game mode will actually make the final game mode heading in towards 2021.
Yeah, a lot of players, just to accentuate on that point, have actually been talking about bringing domination back. And well, I mean, domination, although being a fun game mode to some, it's definitely a little bit more lackluster for a few others as far as the pro scene is concerned. But when it comes down to domination, and I'm glad that you brought up the point, the last time when we saw control was in a 5v5 standpoint. But now in 4v4, with the maps just being so big, you have to be very methodical and you have to be very slow. Take it from a Black Ops 4 standpoint. The movement in that game was a lot faster. You were always holding hand in hand with your teammates in a 5-style fashion. Maybe you were able to get a pinch and a 3-2-2 pinch, but you get immediately punished if you're trying to go for a 3-1 pinch, say on checkmate control, for example. Those longer lines of sight lines are just way too easy for a feeding frenzy, such as coming from like an AK-47, for an example, or a pop-off moment from an MP5 on the defensive standpoint. And that's where it really starts to make you feel a little bit more like, okay, well, every single map's going to be a defensive-heavy map. But if you more or less take your time, you play your smokes right, you destroy enemy trophy systems, and you slowly encroach your way, taking the lives away and getting a tick of progress 1 or 2 at a time on one control point and then full flooding over towards the next. It's a lot slower than the last time we've seen control, but it is very doable. And it's nice to be able to see that shift comparatively the last time when we were in 5v5 for Black Ops 4 control, now over in towards Black Ops Cold War, where things have to be a little bit more slow, methodical. You really got to check your corners, because losing one life when you're trying to push A or B site, depending on whatever map that you're playing control on, can absolutely come back to punish you.
It certainly can. I'm glad you used that word punish, because it really does feel like, now that we're back in 4v4, you really do get punished, especially when you look at some of these rotations, not even in just control, but in hardpoint, for example. When you look thinking of like P3 Moscow and you're not getting those spawns in the back, you're pretty much always spawning on the street. And it takes about a good 20 seconds to get towards the hill. So you think about that first push not working out, and then you get ready to go for that second push. But by that time, you're almost already thinking about sending people for the rotation towards P4. So this game is very much getting control early, and we talk about, of course, control being one of our game modes, and that's exactly what it comes down to. If your ARs are simply in a position where they're going to be able to pick off your subs and chip away at that life lead and be able to at least pressure you on the clock, that's really the big thing, I think, when we talk about this game mode, because it's something that is going to really push you, and you feel like you have to sometimes make that heroic play, because there's only a minute 30 to be able to actually get towards a point and be able to capture that and put one extra minute up on towards the clock here. So you're really limited for as far as what you can do, and often not, it feels like it comes down to the clock more than it comes down to the life. So maybe some adjustments, at least maybe for as far as what we'll get with that game mode. But of course, just theory crafting as we're waiting for our matches. For anyone that is currently just wondering, we're going to get ready to kick things off here for our very first initial series. Crossroads is going to be coming up first for as far as our hard point, and we've also gotten at least a little bit of time to play on these maps. We've gotten a chance to look at these maps here proper, and coming in towards Crossroads, definitely one of the smaller maps in the competitive rotation, but does play well, and you have the ability to be able to pull out some of these ARs as well as subs. So anything you're looking for in particular for as far as what we will head to for this map number 1?
I'm going to try my best to be able to count how many times we're going to see a spawn flip in between P2 and 3. It's just one of the more exciting things when you're looking at Crossroads hardpoint, because you're absolutely right. I mean, when was the last time that we truly saw a hardpoint map just this small? I mean, what would be like Slums, for example? Like, it's been such a long time since we've even seen such a small map. But I remember speaking with you and a colleague of ours, I hold shift in the background away from this broadcast, and just talking about what makes Crossroads Strike just so interesting from a 3-lane map standpoint. standpoint is that it is from north to south rather than being from east to west. When you are looking at the rotations from 2 to 3 or even from 4 back to 1 to try to fight for the ever so wanted P2 side. And it can create for a lot of interesting spawn flips in a lot of different interesting scenarios when you are cutting past that 50-yard line, because it acts very differently on Crossroads Strike, and being so small that you end up trying to push a little bit farther forward, well, then you're going to lose P2 spawns if you're already on the east side of the map. Not press far enough if you're on the west side of the map, then you're actually not going to get the spawn flip that you're looking for. So it's very interesting, to say the least, about what the map can actually offer. But what I'm mostly interested in, you already hit the nail on the head. I want to see what weapons are going to come out, how many subs are going to be able to control both top lockers, the warehouse rooms, and how many ARs are really going to come out to play to be able to control the outskirts of the map as well. Because when you put ARs in power positions for P2 and P4, that's what makes those money hills just so influential for your team's success in getting full 40s, or if not 50s, when you have ARs locking down those headies.
That's right. And I mean, kind of to add to that, this is kind of the first game we've had in a really long time where it feels like there really is kind of a hard anchor roll, and how easy it is to be able to flip out spawns. I mean, for a map like Garrison, I think is a really good example for how you're able to push towards the back. And as long as you're in the back, like, they're just simply not going to spawn there. The spawn system maybe still needing a bit of an update for as far as what we might get heading in towards the final form for competitive. But at the moment, it definitely seems rewarding. If you have a hard anchor AR player, you know, something that we would kind of relate to, maybe something along the lines of like Shawnee in the professional scene, or like Clayster, who literally don't move and will just sit there like a human turret and lock things down. That's really what's needed, it feels like, right now. And in 4v4, at least on this game, you need to allow your subs to have the close spawn so they can constantly move in towards the hill and pressure for you, while you just simply sit back there, and it's your goal to make sure that they do not come through with the flips. So maybe we'll see a lot more of at least that kind of playstyle coming through here for us today. Looking to maybe the 3 subs, 1 AR is what I'm anticipating coming in towards our very first map on hardpoint. But at the same time, like we said, we don't know what's going to work for these teams. I mean, the ARs, of course, a lot more dominant than the sub, so it's very likely that we do still see the FFAR. And I mean, that thing was kind of like a sub, and for anyone that's been able to master that for as far as, you know, really the patch yesterday, I feel like if you can control the recoil, you're still going to be able to use it. I'd be very surprised if we don't see it, because at least in the S&D scene, that is still the gun that's being most used for as far as what we're getting right now in the meta. So it's really all up in the air for what we will get, but I think that's the most exciting part, just being a weekend, seeing exactly what teams have for strategies and what's working for them, and seeing if that will end up replicating in towards the game for as far as dubs.
Yeah, but the gun still fries within its effective damage range, of course. And if you're able to master the recoil change that, you know, you were also talking about, then yeah, that gun's going to absolutely feel its presence. And that's also part of the reason why a lot of players are moving over towards the AK, just because its effective damage range is a little bit higher. It packs a wild punch that even if you get up close and personal, you can still really let your presence felt even against some subs, especially the MP5. The AK-47 could definitely stand up to a few of them, depending, of course, on the sub player itself. But I mean, still, when it comes down to it, yeah, I agree. When it comes all through and through, just as the weapons continue to develop, only a week in, there's still a lot to actually learn for all of these players that are still trotting along, whether or not they're preparing for the Challengers season, or whether or not they're just playing as a bunch of wagers kids and trying to win out as much money throughout the weekends as possible. It's still really fun to be able to see them learn the game and then grow as well, because then it also helps us grow as analysts and casters as well, so that we get to see a nice new technique. Maybe there's a weapon and maybe there's a build or attachment that we haven't seen Clayster, Simp, or Beezy even go forward in using so far, but we might end up seeing it in younger talent. It's what makes the path to pro so very exciting in the Call of Duty scene, because certain things will be known. It can honestly be learned throughout even a search and destroy game, and then it could be brought up through challengers, and then a pro's going to end up seeing that, and then it's all everybody ends up talking about too. But it all could end up starting out with these very smaller tournaments. Or I say smaller tournament, I mean, there's still a lot of money on the line for sure, but still, you still have a lot to be able to learn, and a lot that can end up causing a lot of throwing a wrench inside the system as far as what is truly strong, Austin. But as we are done with our powwow and our nice little discussion about all that is Cold War, we are finally jumping into the action in between Team Diverge versus No Thumbs up on Moscow Hardpoint.
That's right, and it looks like we are going to have some players, at least from last week. We look at Wavy, Straight Bussin'. This was definitely one of our squads that we had in last week. They're able to make a pretty nice run, and you can already see Diamond Camel right now for Straight Bussin'. So he's been straight playing himself quite a bit of this game, as you can see himself with this. And well, with the flip, of course, coming through on the teams, I imagine this will absolutely be a game end here for ourselves, as we'll get ready to try and jump in toward things. Not ending the game here, surprisingly enough, but there it is. It will come through. So players likely not ready to go here off the start, just trying to figure out some things. Of course, we're still very early in towards the game itself, so there has still been quite a bit of at least problems, I guess, with some of the customs for as far as getting people in and being able to have them pull out without having any kind of issues or disconnects or being on the wrong team, whatever you will have it. So at least getting ready to jump back in towards this one, as we're ready to jump in towards things here very, very soon. But it is Moscow coming up first, so I think this is going to be one of our round 2 matches here, I want to say.
I would be more than confident in saying that, depending on the map set itself.
Or they have the wrong map.
I mean, both things are very possible, Austin. You know our lovely COD community. They're good for either or. But still, I mean, I think when it mostly comes down to, I mean, and of course, thank you for sticking with us. There's been a fun-filled problems with custom lobbies and keeping players inside said custom lobbies so far throughout the weekend. But still, Moscow hardpoint is a very interesting hardpoint within its own self too, because there's a lot of inner workings that if you do start off on the P2 side, you actually have a very unique opportunity to get your FFAR1s or your ARs, whatever they may be, diamond camos or not, in such a powerful position. It almost makes me remember Search and Destroy before the bomb sites were even changed out, that when you have that player that is in the plateau inside of the entrance to Checkers, that can then cover the entire cross over by statue, over by the streets. That is quite a pivotal role, while your other players then spread out. You can then be looking at plants over by the alleyway, over by the dip where the wall heady exists. There's just so many good spots that you can end up being in starting off on the P2 side. So it's almost like, I don't want to go ahead and set it up as if it's one of those things that is very close to Hackney Yard, but it's definitely getting close to that point that it's very hard to break. I wouldn't say that it's impenetrable like Hackney Yard, but it is very tough to break if you're starting off on the P3 side.
I would say that's probably correct for sure. I mean, you just look at the usage of how some of these players have been able to try to influence these spawns off the bat, and it's not very often that you're going to be able to brute force your way through like you're talking about and break these setups, especially when you have power positions like that back window and just a lot of headies kind of right near the hill when you're trying to move in towards P2. So it really rewards teams that are willing to be able to take the time off of P1 and say, hey, we might not be able to pressure P1 as hard as we'd like to be able to neglect a lot of this time, but we almost feel like it's necessary to be able to send one player maybe for, a very fast rotation coming through on the right through the street or whatever you'll have it. Being able to move through is something that's going to be very, very important. It's something we're going to touch on a lot here through Moscow, as it's really all about rotations. And like Andy just said, P2, P3, those are some of the big hills that you're going to hear us talk about those rotations in. But it looks like we're ready to go here. We'll see if it will come through the second time around. Everyone looks to be on their team. So now we'll see if it comes through here for us. Kicking things off with our very first series of the day, Hardpoint Moscow.
This is, again, it's just so impressive. Like, I know that a lot of people have been grinding camos, but my goodness, straight busting. Put the controller down, man. But no, you know what? Just don't, actually. I want to see some Dark Matter camo. But Hex will find first blood. Again, the initial 50-50 flourish over top of the center of the map would actually be quite good for No Thumbs to be able to break on through. And it looks like they actually did just that. And you also had players working through the plants, and the spawns have minorly flipped. You got 2 players over here for No Thumbs, and I'm not too sure whether or not Team Diverge have fully read this yet. You still have players spawning north and south, but as the hill is still being controlled by Team Diverge, you can see what No Thumbs are truly looking for. They're continuously hitting the north side of the map. Wavy's going to start reading that there are players on the entire east side of the map. They want to try and hold on to P2 spawns, but just in a matter of a few more seconds, they're going to realize that No Thumbs are over here.
This is a pretty good situation right now. You contest a lot of that P1 time, and now you're looking to try and execute here on P2, but straight busting, not going to have any of that. Shots back in the window, almost finds Ace. Won't be able to collect that second kill. Rage now looking to move in towards the time to see if he might be able to try and fight them off of this, as they're doing a pretty good job of making sure it's not easy, but Ace is up top. He will be taken down from Wavy. Spawns will still be here, but the control certainly is not. Straight busting now able to press forward a little bit, able to get himself to a much better position. Will be able to find one player down low, but can't finish off the kill. His teammates doing a great job of being able to contest this time, however, Andy, and this is still a really good situation. As you can see them holding on towards this lead, straight busting in a good spot to maybe try and make sure they don't collect this time for free, as he'll now wait for his regen and now go for the re-challenge.
P3 is about to pop over in about 10 seconds, and you are absolutely right. This top window, top police is just what P2 is truly all about, Austin. If you can get a player up there and being able to hold down, it is just, you are not safe anywhere on that hill. You're going to get pinched from the alleyway from plants, or you're just going to get run straight up the gut or shot from behind if the enemy team that is trying to retake the point is inside the window. So a nice little flurry coming through from Team Diverge, not letting No Thumbs get too comfortable, and Team Diverge also got the P3 spawns. So they're about to be turning total scrap into initial time over here towards P3, and this is a money hill within its own self. There are so many strong headies that you can be locking down with, as we see Ace sliding in around this stone bench is such a great spot to be in, but they give it up and straight bust and finds two.
You're seeing just how difficult it is. And I mean, we look at this hill, and really this is a point where you have to start sending one person for a rotation here, or at least cutting off the rotation. There's about 20 seconds left, and Sporadic tries to move in, does find himself at least a bit of damage. It's Rage, though, collecting the double, making sure they are holding on towards this time. And this is essentially just about a full 60 that ends up coming through. Last maybe 15 seconds or so here will be contested, so able to at least get something back, but just showing how difficult it is really to try and move in when you don't have those close spawns. Wavy playing things pretty slow, as it is going to be a fight for the rotation right now. Steel Curtain trying to move his way in towards the alley, but it will be Hex and Sporadic both winning their gunfights, trying to make sure that it won't be an easy path. Hex now laying down on the hill. Smoke is down. Trophy on top of him. It will be initial time here so far for our No Thumb squad.
Yeah, and a good spread, too. You see all the control going all the way from office down to bar. You also got player number 7 in Tito working up a little bit of a pinch. I don't think that Wavy and Steel Curtain are going to be aware of this. Here comes the pinch to come on through. Tito and Hex combined for 2 more. So that initial time is actually going to be a little bit of a lead flip. Steel Curtain is spawning on the east side, and they're actually going to hit this solely. And in an isolated gunfight versus Tito, it seems that they're actually going to go down. So in an isolated gunfight, you really want to try to wait for a few numbers. But as Rage takes down Hex, you might be looking at an opportunity to maybe find the back 15. But this is truly going to be a fight to hold on to the east side of the map. And the way that Team Diverge are continuously throwing numbers at this, that's exactly what I was afraid was going to happen, is that they were going to able to hold on towards the east side of the spawns. And they're all spawning in towards the P3 area, which means that No Thumbs are going to be in control of the east side of the map. Now they're going to be in a power position to not only keep P1 scrappy, but they're also going to end up putting Ace inside and around the police station, so that way they can try to anchor out the P2 spawns.
Team Diverge do a great job here of being able to control Globe, and when you control this street entrance, it allows you to be able to hit from both houses through the middle of the map, giving you a lot of entry points towards the hill. We're seeing that take place, but it is going to be Team Diverge currently in this hill right now. Fight for the spawns in towards the back will actually be won by Ace, so Wavy not going to be able to win out on that one just yet, but still maybe a second attempt could come through. Rage cut down in the middle of the map as Tito's able to grab himself a great double up. Straight Bustin also trying to fight for this time, but we have to start looking towards this rotation right now. Everyone just about backing up, but we did see a nice contest end up coming through for Team Diverge. That now needs to happen again, as they have picked up the scrap time. They'll grab the last 10 seconds, and now we'll see if they can make their way towards B2.
It's going to be a full frontal assault from the inner parts, and you also have Tito on another pinch again. Tito finds one. Tito is able to find a second, so that's going to immediately nullify Team Diverge's hopes to be able to flurry on in for the front side, but they do get close spawns. That is over by P3. Now they're going to be looking for the push through the lobby side and at least trying to find an opening pick. The real player that you got to be concerned with is Ace. They've been up inside top police just having an absolute feast. They're at 7 and 8, yes, but they've been anchoring spawns so wonderfully. They're on 3 now, and so far, not so good for Team Diverge. No Thumbs, again, like I said, we're able to keep P1 scrappy, and they're getting a hell of a lot of time off of P2.
This is looking pretty good for them. 25 seconds left for grabs. Hex now trying to come in from the back to make sure this time does get secured. And you can see all those blue arrows moving towards the back, moving over towards P3. This is the big rotation. Hex with a great opening kill, trying to move forward now, as it looks like he's got a teammate right behind him by Bricks as well. This is a chance to be able to push through. It is actually technically almost like a 2v2 that's happening towards the back here. They're actually flipping things out, and this is a really bad situation. Steel Curtain and Wavy have to essentially go big. Hex, though, alive with the snap on, able to find a kill up close, and this might just be a perfectly executed rotation. It's currently a 3v2 that's happening in towards the back. Rage will fall down, trying to make his way towards his teammates, but Hex still staying alive, might be able to throw that wrench in towards the mix here. Fighting from the back, will be tagged up, but Wavy is going to hold his ground, winning it on a massive gunfight. Now only one more player here. It's going to be Sporadic. He will have a chance to be able to fight for these spawns, but Straight Bustin is there. He will take him down. Now we'll see if they can make their way towards the hill.
I can't believe that Wavy stayed alive that long and nobody from No Thumbs was able to deal with him. It really came down to Hex, but they were put down in the dirt. Now keeping P3 all scrappy. This is in a really good spot for Team Diverge to be able to cut the lead. You only have just the back 20 here now that you got to be concerned with before we are rotating back over towards the streets. And you're going to already see that No Thumbs are looking at this rotation. A very close hardpoint between these two teams after, well, just about a 2 full set of hills. And I mean, this is just really intense as it continues to go down just to isolated gunfights, and we'll just flip spawns galore as it now Rage ends up spawning over by the P2 side. They're going to end up working up towards a pinch to be able to take down Ace. And as the spawns continue to go both east and west, north and south, it's Team Diverge to finally come out on top of the engagements. And now it's Rage in a power position to be able to soak up as much time. And it's straight busting, pressing on forward to make sure that their presence is definitely felt.
Sporadic, though, he's on a big pinch. He might be able to really find himself a couple of kills. Moves in, finds himself one, and now you can see Hex realizes that he is going to have a bit of support behind him. They do manage to make their way towards the hill, and it is enough to be able to find a break. Sporadic really able to be the thorn in the side there to make sure that this time is not going to go over for free. Hex now simply just needs to try and lay down, allow his teammates to fight over him, and it looks like it's going to be pretty much evened out, and the scrap time should all be collected from No Thumbs. This is going to put them in a nice little spot here, certainly in the driver's seat in towards mount number 1 of our best of 3. Hex now looking to move in towards what will be the reset of the hills, back towards the middle of the map, fighting for Outer Globe. They've been very good at coming off these hills and winning these gunfights, and Hex once again will show us how they're able to control Globe, and he'll now even try to think ahead of the curve and try to move for spawns.
We'll be trying to move for spawns, and you really got to be concerned with Wavy up in top police. Tito's going to be working the pinch again. Steel Curtain in an isolated gunfight inside bottom checkers. Does have all their teammates here as well, so they're trying to soak up as much time. Sporadic now working their way down, just trying to get these players, the Team Diverge, off of the P1 hills. They know they got to potentially go back to help out Wavy. Sporadic actually takes Wavy down, and this could be the P2 spawns going on through. Straight Bustin trying to work their way through the lobby side, and Sporadic is also able to find kills over towards P1. It's a little bit of a pinch coming on through as Ace works their way through the backside from Bank. Now it's just one player left alive here. It's going to be Steel Curtain. A little bit of reinforcements coming through from Rage. Steel Curtain goes down. Tito now trying to be able to press on forward. Rage will take down Ace, but it's going to be the scrap of the scrap time going over towards No Thumbs. They're eclipsing past the 200-point margin, but the most important part is that there's a player inside top cop. What a frag coming on through from Wavy to be able to get Hex out from top police station, making the break in towards P2 all the more doable. But look at the spawns so far out of the way from Team Diverge. They got to get their numbers back, and then they have to fly in towards P2.
Fighting for a spawn still, but it's control right now inside of the hill for all those blue members. I say that, and Tito is alive, and Tito's making things very difficult, but they will be able to double team him and find him in towards the back here. So we will see control, and this is actually going to be just a small little flip out here over by Globe. So they might have to try and hit this one more time, but honestly, this P3 rotation is really going to be everything. We'll see who can make the first move for it. All those red arrows are going to be on the right side of the map, and they do actually manage to make sure that there is a bit of pressure relieved here by P2. Now about 15 seconds looks to be collected as Steel Curtain throws himself on top of the hill. But Andy, you have a massive rotation here. This hill could very well determine the game here for our red squad right now for No Thumbs. We'll see if they can lock things down and maintain spawns.
Through 2 sets of rotations, this is the second time that No Thumbs have realized that Team Diverge are getting the control over P2, and they're saying, you know what, okay, Austin, they understand that they have a very long rotation to go over towards 3, but this time around, Wavy isn't in the back line. But where's Wavy going? Towards the back line, and it looks like Ace is all the wiser, will take them down. Rage is trying to slide down the stairs to be able to break inside of P3, but it's Straight Bustin and Steel Curtain that come in for 3, and they now have control. The break is here, 230 to 210. Is about to be the scoreline, and this will be settled on towards the next set of hills, but No Thumbs are going to be looking for a late break potentially.
They will be looking for a late break, and it's Straight Bustin on the staircase, stopping these arrows from getting towards the hill, and now they'll move in towards the back, trying to find what could be a massive kill here from behind. Straight Bustin able to deal with that and forcing out some pretty deep spawns. Rotation already going to pretty much be collected right now for Team Diverge. This is a great chance to be able to come back in towards this game. The lead change is going to flip in their favor, and Wavy is in an excellent position with the AR. Straight Curtain also trying to move through the middle, able to grab himself a kill here. Won't be able to grab the double up, but it's fine. 15 seconds is all you need to close things out, and Straight Bustin again hitting the pinch, finding a double, making things so difficult to enter in the hill, but it is contested. It's a 1v1. Steel Curtain with the gun up will be able to find Ace, looks for 2, able to get help from Wavy, but Wavy is holding out, not hopping on the hill just yet, finds himself a kill. Tito now trying to move in with the submachine gun, back on towards the time. It's 236 to 234. The lead change might just flip one more time here for us. It's a contest on the the hill. Steel Curtain will press forward, looking for a couple of big gunfights, but it's Wavy and Rage winning it on 3. Last one left alive is going to be Rage, and Rage will fall. They can end the game right here, right now. There's still enough time, but look at the contest, trying to send it to one more for us, Andy, an extreme nail biter, but we are going one more hill.
There's only 42 seconds left in the game clock, Austin. There's so much contested time. 2:41 to 2:39, and we are going back to P1 where Team Diverge are able to get the initial time, and they're able to meet the initial flurry. They have the numbers up on P1. The numbers are dwindling for No Thumbs, and there's nobody here to contest the time. Covering all sorts of angles, Team Diverge in the final hour. Just one more player contesting, that's going to be Tito, but it might just be enough for the contest to come on through furthermore. Look at the reinforcements just funneling on in for No Thumbs, and Tito and Hex combined for 2 more. Can Wavy get here in time? 2:46 to 2:49. They got a touch in time, but Tito gets the peak. 2:50 to 2:49, Austin. In the final rotation for a 4th P1, No Thumbs win Moscow Hardpoint.
I am a loss for words right now, Proper. That is the closest hardpoint I've had a chance at watching or casting, and that's it. It's map 1 of the entire tournament, ladies and gentlemen. If this doesn't set the tone, I don't know what does, because that is the closest a hardpoint can be. And it looked like it might have been over, it might have been done, but the contest coming through there at the end, trying to keep it going, but the game not even ending on the P4 hill and sending us to another reset on the rotations, that alone is just completely mind-boggling. And for the simple fact that they're able to contest that as long as they did, Andy, I don't have any analytical words to break that one down. It was just chaos. It came down to heroic moments, and it just simply does not get any closer than that in hardpoint.
Someone better give Tito just a big old pat on the back in game, of course. But I mean, like, you know, you got just such a unique moment that Tito was contesting with 2 other players on the point, while the rest of his teammates were spawning so close, and they worked their way through the bank alleyway just to be able to get the reinforcements in time. I mean, that's just so wild. And like you said, it didn't end on P4 through a 3rd set of hills. If that doesn't define the moment of how many back and forth 40s and full 30s that both of these teams were getting, the game clock was still up at about 38 seconds. I don't know how it didn't end up going down to game time. I don't remember the last time I've even seen a hard point go up to game time. It's definitely been a long time, but yeah, you said it right there. That was the closest hard point I have seen in Cold War to date. Game's only a week old, but it's still going down for me so far, as we got a couple replays to show you all. I can't believe that it truly came down towards those final moments, Austin. I mean, like you said, the analytical words, they definitely escaped me, but it definitely came down to a lot of heroic plays.
And thank God we got a replay, because I really want to be able to digest exactly what we just casted over, because everything was happening so fast. And there was, a pretty nice lead built up. You can see it right now, just about in towards, the 2nd rotation here, moving in towards P3. It looked like it was very difficult, but it's really just the work done in towards the back here. And you can see 3 kills coming through to be able to move in and actually find the break. If they don't find the break, the game very likely just ends right here on this hill for us. At the very least, you grab a couple of seconds moving in towards the reset. And this is where things start to get extremely intense, because you have a slight lead change that ends up coming through. You have Steel Curtain, who ends up finding a big kill but can't hold his life to play for the 2nd, and then all this contest time starts to play through. Steel Curtain able to grab himself a kill into Ace, playing his life, staying alive. 40 seconds left on this hill, you can see, and both teams just need about 20 to 15 points to close this out, but it goes to this hill, and then it's that game-changing play you talked about from Tito, who has a minute 16 in towards the hill time, is 35 in 24, and he contests for so long that it allows them to be able to actually get back here, and it looks like it's going to be done and dusted right here, as you can see them get towards that mark of 248, 249. Right from the side is the contest here that ends up coming to for Tito, and there are 2 members here that could look to deal with him, but he's just holding his life in the corner, playing and biding time for his teammates to move in, and as soon as they move in, they're able to gain control of this hill, and they're able to lock things down. Just an absolute nail biter of a hard point for our very first map.
Look, if there's one definitive reason on that final moment, especially, I don't know, I keep talking about the reinforcements. Yes, Tito went absolutely massive in being able to keep their life, going complete rogue in the corner for P1. But holding on to the P2 spawns there, or more or less, I don't even think that they truly fought for them. They just kind of fell into P2 spawns in those final moments, did No Thumbs. But that's why it's also one of the favorite sides. initial time that you can get and how much less time it takes from the P2 spawns just to work your way in towards P1. That's how fast all of the respawns were there for No Thumbs comparatively to Team Diverge, who were still spawning over by P3. Just think about the map visually for a second and just how many more nooks and crannies and how many more winds and alleyways you have to go through before you can actually get to P1 comparatively for the P2 side. It's just a half wall away, Austin, that you just have to hop over so that way you can get there to help out Tito, who, again, just did such a big job in just being able to keep their life, too. Just in the one quarter that the two players weren't looking at, I truly just can't believe that. I mean, you honestly, you couldn't write a more beautiful play, and I would be able to see it in the movie theater right there. That was just truly a marvel to truly witness. I want to say that No Thumbs, they only lost the lead maybe once, and that was at the beginning, and then the second time when it was about 230 to 220 at some point too, and in those final moments, it was a photo finish. Fantastic hardpoint played from both of those teams in the final moments.
The submachine guns is really, I think, what shines for me coming out of that squad, and the fact that people like Hex and Tino were able to do what they did is what allowed them to be able to have that amount of pressure on Moscow hardpoint. That's not easy to do when there's a lot of headies on Moscow, and I think very typically is dominated from some of the ARs with power positions and things like this. So an extremely close one to kick things off, and we wouldn't have it any other way here for ourselves. Now, on top of that, guys, of course, we are giving away quite a bit of loot boxes here on the day from Totino. So make sure you guys are doing exclamation point giveaway in the chat, so you guys have a chance at being able to grab one of those loot boxes that you currently see on your screen. The first 150 people will actually get one, and not only are we giving away these loot boxes, but also giving away a special loot box here, which is the premium one. You can do exclamation point power squad in the chat, and you can have a chance at being able to grab that link and win yourself everything you can see, of course, in that loot box and on your screen. So one person will take away that, 150 people will take away the other loot boxes here for ourselves. We are only map 1 in towards the tournament. For some reason, Andy, I feel like we've played like an entire series and we're getting ready to queue up game 5 or something like this, but it is just map number 2 coming through here for us. We are going to be moving, of course, to search and destroy after our hardpoint rotation, and then if need be, we'll get ourselves towards that control. So there's still a lot in the works for as far as what we'll get, and I think at the very least what we know for sure is that both of these squads are extremely well matched, and not only do they have a couple of standout players on each squad, but just about everyone held their own throughout that entire map. And now we'll see exactly who's going to be able to shine in search and destroy. This is where I think a lot more strategies might be implemented for as far as what they've been able to discover. Maybe setting up some of these smoke plays, getting very aggressive on their pushes. It's hard to say what we're going to get, but if we were going to see at least some actual strats planned and ready to go, this is going to be the game mode we'll see it in.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt that way coming in towards that hard point, and I'm going to agree with you. I almost feel like that I'm already caught up in semifinals. That was the first map of the first series of the day, y'all. I mean, like, if that doesn't set the tone for the competition that we're probably going to be in store for the rest of the evening, then honestly, you better strap yourself in. You better get a big old glass of water and keep yourself hydrated, because it's going to be a long one to say the least. And that's what's also just super exciting, because Search and Destroy is just one of those game modes you and I just really love watching over. You and I enjoy playing at different levels. Austin's a much better Search and Destroy player than I am personally, but still, it's so always fun to be able to watch the set notions, the adaptations that end up coming through, and especially for Crossroads Search and Destroy as well. There's only so many unique opportunities that you have to be able to catch your opponents off guard, but it's all about just like the patience, the bait and switch plays that you can get from warehouse to warehouse. Lockers in the catwalk comes to mind, and then it can also end up going down, whether it's in the early rounds or the later rounds, for a lot of those lockdown headies, both defensively and offensively. Although the snipers did take a recent hit, you can still be able to enforce your way across the tank, where the B-Dom flag would reside if you're thinking in the domination standpoint, or P1, depending on which game mode you play more often, that you can really make your presence felt as a sniper offensively. But defensively, you always have that angle from over the top on the outskirts, on the south side of the map, for ARs and sniper rifles as well, to be able to find so much influential pressure. But when an AR meta comes around and how tight-knit the entire map is of Crossroads, I'm expecting a lot of AR pressure here. My heart would sing to be able to see a lot of sniper rifle action in play, to be able to enforce a plant on one of the sites, but it's probably going to be a lot of ARs. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a lot of ARs. I mean, Search and Destroy is definitely something I've played a lot of in this last week, and I think there's maybe times that you can bring it out at the start of the round. The good thing about this Call of Duty in particular is that you can look to switch your weapon in the first 15 seconds, so you can go for that hard scope, kind of by the cliff path and see if you might be able to find a pick to be able to kick things off for yourself, or at least have a chance at being able to take a shot. And then if you don't see anything, you just switch over towards your AR or your sub, and you're able to kind of just continue on and help your teammates out for as far as an aggressive push or defense, whatever it might be. So I think what really makes this game very interesting right now is at least it's the smoke play, because smokes can be very one-sided, and sometimes it works in your favor, of course, sometimes it does not. But at the very least, you want to be able to try and open up at least through the middle of the map here with smokes. There's also a lot of positioning that takes place on defense for as far as the middle of the map. I think the steps is definitely something that's really one of the power positions for as far as defense, while you have someone look over you on the cliff path while you make that initial route. Definitely a strat I know my squad's been running for as far as locking down crosses, and that's really a lot of what this map is being able to watch crosses. If you can get tank control like you're talking about by that B flag, like you can simply watch the entire map and you're able to control so much of what's happening, whether they're trying to make a push through catwalk, trying to make their way over towards A, or even coming right on top of you by B. You can look to at least sound them out a little bit when they're looking to make those aggressive pushes. So a lot of different power positions. This is really all this map is going to be, and I love you bring up the ARs because they're really able to get towards those power positions and make use of them, finding some kills, being able to open up with picks. But that's enough of us breaking it down. It's time to see exactly how it all unfolds for us, ladies and gentlemen. This is just map 2. If you missed map 1, well, there was an absolute banger. It was 249 to 250. Doesn't get closer than that. It was no thumbs that were able to grab this, and it looks like the wrong game mode might have been queued up here for these guys looking to get themselves ready to jump in towards Search and Destroy. But we'll get that lobby ready, and we'll get ready to jump into things here shortly.
Classic. Another COD moment happening between me and Visions going in towards the Search and Destroy. Just the wrong game mode. Just wrong game mode. But yeah, you're absolutely right. In being able to say that if you did miss that opening hardpoint, I know we're asking a lot considering we're only about an hour into the broadcast and we're only off of one map, but you should probably go back and rewatch that hardpoint whenever you have some free time, because that was awesome. But still, going in towards Crossroads, Search and Destroy. And remember, this is a best of 3 all the way through. So you're definitely got to be concerned if you are a fan of Team Diverge that they really got to pull through on the Search and Destroy to be able to force out that third map of control. This really has to be the momentum swing for Team Diverge. But no thumbs, on the other hand, they're looking to keep this momentum strong. I'm sure that they probably have been able to catch their breath now after that nail biter and being able to get that final second on the Moscow hardpoint. But if they're able to win out the Search and Destroy on Crossroads, then they're going to be able to continue on in the bracket. It would be a very early exit for Team Diverge on the other side of things. Again, a team that you and I casted over last weekend definitely had a very strong run.
Yeah, I got a chance to catch up with Wavy and talk to him a little bit about, the game itself, how he's enjoying it. It seems like his team has definitely been having a great time with it. And I think that's a really the biggest part of this entire tournament is, this is actually, free entry. So you're able to come in here and sign up, see if you have what it takes to be able to kind of fight through and be able to get yourself up towards some cash prizes, as well as having just a great time. And this game, I think, is something that we both agreed on when talking with Wavy, is that this game just feels good to play competitively. It's fun and you can punish people. I think that's the biggest difference when anyone who is maybe not familiar with 4v4 and you're more used to watching 5v5 in Black Ops 4 or Modern Warfare, both of these games very much, being able to pressure and just flood things out with your numbers. That's kind of just how it was, and getting multi-kills wasn't necessarily a big deal, where this game it is, because the spawns are so far away. But we are going to be jumping in towards a bit of a different match, as it looks like our second match is having a bit of a tough time getting set up. Now we'll move into Team The Mafia and ELG, as we'll see exactly how this one kicks off for us on Moscow. Also a round 2 matchup right now for game number 1. Looks to be a contest on the hill on P1, but we will at least see controlled spawns right now for our blue squad.
Yeah, very important to always remember to hold on towards those P2 spawns. Gonna be looking here. I mean, Team The Mafia, you really got to get a player up inside of top police station. It's such a power spot to be in. Well, it seems that King Hefe is going to be content on looking down on the street, so you're going to be hoping that you can put yourself in a better position, but there comes those enforced spawns, and now working their way inside police station, although it's a break coming through from Team ELG. 50 seconds left inside the hill. They're going to try to push all the way through. You definitely want to get players out from this police station. Those were great shots coming through from Obnoxious. Again, the AK-47 is just one of those guns. You put a red dot sight on top of this, Austin, and it absolutely shoots laser beams if you have the right attachments all in tow, but there's still players around here for the Mafia. Now they're going to be hoping to at least try to get the back part of this hill time. Very scrappy start here, but still 20 seconds left inside P2. You really got to start considering P3 at a certain moment of time, and it seems that Nick is going to put themselves over here for Team ELG. It's going to be an isolated gunfight soon after with King Hefe.
It's actually a bit of a foot race for as far as who's going to be able to control these spawns, because there was a late hit that ended up coming through here from ELG, and now it's a 2v2 in towards the P3 rotation. That's going to be an absolute big kill coming through here. Nick able to take down one, and it's going to still be a bit of a fight. Couple players close by, and I think Nick realizes that he's going to have to try and play this a bit slow, but does not want this time just to go away for free. Now a kill comes through here for Glad, able to grab himself a trade. Ricky also holding the close angle, moves in for a kill, challenges the second, but not going to be able to really find that player right there in his sights. Meanwhile, his teammates are still fighting in towards the back. No one's really solidified spawns just yet. It is still a bit of a fight. Glad does find the kill, and the spawns are going to be here for the Team Mafia, as they're going to be able to grab themselves at least the numbers advantage in the back, but now they need to move in and actually grab the time.
A little bit of a pinch setup about to come through. Look at Obnoxious setting up the pinch, and it's also going to be a little bit of a crossfire coming through with Nick coming through the archway. Obnoxious and Nick combined for two. Nick does go down, but Obnoxious is still alive. Well, living up to their name, just being a nuisance into the sideline, but King Hefe is still here, is able to find two with the AK-47. Now Savinek will end up taking them down. So in a good spot, I would say the least, if you are ELG, able to at least get yourself in a sub 30-point lead. But as the race then goes over towards P4 on towards the street side, it seems that the Mafia are a little bit closer to be able to reinforce these spawns, but they're not necessarily winning the gunfights to get themselves on the hill.
Glad and Cracked both win a couple of gunfights, allows them entry here, but one more player is going to be holding this, and that is going to be a massive double up going towards the pistol to be able to grab the second kill, but will at least be a trade. We see it's 39-71, still a very close game, and this is much needed time for the Mafia to be able to grab, and it's going to at least be pressured a tad bit, making sure this time doesn't go over. It is 20 seconds left, so we are thinking towards the rotation, and this will reset back towards the middle of the map as we get our second set of hills coming in for us, but the pinch from the side almost good for a double. One more player makes his way in, but the numbers advantage going to be in favor of the Mafia. King Jeffe with a double kill to make sure things will stay locked down, and this is a really massive hill to be able to get yourself back in towards the game. Only down by 10 points, not too bad, and King Jeffe here also has the chance to be able to push through for spawns if he so wishes.
Wait a second. Ronald, what are you doing in this game right now, brother? We gotta talk about this for a second. Ronald, you have no business joining this match right now, but I guess we'll continue onwards and see how it all plays out. But still, I mean, ELG, with numbers going in towards the second set of hills, are definitely able to hold on towards those P2 spawns. And so far, so good for them, too. I mean, even with the extra player coming on in, it doesn't seem that the Mafia are able to break on in towards this hill. Now Cracked, living up to their names on a 3 spree, looking to at least find the 4th over on top of the mantle, has to go towards the reload. And well, so far, it's looking like the Mafia have been able to break in towards the P2 spawn so far, and well, it's getting in a really good spot. It's just a back 10 that ELG are going to be able to soak up, and now they're going to have to really be focused on trying to work their way in towards the P2 spawns.
Surely this game has to be ended. I mean, Ronald has been team killing his teammates that are actually supposed to be playing here. It doesn't appear to be showing up on our scorecard anymore, but it is another team kill that actually comes through there for King Jeffe. So we'll unfortunately take down one, and it looks like they're just continuing to play it out here. So I'm sure Ronald is actually now out of the game, but looks like they're going to play it through and see if they can get themselves back in towards the game. So we take a look at what we got. It's 72-105. It's not out of reach by any means, but you definitely want to try to make a bit of a dent here in towards this hill and see if you might be able to contest a bit of this time. But it is going to be player number 6 here from behind. Obnoxious with the kill, playing a bit of an obnoxious angle here, but it's going to be Ricky. Big double up here, trying to make sure this time is not going over for free. It will be a pickup coming in, and we'll all red pretty much pouring in towards that kill feed for us, as that should be the time collected. 13 seconds left, but they have a long rotation towards P3, and we can see everyone on the Mafia currently set up.
Not a foot race, but definitely trying to secure the bag of P3 would be none other than the Mafia. Look at them go, but now on the pinch will be Psychedelic. Gonna be able to at least catch one player in the back. This is almost kind of a recreation of what happened on P3 the previous time, just with 2 different players. Nick and Psychedelic combined for 3. That is more than enough to try to flood your way in towards P3, and they're able to do just that. 142-82, and Psychedelic is starting to heat up ever more, so they're on a 6 for Austin, 24-13, looking how far they can end up going. Having their teammates watch their back, and also trying to clear the cross as well. You can see Obnoxious, even on the minimap, has this angle more than covered, but Psychedelic with the MP5 P5 wants to fly, pushing themselves in towards the bank alley, almost able to combine over towards the second, but Crack puts them down. But this is all time that ELG have been able to put themselves in control over, and it's such an easy rotation from 3 to 4, a little bit further of a rotation from 2 to 3, and you can see that the Mafia are trying to set up for that. There's no way that they're going to be able to break in here anytime soon, given the amount of time, or lack of time that I should say, left inside P3. They really got to start considering P4, and now we have a little bit of a foot race happening right at gates, but seems that players are starting to leave the lobby.
Yeah, I think players are leaving the lobby, probably not happy about how one player joined and started
come on, Ronald.
It kind of set things off. Yeah, Ronald's here really ruining all the fun for us in this round 2 matchup in game number 1. Guess it is going to probably just be an end of the game here, as I don't think they're even familiar that all players have left. And sometimes you don't know because it still shows them in the game. But of course, on our feed, we can see that they have all actually left. So we'll figure out exactly what's happening for as far as if that's a replay or if we will just be moving towards map 2, search and destroy. At this point, I'm even not sure if we'll maybe even jump in towards the match that's currently happening. Of course, the first team that we were currently on board with there, No Thumbs, we were watching those guys against Team Diverge, and No Thumbs had taken that extremely close hard point on Moscow, the map we were just on, 250 to 249, just barely able to scrape by and clutch up there in the end. They moved in towards their search and destroy. I believe that was on Crossroads for as far as their match that they were about to play, and seeing exactly how that was going. So we might get an update for as far as where that is heading, but at least at the moment, our squad that we did see here, they were looking pretty strong for as far as the initial rotations. There was a bit of a lack of setup, I think, and really just being able to trade out and lock down some of those kills when they were moving towards some of those hills first. For I think P3 is an excellent example. If you're the team that's rotated first and you have all 4 members there, you pretty much have to secure 60. If you're broken and you're at least giving over, half of that time, it puts yourself in such a bad situation, because we just saw P2, that was really 60 points that came through for them. So when you're making those early rotations, you really have to make it count, or it reflects on the scoreboard.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just even take it from the side that you saw from ELG once they broke inside P3. Just think about their setup for example. Like, you do have the heady from one of the stone benches looking over towards top escalators, but it's more important to actually always have a player looking over to the right of the bookstore, looking straight towards janitorial, while you also have a player kind of pushed up a little bit further, looking at the cross just in case anybody comes through the archway right outside the alley in between bank and the entrance to checkers. It's very important that when you do put yourself inside the setup for hills, and this is given for any hills too, P2 included, that you do put yourself in power positions, and this is where the communication has to come through for your team. If you are the team that is there, you always have to have players looking at the entrances in towards the hard point, not directly inside the hard point, but the entire zone for the hard point, so that way you don't end up getting broken up, or you don't get isolated gunfights, so that way you don't end up losing a couple of lives and getting broken up relatively easy. It was definitely something that was more than recognized from the Mafia. ELG definitely had a little bit more of a stronger setup from time to time, but they could definitely polish up a few of those hills as well.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do exactly that going forward. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament's just going to come to a bit of a pause here for the time being. We're going to get ready to set up our next match and our next map. Do not go too far. We'll be right back with more Call of Duty action.
minutes to go. Let's get saucy. Almost there. Go, go, go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back, and thank you for your patience. We're getting ready to jump back in towards our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here, of course, all presented by Totino's, and it's here hosted on Esports Arena. We are getting ready to jump in towards our next matchup here for you guys. We can see it, going to be Garrison hardpoint to kick things off in this series, and, well, not sure on the team names, at least at the moment, but I'm sure we'll get those there for you guys momentarily. At the very least, we know our Blue Squad right now having themselves at least a pretty strong start. Andy, already about 20 points put up on the board, and now we'll get to see these teams, and one of them we are absolutely familiar with.
Yeah, URNM Gaming. Just what a mouthful of a team. But this is their red roster, so I'm not too sure if these are the 4 players that we saw last week. Austin, none of the Nismo definitely comes to mind, and what we saw from them
Nismo
being able to create a lot of plays. But this team of Drenger is definitely something that we have not actually seen quite yet. But Garrison Hardpoint's definitely an interesting one, a very elongated map to say the least. Definitely going to be fighting for a lot of different spawns, but there's also a lot of inner workings for this map. Off of the first hill, it's actually URNM Black that are able to get themselves up at a solid 51, holding onto the spawns are Dreng, and, well, doing a good job of cutting off the backwards hits so far. But the way that URNM Black were able to play this, Austin, that they're going to have closer spawns to reinforce this hill.
They will, and now we'll see if they can actually break through. They do manage to contest here. Mir able to grab himself one, looking for what could be 2, and it is. Sparks not able to turn in time, excuse me. So a break is going to be here. 20 seconds is left, but we're looking towards the next rotation, and this is really one of the big ones. And well, what a snapper here as Mir is on a 4 spree, but finally will be taken out from the assault rifle player Alex Zest to find him and take him down. But this is the rotation we talk about here, and you really have to hard anchor the back spawns, or it's really easy to have some of the flip outs happen and be able to at least influence those spawns. It is a pretty nice lead, as you can see, up by quite a bit. We'll see if they can now impact the spawns, though. Spark's going to be able to find Nismo up close as he's able to take him down from the AR position, and now we'll see them soak up some time. We have at least the initial rotation 1 so far here, but it's really about locking things down, and now fighting for the back is going to be Sleepy. He is cut down. Caster looking to now make his way in, as it is going to be now Spawn still coming in towards the back, but they haven't really been able to soak up any time.
Yeah, no, this is just one of the hardest hills to break all across Garrison Hardpoint. I mean, you do get close spawns for P2, but they're all the more closer for P3. I mean, you spawn literally within just a softball throw away, more or less, and it's just so hard to be able to break on through that back alleyway. So you're lucky enough to even try to get a little bit of contested time. Maybe you're able to get a spawn camp and able to find a couple of exit eliminations, because P4 really isn't too far away. You can see it start popping up on the minimap right now. Nismo and Orb are at least able to find 2, and this is a great spot for Orb to put themselves in. The AK-47 is going to be good for 1, and now finding themselves a 2nd. That's a 3 speed now for Orb. Might be able to set themselves up to spawn camp another 3rd one, but because of pushing up towards the 50-yard line and being in control of P4 means that Drangar are going to be spawning in the back over by P2.
Watch top green for this hill. This is where a lot of that action is going to take place. You want to get your AR posted up there, but we'll see one actually drop down. Just going to be a trade of kills. This is typically a pretty scrappy hill, but it's actually been a solid hold here, at least thus far, from URNM Gaming Black. We'll see if they can continue to do this, as they have about a 50-point lead for themselves. Now fighting for the middle bridge is going to be one of our sub players, but trying to find some snap-ons, trying to find some roaming players that are going to be around the hill, not really getting a shot on anyone, as they're all just laying down, relying on their ARs. And this is what you love to see from some of your objective players, where they're just simply trusting in their teammates to be able to watch over them, and it's going to be able to influence pretty hard as they're able to build that lead now that much further. But this is at least a strong setup here, as you do see 3 players cut down on this rotation. First push not going to work out, but that is fine. You still have lots of attempts to be able to try and break through.
So going to be looking to try to break through for sure. You still have a lot of time left on side of P5 to where you can start making this lead dwindle on down for Dranger, and this would be a really good spot for them too. I mean, you can see player number 6 in the back, Alex Zest, just trying to anchor out these spawns, but easier said than done. You got to try to find some kills, and Orb will take them down. Last remaining player back here will be Caster, and although I'd be rooting for you just for your name alone, it's not going to be all the more work that you're going to be able to find. An offset spawn comes through from Alex. They're going to be put down, and this is now a nice little offset of a break coming through from URNM Gaming Black for them to really put themselves up as far as a first set of hills are concerned. Only just a few more seconds left inside the first hill, just about 15 left. And as a few more players come through from Dranger, you're still going to be looking at a solid 170 to about a 69 after the first set of hills truly start to pop on over. But Dranger are putting themselves in a good spot so that way they can get initial time on P1. They need a very strong second set of hills, Austin.
Yeah, they've had the early setups. It's just a matter of really being able to grab, these 40-20s and not so much splitting or losing out on the time. That has to change right here, right now. And I mean, speaking of time, Mir is someone who's just been throwing his body on the hill almost 2 minutes so far inside the hard point. Only 8 and 9, but that's fine because he's able to find himself the entry kills, the important kills, if you will, as they will be able to find themselves a successful break. Nisbo now try to play for some of the spawn kills. Will be able to grab the double up. 3 players go down, and Dranger are in a very difficult position. They've lost the setup here on P1. They now might just be forced to move towards P2 because they don't really want to make the move for the last 20 seconds. The time they get here, there'll be 10 to fight for, and they need to make sure they don't lose the early spawns here moving in towards the second rotation. It will be Sleepy though. Last one left alive will play his life very wisely, and we'll see if his teammates can get behind him to start to make this push happen.
20 and 14 for Orb. 18 and 15 for Nismo. Mirrors at 9 and 9 with 2 minutes and 23 seconds inside the hill. That is absolutely insane. Just allowing the other 3 players to be able to go complete wacko mode and just controlling every single part of this map. It's just so big to URN Gaming Black success. Like you said, I mean, Drangar always there with the setups constantly. They're there again for P2 for a second set. But are they going to be able to hold on to it? Look at the potential setup for a pinch. Sleepy's in the back line, able to take down 1, and now potentially going to be looking at taking down a second. It's really going to come down to Zaps to be able to shut this down, but Sleepy completes the pinch, and then Mirror and Orb also complete all the way forward there with Orb to be able to shut down more. A late break comes on out, and Drangar, they are losing time that they absolutely need.
The best part about being this far ahead is that you can fight for the scrap time on every single hill. And I mean, you have to lock down full 60s. There's really no other way to put it. The scrap time is just going to hurt you so much. And Mir's able to now almost put up 3 minutes as he wins a massive gunfight here. And that is going to allow him to maybe move in for this rotation. Long range shots. Mir now having himself on a bit of a spree. Finally ends up dropping. Sparks needs to pick up a bit of this slack, but he's almost left all alone. His teammates trying to push through small room and will be able to make their way towards the hill. It's spawns now could still be fought for. Orb able to grab himself 1, but a quick trade to follow. Alex Zest now in towards the back here might be enough to be able to secure them spawns, and spawns they will hold. But once again, coming back to those full 60s, it has to come through. Only 4 more points needs to be secured. That's a great hold, and it's going to be Alex and Castor able to win out on 3 gunfights.
And this is just the leader's advantage again, like you said. I mean, you can fight for the scrap here if you are URNM Gaming Black, but so what? If you don't end up getting the back 20, you still got 15 seconds left to play, so you might as well make a heroic play. Sleepy hops over the wall, finds 1, but Caster and Zaps combine for 2 more. So thwarting the last 4 seconds here, but Drangar have to play complete and utter perfect hardpoint, but there comes back an orb, almost able to at least get the back 3 seconds that they absolutely need. And now it's all down to the initial time. Can Drangar find an early break? It's not looking likely. 250 will be the reached out score line here to 142 from Drangar.
And I mean, you have to highlight what Mir was doing here this entire map. You really talk about 4v4 and the differential, right? And it's not necessarily always the, the crazy KDAs that we see, within COD now, where it's like, damn, this player dropped 30 kills. This is someone to definitely highlight. You can now kind of see, really who's doing some of the dirty work now more in 4v4. And Mir is an excellent example of how he's able to throw his body on the hill, soak up this time. And as much as he doesn't find, a crazy amount of frags in that matchup, he finds a lot of really big influential kills, whether it's holding the time or opening up with 2 kills or more to be able to at least find some of these openings to bust in towards these hard points, find these breaks, and then lock down the time. We saw that happen numerous times throughout that map, number 1, and you really just have to emphasize and highlight those players that are willing to do some of that dirty work and as well have it at least show for as far as a positive KD and put up just so much time in the hill. I think almost 3 minutes, if not 3 minutes, came through there for him individually. So just a crazy performance here in map number 1.
Yeah, I think the root word really speaks volumes there, that root word being influence as well. And I always spoke about this, especially in 5v5, whether it was Black Ops 4 or into Modern Warfare, that if the player that is soaking up the hill time is able to turn their life for 1, if not 2 at a clip while soaking up 2 minutes plus of OBJ time, you're in a really good spot. And like you said, it's all the more influential when you are sitting here in 4v4 that the player can keep their life and the other 3 players are looking at pinches and they're working on different angles, setting up for the next hill, looking for early breaks. Even if they don't get the initial spawn, you saw just what URNM Black were able to do continuously, Austin. They just were able to break in after the first 10, sometimes 20 seconds. There was only maybe 1, if not 2 solid hills from Drangar there that entire time, just for the way that they were playing out the game. Always just having Mir hit up straight through the front, while the other 3 players were setting up for the pinch, and then it was all just a collapse on over. Once they found an influential about 2 to 3 kills, then they put themselves on the hill and they were holding the power positions. That's what Garrison hardpoint is truly all about.
It really is. And now we start to look forward towards a map that I think this is some that people likes a lot that maybe people don't. We're moving in towards Armada Search and Destroy here for map number 2. I think it's really, the closest version of USS Texas back in World War II. That's pretty much just what I refer to it as. It's not Armada to me. It's USS Texas 2.0 whenever I'm playing this map. And it is very interesting, I think, to play because there's a lot of different levels to it. So there's a lot of openings for as far as flanks. And I mean, you can also play within the water for as far as the middle of the map. And I mean, that is an option that you can kind of move towards the opposite end, use the grapple. You can play for flanks as much as it is a noise cue that you have to worry about. Sometimes when all the action is taking place top control, which it typically does, you're able to find those openings or be able to at least also send yourself to top control if you so wish as well, as there's also grapples to do that. So a lot of different angles. And on top of that, there's a lot of different ways to finesse when you get the bomb down. It really rewards players that are extremely intelligent at search and destroy and being able to kind of manipulate different routes to be able to, get that bomb down, play for the post setup, go for a route up top. When you're planning around A, you can kind of watch from a lot of different angles, play crosses and things like this. So really rewards, I think, submachine gun players on Armada that are willing to take some of these risky routes and be able to get themselves into effective positions. But I think it's definitely still a difficult, at least offensive side for as far as getting control of some of these bomb sites and actually being able to lay it down, as you need the help of smokes and trophies and whatnot.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for this offensive side, it's mostly going to come down to smokes, destroying enemy trophies, and just fighting for power positions. But then once you are in that post-plant situation, it all comes down to just finessing too. I remember just when the first couple days of Cold War, when it came out, you remember that one clip of Shotzi? You and I were just talking about the Shotzi in the background too, when they were able to find just a very interesting way of dropping from P2 down through a window and being able to work their way back inside the S&D side. I mean, there's just so many fun ways that if you have so many good understandings of just how the mantling works and just your ability to be able to work and finesse your way around the entire map of Armada, then yeah, you're going to be able to put yourself in a really good spot. SMGs can cause a lot of chaos in the inner workings and the lower ramps on each side, but then it also comes down to the top control room as well. ARs, AK-47s, hell, even some sniper rifles as well. Austin can definitely run amok up there.
It definitely can. And you talk about the spot that's right over towards the right here on these boats. I was trying it yesterday and I wasn't as successful as I wish I was, but we'll see if we maybe get any of it coming through here, as it is going to be the bomb brought over underground. Maybe a chance to be able to play off of A or B, working for a pick. You can see checking all the upper angles with the sniper rifle here, but that's not going to really be able to find himself an angle as they try to press forward. It's going to be Sleepy, the no scope, but it goes to the 1911. The 1911 will reward him with a kill and manages to escape with his life and actually has a gun he can work with, as looks like the call is going to be made to back up to their side and maybe look for a retake on towards B.
Nice little turnaround coming through, but Orb just lines 2 up. He's able to take them down now in a 1v3 situation here. Caster, MP5 in hand. Not exactly the weapon that you want for the long-range shots, but... Oh, well, it's just going to come down to just a well-cooked nade altogether. So, definitely well done there all the way through. But still, nevertheless, this really just came down to just really good patience. You can see from Orb's perspective where they were able to line up to. They pushed all the way through the opposing side, of which the offensive team had already started off, Austin, and it garnered them such a powerful position, of which the entire team of Drengar just were not even aware of.
Exactly. I mean, Orb playing his life and fighting 3 kills, locking things down with that assault rifle, the AK-47, something I think we're going to see a lot more of now that the FFAR is not so much in towards the meta. Zaps looks like he did drop down low here, maybe trying to get himself up top. Meanwhile, it is going to be Orb working back on the left side of the map, as Sleepy and Mir both win a couple of key gunfights. Orb also ends up falling, so a chance to try and push through. Shots it towards the back of the teammate, though, is going to make an easy gunfight for Mir. Now with 2 in the round for himself, leaves us in a 1v2 situation. Sparks the last one left alive. The aggressive challenge, talking about the balls to do something like that. Able to take it from the low ground and will win out on the gunfight.
Hey, that's just such a nasty heady. Austin, I know how much you and I have really enjoyed our time playing Armada Hardpoint, Domination, all the game modes on this one, and just that specific part of the map trying to destroy a submachine gun player that's playing the heady of the staircase. That is no easy feat. You want to talk about an aggressive ego challenge with an AK-47? I think I know exactly what I'm doing once this broadcast ends. That's for sure. So, sequencing the rounds here, you were hitting gaming black. So, now looking to keep this momentum going that much further. The shark play did not go in the favor for Zaps as well as they would hope for. Very aggressive. Very early plant coming over towards B. I'd like this coming out from Drengar. This gives you so many good power positions for a post-plant situation.
Yeah, changing up some of the tempo here, and you can see Sparks just trying to play out of those windows, playing for info. Caster with what looks to be a pretty nice one-sided smoke, at least from a Codcaster perspective. Might just work out for a free kill, and it does. Sleepy gonna get caught running in, so first kill, now second kill will follow. Nismo trying to play, though, a little bit of defense on the retake, trying to move in. Everyone's pretty much down low, and there's a lot of gunfights you have to worry about, but this turns things into a 2v2. Mir with another gunfight, finds both players. Nismo, last one left alive, finds one, but the trade is good from Alex, and they will be able to close things out. A great offensive round with the aggressive push will find themselves that first round on the board.
Yeah, I would have loved to actually see URNM Gaming Black to be able to take more time for themselves before actually just funneling on in. It's again, this is just such a hard site to be able to try to retake, Austin, that you almost want a player to try to pinch in through one of the window sides, if not from the opposing side of the staircase. Just try to have the team that is on the offense just look at all sorts of different angles, and then being able to try to take the team fire from there on out, if not trying to play from the trades from a multitude of angles. It's really the only way that you're going to comfortably work your way in towards the B side, especially in a later round, knowing that there are trophy systems available. You're not going to have the Semtex to be able to break things up. Frag grenades, stuns, smokes, they're all going to be just completely dissuaded away. But as we go in towards round number 4, Alex S slides on through the opening of the hallway, is able to find first blood. Well, we're able to get away with their life, but Sparks ends up going down.
I love that play right there from Alex, and he actually now comes in for what is a re-challenge. We see a stun on screen, and well, that was a really aggressive play to move in, and it's enough to tie things up at 2 apiece. But finding that first kill and dipping away, I think we're actually going to get to see it again, and I'm glad we do, because Alex able to find his first kill, and you can see the rest of the players challenging, gets tagged up, but just the discipline to back away, play your life, be able to get yourself at least a bit of a pre-aim on that door, then moves back in for a second kill. That's good enough for at least a defensive win here, and they respond with 2 rounds in a row for themselves.
Just think about it. Just search and destroy is just the information game. All the information that Alex was able to gain there, and even from the second challenge. So we'll see if Drangar, now piecing together the previous 2 rounds, are able to make it 3. Going to be looking for an potential backwards A side hit. Sparks gets Orbs off guard. 4v3, big aggressive play coming through from Drangar.
Finds that opening pick here, followed by a second. Mir and Nismo stuck in what is a 2v4 situation. A looks to be the bomb site of choice for as far as dropping, and we will see at least the trophy system down. Trophy systems go out. Mir in a great position, maybe to find 1 or 2, but both players drop at the exact same time, and we've just seen the tempo seriously go up here proper for as far as really working together to find at the very least what could be a bait and switch here. If we did see Zaps go down, I mean, you have to assume that trade probably comes through as he's able to find a good amount of shots in, but the aggression now coming through is good enough for a 3-round straight.
Yeah, and the tempo was always set there, especially from Drangar off the hardpoint. I mean, they lost 250 to 142, but it was all off of just like team shots and being able to follow up to get those trades. That's the biggest difference in between the hardpoint and now in the search and destroy for Drangar. Like Austin has said, the bait and switches are absolutely sublime to the success of Drangar at this current juncture of time. Now, URNM Gaming Black are looking to set the pace themselves. Very quick plan over here to A.
Oh, but the flank from behind, that makes sure the bomb does not go down here. Mir trying to play his life, but it's actually a team kill that is going to try and make things a little bit more doable in this 1v4 situation. Now 1v3 after the team kill. Mir going to take a different position from up top here as he will climb up the ladder. Glass is broken, so won't have to worry about being heard. But we'll try to make a different route happen here from behind. 1 player close on him. Might have heard that mantle. That will be the second kill now. Good for Mir. Repositions again up top. The routes are certainly here. And I mean, they have to worry about actually dropping this bomb. That's going to be the biggest problem. So Mir has to try and make his way towards this. And he's got 2 players to try and cut through. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
26 seconds left. Has the ability to be able to drop this rock, and well, I think Caster and Alex are definitely more than aware exactly where Mir is located at. Caster with the bait play, waits for Mir, gets an opening tag through the SND site itself, and just waited for Mir to be able to pop up their head as well. Brilliant retake and just being able to cover over towards the opposing SND site, and then just the retake coming on through. But just with Drangar, this is 4 rounds in a row, Austin. This doesn't go unnoticed. They are heating up, and after losing those first 2 rounds, it takes a certain gust of wind to be able to just sit there and say, okay, we need to play more aggressively. Normally, teams would just sit back and play more patiently, but Drangar just heated up. Sparks is at 6-4, 5-4 for Zaps, 4-3 for both Alex and Caster, respectfully. They're just catching URN Gaming Black off guard. They seem to have the map knowledge over top of their adversaries.
They're definitely taking control here, and you might start to see a bit of that pressure, maybe even giving them some of these early bomb plants. Might just be the case for the side of URNN Gaming Black. Right now, it's Alex up top. He does eat a bit of damage on that nade, and now takes the challenge, tries to slide in the corner, but Sleepy able to get the best of that gunfight. Followed up by Orb, also finding a kill. Quick trade from Caster, now a 1v2. This should be a technical 1v3 coming in. Now with a kill on Demir, almost looks like it could be there, but able to play for the trade. And finally, we see a round that will come through in response. After seeing 4 straight, he felt like it maybe should have came sooner, but better late than never as Caster's able to grab what looked to be almost a potential clutch.
Yeah, this is a big momentum break now for URNM Gaming Black. Again, currently up the hard point after winning Garrison 250 to 142, but to be able to close it out in 2 maps would absolutely be monumental for them. Drangar, of course, if they win out this one, we will see that Moscow control. They're definitely on pace to be able to do so, but that's exactly how you want to be able to retake the upper control room. The communication definitely ringing on through for URNM Gaming Black back on their offense now. It looks like they want to hit towards hot and heavy over towards the AAS&D site. It's a very early trade. 3v3 we go.
And this is an aggressive, I was going to say, I cannot believe Zaps was going for that one. That is more than feeling yourself, my man, as that will be an easy pickup coming through from range with the AK. Orb sitting very cozy back there right now, seeing if someone else there challenges them, and it looks like Caster is trying to step up to the plate, but will now make the rotation over towards A's. The bomb has been down. Nismo with a kill up top. That will be good. And now last one left alive is going to be Alex Zest. Has that Krieg 6, but it is going to be very difficult to move in here for more than one. And you see exactly why. All those bullets flying at him. That is enough to be able to respond with a couple rounds in a row here in return from URNM Gaming Black as they'll tie things up at 4 apiece.
Able to string together the previous 2 rounds. In a good spot now. A very quick take over towards the A site, then quickly nullified by the pinch again. These angles, as far as the A site is concerned, you got down low that you got to be worried about. Also could be concerned with a shark in the water that could then take the zip line up. And you also have just, again, the angles from the opposing side from those dips. So as we head in towards round number 9, it looks like that we will see a very quick B hit from Drangar. They know that one player is over here. It's Sleepy that absolutely smokes zaps upon entry.
You got to be so careful jump challenging in this game. Whoever holds the pre-aim, especially with an AR, is typically going to come out of those 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And Orb, he has actually been managed to get himself through into the enemy spawn. I talked about some of those flanks off the start, but you do give quite the sound cue when going up those grapples, so that will be heard and will be easily dealt with. Turns things into a 3v3. Moving in towards the B bomb site, Sparks at the top of the stairs will be our entry man in, and it looks like also carrying the bomb, so a chance to be able to drop the rock here. Alex S checking the windows, but checks the wrong one, so Nismo finds the easy clean up. Mir with a second, and now Caster left all alone in the 1v3.
The bomb didn't even truly get covered either. I mean, that was a great entry. The nade catching the bomb planter as soon as they were done planting. What a brilliant retake coming through from URNM Gaming Black as well. I mean, the information was given over. They had a player just playing coy inside the windows. The communication came on through. The flood up the stairs soon to follow. Just wonderfully done. And again, you'll see it from Nismo's perspective. This is how you want to retake this bomb site continuously if you do ever play on this map. You want to make sure that you have players that are easily accessing the upper grounds to be able to get a pinch, and then you have such a power position to be able to push players downstairs inside the main foyer of the boat itself, so that way the player that was down low, that was Sleepy, can then confront with the pinch. And not to mention how Sleepy had a great play off the rip as well. We talked about how Alex did it a few rounds ago. Finding the first blood and then immediately getting out with their life is so good for your success. But now here comes a very committed defense, actually hard-hitting down towards A. This is going to be an all-out war.
Oh, they're ready for it. They are so ready for this. Sparks, Zaps finding just some of the easiest kills, and Orb's like, all right, I guess things did not go well over here. And Orb is going to have to try to battle through a 1v3. The good news is he has lots of time, but has to try and get this bomb. And you do give also a pretty big sound cue when grabbing that bomb and retrieving it. So someone could just be looking to listen to that and make it pretty easy. Orb now going to try to take the higher ground, and that's going to be watched. So that is going to be another round cleaned up here, making sure that it is not going to be 4 straight to close this one out. We will see our very first round 11 on the day.
We'll see it from Sparks' perspective as soon as it's just immediately playing in my ears. Austin automatically saying, oh, they're absolutely just ready for this. All 4 players defensively go down towards the A site. Oh, this might be something you want to switch up here, URNM Gaming Black, and it looks like that they might just do that unless they take a hard left here. Nope, they're not. So looks like that they want to be looking for a full-on wrap all the way through. Player number 3 is going to be Alex S. Is going to be able to read this. Shots will come through, not losing a single life, though. It's going to be a great communication. Player working the ray on the backside. That's going to be Orb. Has a great opportunity, but doesn't fully check the right side. Alex S. gets first blood.
That's a big kill that comes through, and that's going to make things a lot harder to try and execute on while making this push happen. We'll see if it will come anytime soon. 55 seconds left, so still a decent amount of time to play with, but you can see just how intense it really is, and even things up at 3-3 now with 45, waiting to try and push in towards B, and it looks like there might just be a shot call maybe to move across the map, but we'll see if it ends up working out. All 3 players in a great position right now defensively to be able to at least play for info and play off of what could be an easy kill, as all of them holding some of their power positions right now. Alex going to hold down low, I do believe, and Nismo actually going to try and make this move happen. We'll find Alex once again, and now with 25 seconds left, you have to make a push happen right here, right now, waiting to try and work their way in towards B. That looks to be the hit, but they have to battle up top. It's going to be a couple players looking to hold it down. Caster and Zaps both with kills. Nismo, the last one left alive. It does not matter. The round win will come through, able to close things out here on towards Search and Destroy. Better defense will hold through as Caster finds that final kill cam.
Oh, it's just such a tough spot for Nismo. Was the last player up the stairs, threw some shots inside their teammates' backs, and then the second that they try to funnel on in towards the BS and D side, Austin, they just get absolutely mowed down, and that's just the cross position that you had. The hesitation is just so punishing on Armada. If you're trying to work your way, you're trying to either commit towards the BS&D site by flying up the stairs. They were almost hoping that Alex had given up that bottom positioning so that way they could work across the bottom of the boat entirely to be able to go over towards the AS&D. But because Alex was still down there, they technically did have enough time to be able to wrap all the way through the spawn, but because of the players that were up top for Drangar, they would have been able to read that regardless. So it may have been an inevitable play that ended up playing out for them, but that little bit of hesitation that they could have ended up trying to commit towards the rotation on the opposite side probably would have been a better play at that point too. But nevertheless, because Drangar took that map, got ourselves some map 3.
That's right. We go towards map 3 because as we saw there at the top, it was URNM Gaming that did actually take that. But I think we are going to be switching over. As we see, it's actually URNM Gaming Red. This was a lot of the team that we casted over last week that were able to make that run here for themselves. So HUD does appear to be glitched, at least for as far as what we currently have right now. So make sure you guys are staying on track with that. We'll also try to keep you guys updated for as far as who's taking what. But first round at least does appear to come through right now for as far as Team Java. Now we'll see if they're able to grab themselves at least 2 in a row. It's a pretty aggressive push down low in towards B. Blue Moon able to grab himself that first kill, but Bert will be able to grab a trade on towards Vortex.
2v3 we go. Blue Moon, Rush Q, and Java just trying to hold their angles, but harassed with the bomb. AK-47 over top of the heady will absolutely lose their life to Blue Moon and their own AK-47 outside the window. So now it's up to Bert, who had a lot of highlight plays last week. Austin is going to have to be a highlight play within his own self. Has to be able to retrieve the bomb. Has 42 seconds to play. And they gave their position away by trying to throw a few shots very quickly over towards Blue Moon. Smoke will embellish out. And Bert, not really an easy spot to come into. And you almost hope, well, the stick actually came through. I wasn't sure if that one ended up soon to follow. But Bert's going to be able to take down Java Ava. And now trying to work their way up these stairs. 21 seconds left to play. Tries to clear the angles, but the challenge comes on through. And Team Java is going to be able to take round number 2.
2 in a row coming through here. And I mean, we're just seeing exactly how difficult it is to try and retake B when you don't get the first foot in. And these windows that you have to kind of worry about, sometimes it can be a tough gunfight when you're looking through those windows, through that tight little quarter. But when you're just holding the angle on the stairs, it makes it pretty easy to tag up that player for your sub who's just sitting in there waiting for the cleanup. So 2 rounds here, at least off the bat, coming through. And I mean, there's certainly strong search and destroy teams compared to respawn teams here in some of these tournaments that we do see in Call of Duty. This is at least looking to be one of those at the moment, as it has been 2 rounds picked up early, looking for 3. Nade and stuns will be coming out here, as I believe that was a smoke that was just maybe put down, but it will just be a quick check looking for information. It will be Grits though. First kill onto Vortex here again, as it will be now an even up across the board. 3v3 we go. 1 minute of play. It's been a lot of late pushes though inside of B. We'll see if that happens here once again.
The rotation actually ended up coming through. I mean, you can see the bomb still being carried here by Java. And, well, as soon as they try to fly back inside of the cabin, and it's going to be Grits that is able to line up 2. Now it's up to Rush Quick, who has the angle, but Grits, the know-all, just turns back around, knows that there's a player behind them, eyes in the back of their head. Absolutely huge play. I'm sure we'll see it from their perspective. We sure will. Sees lines up the first. There's a second one, gets information that Blue Moon will actually go for the challenge aggressively. And then the wear-all to be able to watch their back, knowing that a player pushed through underneath. Massive 3-piece for Grits.
Yeah, slow peeking around corners in this game is not how you typically win gunfights. You can see the second player coming in with a slide cancel to be able to try and find the camera angle to finesse and find the second kill, but just did not find all the shots there. So what a play from Grits to be able to read. Also, where just about everyone is attacking from a 4 streak for him. I believe an ace in the round. So finding every single player, Grits really trying to make sure that they're able to stay in the search and destroy, and that is going to help. Keeping things within 1 now as we switch sides, and will be another push maybe coming right inside of what could be the site. And it is going to be a lot of slow offenses so far here on Armada. And this is what we saw at least off of our last match. It took a bit of time for people to heat up with their pushes, but Vortex this time around will find an actual first blood in his favor and able to at least find Bert here on the aggressive peak.
Blue Moon under pressure, down to 16 HP. Will be able to get away with their life. Does have top control. 2v4 we go. As URNM Gaming Red are trying to work their way towards the site. I mean, you got player number 5 in Atrium just all the way back towards the spawn. Harass is up front and personal, just trying to find an opening perhaps. And Well, this is where the hesitation is going to come back to bite you in the rear. Not like it'd be easy to push any one of these sites. Vortex is locking things down at A and down under, rather. And, well, up top is all the less doable. Blue Moon's going to break the glass, flies on forward, takes down Harass. Add a little bit of extra spice to the end of it all. Maybe just thinking that the player was on the other side. But still, as Atrium tries to re-enter themselves through the cabin stairs, it's going to be Team Java that go up 2 rounds now.
2 rounds coming through, and you can see Grit's not able to get at least the shots coming through. Blue Moon just holding up top here, showing us what he can do. Everything looking to come in here quite nicely. 3-1. Definitely showing some strength, at least in search and destroy here for map number 2. We'll see if that will continue at the very least, but offense has definitely been tricky, I feel like. In Armada, it typically is, for as far as each bomb site, not easy to gain control of, and sometimes you have to do it through brute force and aggression. That might be the changeup, at least coming right now. Will be a bottom push here, maybe right towards A. We'll see Java actually able to slip in. He clears out most of the A site, and now we'll actually look to drop the bomb. Didn't even realize he was the bomb carrier, but this should be a plan, and it is. So able to get this plan off, and now we'll see if they can lock things down. It's the first gunfight, but I believe it's the stick, and it will be Vortex able to clean that one up.
Oh, now it's a 3-for-1 trade. It's up to Vortex now. What can they honestly do? I mean, they got a decent spot for a post-plant situation, but they're not necessarily safe. They do have a trophy system to be playing with, and almost hope that did go down. Nice little slide through comes on out. Vortex will be dissuaded from pushing that angle that much further. Will then go towards the water. Player hopping onto the bomb. And, well, this one's just going to get defused pretty easily. And that's exactly what you got to do. I mean, that's just fundamental search and destroy in a nutshell. In a 2v1, have the numbers advantage. Put a player on top of the bomb. Put the other player looking at every single angle they possibly can. You already made them leave the initial angle, so there's only a handful more that they could possibly coming out. But Vortex just darn well almost clutched this. You almost have to think that if this trophy system came down just a moment earlier, or just at all, Austin, they would have been safe away from that Semtex that came flying on in, so they probably wouldn't have to give up that heady over top of the S&D site.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little confused in that round. I felt like Vortex actually had a strong chance at being able to clutch it out. He went for the water route and wanted to come back up, but I feel like if he just goes up that first ladder, he gets there in time to contest the defuse. Either way, not going to matter now. 3-2 the score we go, and now a very important round number 6 currently on the line. Grit's watching down low, so you don't exactly want to run into him. We'll see if there could be a big play from Harass. Meanwhile, it's going to be Rush Quick as well as Vortex out of the mix in trade for Burt. So 3v2 offensive currently in favor, but that's going to be a big gunfight. Java up close, actually able to take that one down. And that's also going to be the bomb down now. So you have to look at trying to retrieve this bomb. Atrium in a good spot to get back there, but only 45 seconds left to go, and they have to try and pick a bomb site.
And Blue Moon has the cross held down. Now it's just up to Grit's 1v2. 38 seconds left to play. AK-47 in hand. Now just crouching their way around the side, and well, you could just tell on the arrows on the minimap. They know exactly where the bomb's being located at. Grits with a double loaded up setup. It's going to actually smoke the bomb. It's going to pop up. It's going to grab the bomb and immediately drop back down. And you can see just Java on the minimap, just knowing that that was the play that was ended up coming through, will then drop down, and it's going to come challenge the bomb. Won't even be planted in time. Another big round, all off of the first ball that Java was able to find themselves. 2-round lead goes Java.
This is just, honestly, great work coming through. Java with this kill right here, and then realizes that bomb is down, plays life just for so long, and able to at least give the information. And we're still seeing just how tricky it is maybe to secure some of these offensive rounds once again. No real aggressive pushes in towards B, no top control coming through very, very early in towards any of these rounds. It's been very slow and methodical trying to play out picks, but that's now not worked out here, at least in a few of them. Grit's trying to keep this team in the game at 8-4, but looking maybe towards some of these other players that might be able to contribute. Grits with the challenge once again will be good in this main room. Burt with a follow-up, as we see just Atrium will get knocked down, so turns things into a 2v3. And Vortex with the bomb might have to honestly make a risky play here. He has the bomb, of course, so he does not want to go down and leave it in a bad position, but you're not exactly in a great position overall here, as both players kind of caught down low, waiting for someone to honestly just gracefully come right into their arms for a free kill. But that sometimes is not going to come through. So you might feel the need to try and make a play happen yourself as they work their way over towards A. There's a chance to try and drop it. We'll see if they do exactly that.
Yeah, I was about to be saying the A is really the only site that you could try to commit towards, but Harass drops down, is able to take down Vortex. Now it's up to Blumen to try to clutch. Knows that there's a player down low, but it's not going to be able to get the better of them. Just able to get the opening shot, seeing the legs going down that dip. So a big round actually won here for URNM Red. You don't want to be going down 5-2. 4-3 definitely stops the bleeding ever more so, but trying to shift the momentum ever so slightly in their favor. This is what the struggles of Armada Search and Destroy. I mean, again, you're trying to work their way up towards the B side. You're probably going to be met with a lot of resistance inside the main foyer, if not the players defensively already inside the top control room. You try to work your way down towards A. A player defensively is probably going to have that heady already locked down from the box. And it looks like that Team Java wanted to go for a hard read and thinking that all players were going to be down towards A. URNM Gaming Red, they flip the script and they go up towards B.
Java, a tough position, and he's really relying on Blue Moon to watch over him, but Blue Moon can really only watch so much here. It doesn't matter, however, as he's found the trade, and Rush Quick's actually found himself a kill as well. Bomb is down. Turns things into a 1v3. Grit's the last one left alive here. Inside will be taken out. Just too many members to worry about, and that's enough to push them up by a couple of rounds here. Now ahead 5-3, trying to send things towards that map number 3 here as Rush Quick, just playing his life so long, wins a key gunfight, plays his life long enough to work for the second, just creating too big of a numbers advantage, and the bomb once again caught in such a difficult spot.
And this would end up going towards a Moscow control. That third map would be played out against a best of threes all the way until grand finals. URNM Gaming Red, I believe, winning the first map, as the scoreline does suggest up at the top of the screen. Blue Moon at 11-5, by the way, and able to exhibit just how you retake that BS&D site, just playing the window side. I mean, there's so many different angles that the offensive team has to be concerned with when they do fly up there originally. And, well, speaking of flying, I mean, Java then turns into a pelican, just goes flying off the side. Into the water they go, and then flying up towards the BS&D site, all by their lonesome, looking for the heroic play. Not really any other players here defensively nor offensively. A very quick play up the top and gets the plant for free.
Plant down now, looking to try and move in. Blue Moon with a kill on a Burt. Atrium, though, trying to get himself a little bit more involved in this game. Looking for the double up. Not there. And that will do it. Everybody will fall down here. So 6-3 will be our score line, as we are going to see a map number 3 here. If long as URNM Gaming Red did secure that very first hardpoint map, as the top scoreboard suggests. And, well, with the Team Java getting the update here, it looks like we should be getting ourselves towards a control here. First one of the day that we might get a chance at being able to move to. But I think we're just seeing, again, for as far as this map, it's very difficult to be able to get yourself some control and rounds on the offensive side, and the team that does it more successfully than not is going to be able to come out ahead, and it's purely through aggression with your sub play. If you have aggressive MP5 players that are able to at least get themselves in towards top control enough to be able to drop the bomb and at least play for a post setup, it's just going to be so valued. And you can see how, how many rounds really came through for as far as that squad being able to secure things down for Team Java. Definitely seem to be well-rounded in search and destroy.
I mean, even down low for B. I mean, we saw that in our previous series with a URNM Black squad against Drangar. Both URNM squads not having a fun time on Armada Search and Destroy against overly aggressive team looking for down low control early on, or even in the top control room quite early on too, because there's just so many power positions that you have to try to fight your way back from. And in a post-plant situation, or even in a pre-plant situation, if you're not winning those initial flurries and keeping your life to boot, then you're always going to be playing in an uphill battle. There's just so many different angles, so many different headies throughout Armada Search and Destroy on both the bomb sites. You have to be concerned with it. When you are in a numbers disadvantage, you've seen through the previous 2 Search and Destroys that we just casted over that you're just having way too many angles to be able to try to cover. There's so many different angles that the enemy team could catch you off guard from, and both Drangar and Java did a fantastic job of catching both URNM squads off guard.
They really did, and I think we're still early in towards the game where we haven't exactly learned everything, learned all the positions and how to best, take control of some of these sites. So still a bit of a learning curve, at least thrown in towards the mix, but there's definitely some players I feel like that find their groove on maps like this, where they're able to kind of play all these different routes, down low, up top, be able to finesse, play long enough to be able to work for kills and play your life. And that's something we saw from Grits, but not something we saw from the rest of his teammates at the very least. So we'll see if that gets altered, but we know they did take the very first hard point, and something we did learn from the URNM gaming, at least from our last tournament last week is that they were very strong at their respawns, and search and destroy was something that they did lack in a little bit. So I don't think it's, alarming to see them drop a search and destroy, but definitely see them keep up the consistency in respawn is something that we'll have to look to, as I believe we are getting ourselves in towards the game here. I'm sure it is going to be our very first control. It is. We are sticking on board with this squad here. So Moscow Control, a map that I think is maybe one of the more preferred ones along the lines of Checkmate. We'll see exactly if URNM Gaming Red can continue their dominance in respawn here in map number 3.
Looks like it's going to be a heavy defensive hit, at least looking towards the middle of the map. One player at least going up towards the north side of the map. I believe that Rush Quick is actually loaded into the game fully yet, so it's going to be a 3v4 off the initial flurry. And, well, as Team Java all end up going immediately over towards the B site, catching all of URNM Gaming Red off guard, so they're going to be able to get this first tick of progress for free. It would be much wiser, of course, the way that Control Moscow plays out, to be able to get as much progress, if not the entire capture of B first, with the life lead before you go over towards A, just because of how close the spawns are, for the defensive team to be able to reinforce that, as Harass just goes absolutely off, finding 2.
Yeah, Harass just went bonkers here, finding himself quite a few kills to make sure that they do maintain control on that B site, and that's a big kill for Grits now, trying to move over towards the rotation on the A site. That's a minute of time now put up on towards the clock here pretty early on now with over 2 minutes. We'll see if they can start to inch their way closer and closer towards A and make some progress happen. It is a pretty difficult setup to try and break with all these headies in towards the back, and the spawn, of course, being very, very close. You have to make these hits count, and it does appear to be a pitch here that no one is actually watching. 2 players making their way in towards the back. It's up to player 7 to try and shut that down, and Java can't manage to find any kills, so making things very chaotic for the time being. One more player on the hill trying to make that first tick of progress come through, but left all alone is going to make things very difficult, as once again those spawns so close to come and play defense.
Oh, Grits with the beamer, too. The AK-47 smoking individuals off of that heady from afar. Bert was alive over here for quite some time, and, well, you still have Atrium just working in the back bookstore, just trying to keep their life for as long as possible. They're going to be scouted out by Vortex, but still, for some reason, you don't want to try to funnel your way in here. This is all while players are still funneling in through the plant alleyway as well, now that Atrium has still been sought out, but has not been fully dealt with, Austin, and, well, now Vortex will finally put them down, but still, this is enough time for respawns to come all through for URNM Gaming, and this is in a great spot now for them to be able to get the first tick of progress, and although it might be thwarted from here on out, they still have a life advantage.
Atrium will find himself a kill, but you can see the hesitance on trying to press forward, waiting for his teammates to move in. You need a smoke down here to be able to make this push happen. Blue Moon in the back, big gunfight to be won, and Atrium does manage to find him, so able to make things at least an odd man advantage here for the time being. Grits with the second, moving in. Second tick of progress being worked on. This is a great offensive push with the stall on the clock as well to make sure that that time is not just slipping away. A minute to play with. Second tick will be secured. They're stacking the point as well, so this is a bit of a desperation that needs to come through right now for URNM Gaming, and they will find a couple of kills, but Grits in Bert. The AK's way too much to handle. They need to take them off the time, but I don't think anyone gets here, and they will not be able to get here, so offensive success will manage to come through here for round number 1.
And this was all off of the top of the broadcast, us really talking about Control, about how defensive heavy a lot of these maps can truly feel. But it's all thanks to Atrium, really. I mean, Atrium stayed alive back there for so long inside the bookstore, was able to find, I believe, what was about 6 kills before they ended up going down for the first time, and about 3, if not 4 of those were all in towards the backside of the A control point. And for an offensive team, that is just all the more chaos that you are forcing on towards the defensive side for the reinforcements to then come funneling on through. So great job from URNM Gaming Red to be able to do just that. And as we move over towards the offensive side here for Team Java, going to be ended up seeing their initial hit over towards B. Be immediately thwarted. You can see Harass appearing in the kill feed again. Their AK-47 ringing on true, but Blue Moon and Rush Quicker trying to be able to make their presence felt, but still Bird over here that you got to be concerned with as Vortex takes them down. Now they can start committing towards B, but the reinforcements are here.
Blue Moon watching the inner street, will be able to grab one, trying to move forward now, looking for what could be a double up. Great challenge there for two. So Blue Moon trying to get the job done as that first tick of progress might be secured for B, but Blue Moon still alive, finding three now. Grits can't find the trade, and now you might just be looking at conceding B, but they are still funneling members over towards the street in the middle of the map. You need to deal with this power position right now, and finally, it's going to be Atrium who finds Blue Moon, takes him down. Rush Quick still on the hill, but that second tick does not get secured. So defense played well. Very, very important is going to be able to at least make them run right on top of the hill and actually start to deplete some of the progress here on the second tick. And this is exactly what you want to see. A nice snapper, but Blue Moon will get the best of Harass. Working for the second tick, you need this zone to come through so that you can start to put up more time and work towards A.
I was about to say, this is actually a pretty high risk and what actually ended up being a high reward play, being able to get the beacon capture, is going to be Java. Worked their way all the way over towards the A site, ended up pulling Grits to go back and try to defend that. After they were working through the bookstore, they ended up pushing all the way back through to complete the pinch, and that's why the B control point ended up getting captured for Team Java. So now, an opportunity, as you do get an extra minute on the board to try to work your way over towards A. 3 life lead now for URNM Gaming Red. And there you have the defensive setup that everybody dreams to end up having. Got Atrium looking at the cross from streets, and knowing that the hard hit is coming through the alleyway with plants, and also a player coming through the janitorial area, means that you can end up going to reinforce that area. Though, Vortex was able to find at least one. It's not going so hot over towards the escalator side of the map.
Minutes of play. There's still a good, strong push that can come through, but you need someone like Rush Quick to really find an opening pick or two so that you can allow your subs to try and funnel through. But you can see them now pinching through other parts of the map to try and set up a pinch. And Grits is going to be watching that, but actually loses the gunfight despite having the pre-aim. Harass now feels the need to pick this up, and he will be able to double up here. Starts off with a great two-piece, looks for three, but it's Blue Moon with the kill. Grits now, last one left alive to play a bit of defense as his teammates come off spawn, and it looks like they have shut down yet another push, but this very well could just be it for them. Trying to stop them from getting on top of the A point is just going to be successful thus far. Grits is lining them up and knocking them down like dominoes. 3 in a row, actually 4 in a row here for Grits as he's 16-9, looking to start to see if he can shut down this push all by himself. One more player moves in. Atrium able to find one close, and well, this very well just might be wrapped up. Everyone dropping, everyone falling, maybe one last push, but doesn't even matter. They are going to be able to lock things down defensively and offensively as they pull ahead by 2 rounds.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you want to defensively set up the A control point, even after losing B. And you saw all the headies, specifically where Grits was located at. You got this initial heady over top of the half wall, and then you also have the heady over on the left side behind that stone bench, where Grits then soon moved over to. And well, once they got all the information from the stun and then the nade, you could just start ringing on the shots soon to follow. And AK-47 is a pretty strong weapon, Austin, I'm not going to lie, and that was able to be showcased just right there. Grits having themselves quite the day here on Moscow Control. It's 16-9, 17-7 for Atrium. Again, they had a fantastic offensive round. So far for Team Java, not necessarily having the outing that I'm sure that they were expecting. Leading the charge for them is Blue Moon at 14-12, who had a fantastic search and destroy. But it's URNM Gaming Red that are in firm control and clear enough in the driver's seat to close this out 3-0. We'll have to see if they can do it on offense again.
Looking for the challenge here. Burt up top, Esky. Looking for the challenge in the middle of the map. It's Rush Quick. He will wait patiently and actually just looks to be an aggressive hit, maybe right over towards A, but they will lose one. Vortex is trying to pick and clean this up. A challenge will not be good for Burt. Vortex playing some excellent defense by the A zone. Finds himself 2 kills and actually plays his life long enough to make sure that he will be able to move back in at full health. Last one left alive was going to be Grits, who is now trying to track down where exactly everyone had went. And I mean, everyone ends up shifting their attention over towards the B zone, but A does not get a first tick secured. B also has not been secured here with any progress. And this is going to be a lot of power positions now picked up for all of our members here in red.
18-23. Now Java are finally finding themselves in an advantage inside one of these rounds, Austin. Harass is going to try to pull back a few different members. Trying to split the focus. Will now hop inside of the office building. Has a trophy system right in front of him. Will now think twice about shooting that sucker. And Vortex is going to clear across on the other side of the bus and is able to lock down that. Bert's right there to help things out. First tick of progress has been accrued over by B after the split had come over towards A. And you can just see the red arrows on the mini-map. Team Java have no idea where the heavy hit is coming through, but they might just end up giving it over towards B. They don't want to lose more lives over here. They might just send one, if not two more, to try to find a couple of exit eliminations to make the A defense all the more easier. But as Java comes back in, finds two, backed up by the pinch as well to help things out was Rush Quick. It's gonna just stall things out ever so slightly, but as the kills are starting to come on through, Austin, the life lead is starting to dwindle down ever so slightly. That the second and third tick of progress is about to be gained here from URNM Gaming Red, and now they could be in a good position not only set up a pinch, but to be able to really make the life lead dwindle all the way down to being even.
Yeah, they might be able to close things out here in this round. Remember, this is single elimination, so whoever wins this moves on. And you need to play defense right now, but it is a small life lead, at least in favor of Team Java. They are currently on the right here for as far as everyone that is watching. Bert now working towards the back, playing for what could be a couple of spawn kills. Has one close on his right. It's Vortex, has the AK, so that should not be a problem, and he makes ease of it. So first kill will be good. Blue Moon following up onto Grits. We'll be able to find an opening kill, but Atrium watching the back, making sure there's not going to be anyone watching over his sub players, cutting them down, manages to work up towards the pinch angle here. And L looks for the second kill, can't get there. It's Java with the double, playing strong defense now, making sure no one can get on this A zone. And Bert now, who's been controlling the back spawns, has been great, but you have to work towards the objective. And Brett's now presses forward, able to make things that much more difficult to hop on top of the A zone, but they do manage to stall at the clock here for a quick second. Grits watching over Atrium as he's sitting in the hill.
This has to be enough time for reinforcements to come flying on over from the plant alleyway. Atrium and Bert, they are able to find two. This is enough time to get presence on top of the control site of A. Now, almost getting the first tick of progress, but player 6 in Vortex is keeping this contested. And keep your eyes out for player number 8. Working the pinch on the backside. Grits might be able to shut down one, but nobody was able to read that Java and Rush Quick hit from the backside and are able to shut it all down. 4 seconds left. No player here for URN Gaming Red are going to be able to touch it in time. We got ourselves a control.
We have ourselves a control for sure, proper. Moving in towards now round number 4. This would have to be what is a technical reverse sweep here with control to find 3 rounds in a row to be able to get yourself the dub and move on. And you're going to be heading over towards offense here, where we'll see if they can actually get their first offensive round on the board. And Bert really having himself a couple of big heroic moments throughout this offensive side, just not enough to be able to push members inside of that A zone, that being the more difficult point to certainly secure. But we take a look at least at some of the fraggers right now, and Blue Moon is absolutely one of the reasons on why they've been able to stay in this control in map number 3, 22 and 18, really leading the charge right now. The next closest is 14 here from Rush Quick, so looking towards maybe some of the other members that might be able to pick things up, because you certainly need it on this offensive push. And now we turn our attention over towards B. It's Grits with the first blood, but Java with a great response finds himself 2 kills here in the middle of the map, making things a little bit easier to try and set up this push, but no one's really going to be able to make an actual play out of it. Blue Moon's kind of holding his own right now, a big battle, and he does find Bert for the win.
Harass answering back with 2 means that URN Gaming Red are going to be able to at least stall out the push over towards B. This is all happening while Rush Quick was working their way over towards A. This is going to split the focus up ever so slightly from URN Gaming Red. All 3 players are actually going to be able to put themselves back over here, but Atrium just pushed all the way through. So now a pinch is about to come on out. The first tick of progress was almost gained, but you forgot that the A control site is Grits' home. You do not touch the A control site when Grits is alive. 23 and 18 for them as they come right back in with the AK-47 along with Harass to just combine for 4 more. Great job in the combined efforts from URN Gaming Red to thwart the first tick of progress over towards A, but now shifting the focus back over towards B, currently looking at a 7-life lead in between these 2 teams, with URN Gaming Red leading the charge.
I was about to say, the life lead here getting a bit out of hand, but Blue Moon will try to even things out the best he possibly can. Atrium with the middle cross will now go for a more of aggressive challenge, ends up finding himself now 5 in a row, 27 and 16, and You have to secure B, but we will see some great kills coming through. Atrium now with 6, locking down the B zone all by himself, buying time for his teammates now to move in. The reinforcements will be set up, and you can see the desperation call move towards A. Java trying to watch the cutoff, but you have to find this kill. Atrium is just on an absolute rampage. 7 in a row, 18 objective score as we move across the map. Harassed is in a great position, finds himself 1, looks for 2, but it's Blue Moon also adding the multi-kills in towards the mix. But now you need to hop on top of A. You only have 9 seconds, and you need to secure a zone.
And you really need to try to deal with Brits, who's about to be on the flank, is not able to lock down the shots. Rush quick, will be stunned up. Gas mask will be good. Atrium is still on 8 straight, by the way. 30 and 16 for them. Offset gunfight is happening here. Atrium's going to lock down the heady. Sole player taking up progress over towards B. URNM Gaming Red were able to deal with the players that were looking over towards A, and now they're trying to reinforce B. And as a full-on flood comes right out of Checkers, that's going to be the last player needed to go down. Only 1 second was left on the clock. The entire map started out with Atrium going for 6, if not 7 straight, and it ended with them finding 10 straight. Austin, fantastic work from URNM Gaming Red on both defense and offense to be able to play these zones ever so wonderfully and being able to lock down the power positions that Moscow offers.
Unbelievable here from Atrium, just making sure that they don't have any room to come back in towards this game. And you think of control, and you think of just how important it is to be able to really find a tick of progress when you're making these offensive pushes happen, especially when you're attacking something like A off the start, which, you know, I am not opposed to by any means. I think it's always a great strategy to try and throw your opponents off and maybe attack the more difficult zone so you can make some progress happen. Because if you think about it logically, if you're able to secure that zone, it's going to be a lot easier to be able to secure an offense when you have a B zone that's pretty much in the middle of the map and is even on both sides, compared to a zone where you're looking to attack that is going to be much more favored for the defensive spawn, just due to how close they are towards that point coming out of their respawns here. So I like the attempt, but when you don't get that first tick of progress secured, you can just see how much it hurts them and how much time it really burns off the clock. Once again, coming back towards this time frame for as far as not being able to set up a whole lot of offensive pushes, and when just about 3 or 4 of them get shut down, that's kind of enough to be able to say, okay, you don't really have enough time to be able to secure the zone. It's desperation zone mode. You have to just throw your body on top of this control point and hope to be able to make some progress happen. So very great defense. Atrium controlling the middle of the map there from cutout, moving back towards the courtyard, just being able to influence it so much and really just playing some great defense, making sure things are getting locked down. And that's what you love to see from your assault rifle players.
Yeah, absolutely. And just think about just how far those rotations are too, just from Moscow control within its own self, as we then hop on board with another match on board here. I'm going to be recognizing a few different players that we have already casted over top of. Symbolic Gaming versus Zero Tolerance. Symbolic Gaming, players that we had cast over just last week, were able to make a pretty deep run inside the single elimination bracket. Gizmo and Joker definitely come to mind as far as a running duo and making their presence felt throughout the entire map. They seem to be in the search and destroy here. Well, already going in the way, at least for the first round for Symbolic Gaming, putting themselves in striking first.
And I did actually hear last week Symbolic Gaming were playing at least with 1 pickup on their core roster. Not sure if they have the full core roster now playing on the day, but they are obviously off to a much better start here, able to make it towards the round 3 matchups, I want to say now. They're already 1-0 up in the series, a chance to close things out on Armada Search and Destroy as they are able to steal away that first round here for themselves. So everyone contributing, as we will see now offensive push making its way right in towards B. All 4 players stacked here, and this is going to be quite the sight as you're challenging multiple members. Easy pick up for Sail Boats, but them up top will be able to at least find that trade on towards Boats here. Turns things into a 3v3 for the time being, as we'll see at least third person or free cam perspective of how everything is going down. We see the kills in the kill feed. It will now be a 1v2. Gizmo left all alone, able to find 1, but not going to matter as things will get tied up here at 1 apiece.
It's like the drop GoPro perspective, just immediately just fell on the floor and just watching the rest of it all unfold. So yeah, I mean, Armada Search and Destroy, just one of those maps again. It's just very hard to be able to work your way cleanly enough if you don't have the numbers inside of the main cabin, inside where the AS&D currently exists, or when you're working your way up towards B. want to make sure that you're at least finding first blood and keeping away with your life, if not trying to find the information to try to work on a collapse later on down the road. So back on the offense, we go for Symbolic, or from Zero Tolerance, excuse me. We're able to at least win out the previous round. That was on defense, and that's exactly what you want to do. Be able to find first blood, and then bait and switch and try to clear out from another angle, but Joker does find a trade. 2v3 we go.
2v3. Things tend to slow down in this situation, just trying to work for what could be one more pick. They know Joker is now positioned up top here. That's an aggressive challenge, and well, it actually ends up working out. So now Joker left all alone in the 1v3. Bomb going to be in hands of Mixer, waiting to see exactly what they're looking to do for as far as an approach on towards the bomb site. B looks to be the target. We'll now just check corners, little pre-fire, making sure they won't be taken by surprise. And Joker is going to be making his way all the way through A itself here. So not going to be in a position to stop this plant. Now we'll see if he can start to work through this 1v3.
It's all going to really come down to just the information that Joker can end up finding. 32 seconds left to play here. Sees and hears some nuisance going on the other side of this window. Well, now just try to hold these angles, so knows exactly what they have to go, and the angles that they have to potentially find as well. But, you know, as time ends up rolling down the clock, it's going to be Zero Tolerance that win that out. It's just such a tough spot to be in, truly. I mean, they're trying to play from kills. You're locked inside the control room, Austin, and although it's easy enough at the beginning of the round to be able to lock down kills, they're just bulldozing their way up the stairs or just locking things down the opposing side of that window. When you're the sole player that's remaining, it becomes a little bit more difficult. So in a one-round lead, we go here for Zero Tolerance. Back on the offense for Symbolic Gaming, who have been able to at least set up the pace and being able to dictate a lot of their search and destroy rounds, if I'm remembering this correctly, from last week, just by being the aggressor. And we saw a lot of success with that for our Armada search and destroy earlier on, and it looks like that's exactly what Symbolic are trying to do here.
They have position up top. No one here on defense, so absolutely. But there's a gunfight that I felt like Joker should have won, but not going to happen. It will be a quick trade. Boats with a kill. Now looking for a double up. Oh my God, a center here with another one. 6 and 2, 5 in a row. It will now turn into a 2v2, but the bomb has been dropped. So you now have to work your way back in towards this B hall to be able to grab this bomb. And you can see just a corner-to-corner setup right now. You have to be wary about the stairs because that is quite the heady. And I imagine they'll start to turn their attention over towards it once they don't see anyone peeking the windows here for a bit of time. But a lot of patience coming through in this 2v2. Gizmo and Sailboat will have a chance to try and retrieve this bomb. Now we'll see if they actually choose to come up to B or not.
Broken Glass is going to give away that a center is, in fact, up top. Bomb will be retrieved. Zero Tolerance on the defense are going to go ahead and just double on back. And this is exactly what you want to see from Search and Destroy. You got a handheld here. Handhold, rather. So that way you can try to play for the trade. Try to find some team shots along the way. As the bomb did work its way back over towards B, and it's going to get planted just in the nick of time. But I say that, but just before the plant goes through, player ends up going down. Oh, the discipline coming through from Zero Tolerance was absolutely amazing in that exact moment.
Yeah, and this is where things just go so wrong, right? Like, Joker doesn't find this kill, and even worse, I mean, able to get out without getting traded out here. As you see the second kill, Exogen just not able to get the shots in, so just a great follow-up, really. I mean, even if we do see that kill end up going through, the trade is definitely going to follow here. So using the numbers advantage, using the initial pick to their advantage here as they're able to lock things down defensively, and that's going to put them up by a couple. After dropping that first round, the adjustments have been now put in as they have taken 3 straight off the back end of the 6th spree. I'm sure is certainly helping, and I'm glad we're staying on board here because this could be a very likely chance we see a couple more kills come through. It is the early aggression once again in the B hall. Will be one out right now here for our offensive team as they have the chance to move in, but Boats this time finds the kill. Exogen with a triple on the flank. We'll be able to line them up one by one, and there is the response round you needed to put number 2 up on that board.
I wasn't fully watching who was the player that was supposed to be watching up these stairs. Exogen just finds the first, slides on through to line up the last 2. The MP5, Austin, I'm sure that you know, you run it more than anybody that I talk to. It's a very strong weapon. A very strong weapon indeed. And well, Exogen being able to at least stop the bleeding of the 6th spree that a center was previously on and making this a one-round affair. Back on the offense we go here for Symbolic Gaming. Looking to continue on with this momentum. They want to make this hard hit count. Exogen sidesteps a little bit too far to the left and takes down their own teammate.
Does manage to at least get out here, resets things, and it is still chaos all around this B bomb site. We'll be looking for any potential picks now moving up. It is a 2v3 situation. Vem has now fallen down, but it's Joker, Nexogen here left alive. Joker with the kill on the mixer, turns things into now even odds. 2v2, bomb is going to be planted over by B. Don't think anyone's in a position to stop this from going down, so it will be a successful plan. Trophies down, setup now going to be in effect. We'll see if they can lock things down as this retake is about to come through.
Hit off the stairs. It's going to be red. Exogen is going to eat a couple shots. And just a few. The regen's about to be coming on through, so playing this defensively is all the wiser. Semtex will end up going on in. He's going to actually find a tag. Not going to try to push on through. What an angle from Virgin. He's able to actually turn back around, and Vernage with 2. I'm sure that we'll probably see it from their perspective. What a fantastic play coming through from them at the end. And again, I mean, I almost thought, especially from that angle from the Semtex, was actually about to be the fly on in. But Vertage, watch it from their perspective again. This angle onto the first, and then the retrain back over towards Joker. I'm not too sure if that was fully communicated or not, but it was still nice nevertheless.
Yeah, it was a great read coming through. Just either way, able to grab the double up there, goes for the defuse, and it was almost a 2v3, almost played out in their favor here for Symbolic Gaming, but just can't bring that round home. That means that's going to separate them by a couple of rounds here as we see now the lead 4-2, 2 more to close this one out. Offense is definitely come through here successfully a couple rounds in a row here for the Zero Tolerance squad. They've been able to kind of find themselves a lot of opening picks that allow them to take control very early on. Their defense has also now started to pick up a bit, as it will be Vernage here with the kill onto Joker, and Vernage manages to escape with their life and enough to be able to play for a man advantage. And Vernage is actually going to come back up the ladder, wants to say, all right, I got the regen off, let's see exactly what else is happening up top. And well, while that happens, he's able to move through and finds himself another kill. So just making slight work of everyone. Vem with a kill onto Gizmo. This is going to turn things into a 1v4 situation for boats, and this is not a situation anyone wants to be in.
Vernage cleaning up the previous round, does not want to stop there. Just continues to fly on forward, and well, the last kill is going to happen off screen. 5-2 goes the score line in favor for Zero Tolerance, and although losing the hard point, definitely showcasing their ability to be able to play Armada Search and Destroy. And well, this is definitely a long-range shot that ended up coming through there at the end. So now Symbolic Gaming has to play crisp and utter perfect Search and Destroy to be able to close this out in 2. Up on map point is Zero Tolerance to then send it to a Moscow control if they do end up closing it out here in the way that a Center and Vernage have been playing, as well as Vem. You can only imagine that it might end up going their way, though we have seen some great magic happen from Symbolic. It just comes down to them being able to lock down these positions and being able to read where their opponents are coming from, though they are on the offense, and looks like they want to fly underneath and immediately try to work their way through. Although, with Gizmo going down, Exogen is about to plant the bomb up at B. And I'd be interested to see how Zero Tolerance go for the retake here.
Boats with a big kill. Joker follows it up, so now things looking a little bit more in their favor as it's now a 2v2. Vernage can't lock down the shots. Boats finds the kill, but there is a second for Boats. A very, very scrappy round of Search and Destroy. This one will go the way of Symbolic Gaming, at least in this round here. A chance to still bring things back, and you can see Boats play right here, just finding that first one top ladder, playing the life, able to now snap on the second, once again staying alive, finds the third to make sure things will not be locked down right here, and sending us to yet another round.
And again, I mean, flawless. That's how the Search and Destroy has to be played out for Symbolic, but able to work the trades and able to play the angles and watching each other's cross. Some core fundamentals of Search and Destroy being showcased here from Symbolic, at least in that previous round, but on the offense, they will fly. Zero Tolerance towards the main foyer here, and well, that's just unfortunate that Vem will take down Boats, but then will take them themselves down with a trophy system.
Very unfortunate. It's never a good feeling when you see that. Yeah, they certainly were. I mean, grabs the kill at least before it falls, and Mixer now does follow it up as well. So man advantage still in favor of Zero Tolerance in this 3v2 situation. It's up to Gizmo and Joker now. Last player's left alive, and Vernage has now been taken out of the mix, but we will see a 1v1. Gizmo versus the center here, trying to see who's going to be able to close this one out. You have to see a round win from Gizmo. He's 3-5, hasn't had the best search and destroy so far, but still room to be able to turn things around. And it all starts with round number 9. Shots come through, the aggressive challenge, and we'll see the confidence shine in that gunfight, as it will be zero tolerance grabbing this one. The aggressive challenge coming through with the MP5. Gizmo just not ready for it as he loses out on the 1v1.
Look, there was a lot of stones just being showcased in that exact last round from a center. They were brought down to 10 HP from Gizmo previously, and then they just slide across the windows. I mean, I would just be dead scared. I would have just cornered myself up, gone for the reload, and then ate a couple shots from behind at 115 HP, and then goes for the immediate challenge. I mean, that's just... You got some stones there, buddy, to be able to take that challenge. And you know what? I respect you for being able to do that. So that entire series wound up going towards a map number 3, Austin.
That's right. Looking very, very clean there, at least for map number 2. And well, looks like we're getting ready to jump over towards another lobby. Well, while we do that, just to let you guys know, of course, this is all presented by Totino's. We're going to be giving out 150 loot boxes. The first 150 people to actually do exclamation point giveaway in the chat is going to have a chance at being able to pull up that link. You just got to fill out that sheet and you have a chance at getting yourself a loot box. Sounds pretty easy to me, and well, it should sound pretty easy to you, so make sure you go and do that. And then you can see, of course, another command that we have in the chat. It's exclamation point power squad. That is going to be for the supreme loot box coming through here for you guys. Comes with a jacket and as well as everything else here that you can see in that picture on your screen. So lots to give away on the night, as well as lots of great Call of Duty being played, pretty much great all around the board here for you guys. And once again, all brought to you guys from Totino's here on the Esports Arena channel. And well, we got lots of Call of Duty that's come through here for you guys. We're pretty much all in towards round 3s. I think a lot of round 4 matches now coming through, which very likely might be our quarterfinal matches currently in effect and being played out here for us. So lots to be played, and curious to see exactly what our next match will be that we move over towards, because we've seen a lot of these teams, at least so far in the day, a lot of teams coming back from last week, and I mean, a lot of adjustments I think being made. The big one, I think, URNM Gaming Red, they're one of the squads that made the finals but fell a little bit short, but looked very strong in respawn. So one of those teams, I'm sure, very likely looking to make their way back towards the grand finals to get their revenge with a bit of a roster swap up. And then we have teams like Symbolic Gaming that are also moving towards their game 3 to see if they might have enough to be able to actually move forward and get themselves a shot at the grand finals as well.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the greatest parts about these free entry tournaments too, is you do see a lot of reprising names. You end up seeing a lot of new players as well, being able to show what they are truly made of as well. And I almost want to say that our previous winners, what was previously JC and the Goons, are currently playing under the Carnage banner as well. I saw that Benny was playing underneath that. So I'd be very interested to see how they're doing throughout the entirety of the day, and if they're making a deep run here again. That was the team that ended up beating URNM Gaming, what is URNM Red, for this week, but then fielding up 2 rosters. Definitely ups the ante to be able to put yourself in a spot to be able where you can walk away with a significant amount of money at the end of the day. Again, the prize pool, of course, everybody's playing for $1,000, be split between the top 3 teams, $600 for first, $300 for second, and then $100 for third. And it's all for a good cause. I mean, Cold War again coming out just about a week later. All teams are still learning. Who honestly knows, Austin? I mean, you and I are going to be keeping our close eyes on challengers. How many of these players are we going to be able to see through the challenger season? How many of them are still new up and coming, are turning 18 halfway through the season? Are we going to end up seeing create a name for themselves? It's a new game. It's a new year. And honestly, I'm all here for it.
All right. Yeah, like Challengers getting a big announcement coming through. I know a lot of these teams in these tournaments, like Symbolic Gaming for sure, I know is a squad that is definitely announced a Challengers roster here for 2021. So maybe even a lot of those players that we have on that team, or at least throughout these teams as a whole, is going to be looking to compete in that Challengers series coming up in December here for ourselves. So there's lots of competition. And this is really when we look at a weekend, you know, you're looking to try and make a dent in towards some of these tournaments. You're looking to try and collect some accolades so that you can look to try and gain some attention from some of these bigger organizations organizations in the scene that are looking to try and sponsor teams and send them to not only these tournaments, but of course challenger tournaments as well. So you're fighting for a lot very early on, and it's very easy to fall off, or it's very easy to shine, in the first couple of weeks. That's kind of how a lot of these amateur teams, determine what roster they're looking to go forward with. We know from last year, Andy, there was a lot of swap ups from, if not week to week, day to day, it felt like, right, with all the different changes coming through. But maybe looking to see as something that's going to be a lot more consistent through the year is definitely something I think that goes a longer way. And teams like Symbolic Gaming, NM Gaming, Red here with just one swap up from last week is teams that you have to keep your eye on here from week to week for as far as what they're going to be able to change, what they're going to be able to bring for as far as difference. But we are going to be moving towards our Moscow control. I have to assume it's going to be Symbolic Gaming here that we're staying on board with, and it looks like it will be. So this will determine who is going to be able to move on and who will be eliminated here from the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an action-packed one. Symbolic Gaming, they took the hard point, but we just saw Zero Tolerance take that search very convincingly.
Yeah, we sure did, and it was all off the back end of Vernage and Center just going absolutely off the rails, and was going to open up with nice 2 first picks in favor for Symbolic Gaming. It is their offense after all, and we're going to be ended up seeing what they can end up doing and looking to try to focus towards the B control site. And this is one of those high-risk plays. You can see Oxygen up on the north side of the map. It's going to now start to split the focus. After the communication comes through that Symbolic Gaming are seeing a lot of forces from Zero Tolerance down over by the B control site, they're then going to end up working up towards the A site, but then doubles on back to try to play through from the pinch. First tick of progress is already gained at B.
Gizmo here hopping on top for the second tick, and it looks like the second tick should be secured, and it is. So looking for now the third to grab that extra minute of time. One player in the middle of the map. Shots come through. Gizmo will be able to find Vernage here until a couple players are down. Oxygen also has the outer part of the street here, watching over everything, making it that much easier. Smokes go out to try and cut off that cross. Working in towards the back. Already Mixer here, but close gunfight for Oxygen looking for that kill. Will be able to find Mixer, so we'll be able to find one. Can he find two? It's his teammate. Perfect bait and switching coming through as it's a full-on flood from the back.
Oxygen almost able to line up a third there. Vernage will take them down, or that would have actually been the 6th. I'm sorry. I believe that was a straight up 5 spree off the first life from Oxygen. Wonderfully played from them. Again, just working out the pinch and then immediately working their way in towards the back. Boats is still back here, by the way, and Mixer's going to be able to realize this, that you are not one of my teammates, and I need to get you out of my spawn area. So thwarting the initial push off of A. 18 lives to the 11 respawns for Zero Tolerance. And a clear-cut lead, going to be able to play out their respawns soon to follow our Symbolic Gaming, and just trying to work their way through the center of the map. They're currently trying to funnel their way through the bank, and they're going to be looking for the pinch. Player number 6 is going to be the player to try to read this is a center. Player number 8 is here to help the cross.
A very important position to play, and I mean, he's got to now know that this hit is not coming through the front. They need to turn their attention towards the back. Meanwhile, Gizmo, Boats, Joker all winning it on some gunfights here. Vem now, last one really close towards the point that needs to try and play his life, and they will be able to deal with everyone. So another push will be shut down. Defense played very well around this A zone for us as the next push being ready to set up. Smokes are down, trophies are out. Gizmo, first one in. Them with one, looks for two, gets the help for the second, and it's going to be Joker with the trade. Joker now trying just to hop on this point, trying to make sure that they're able to stall this clock out, but just does not have any support. He's going to try and wait for that challenge there from L, and will be taken down from Gizmo. Vernage also able to try and move in here for what could be a potential kill, but Gizmo will wait, will run right into Vernage, and that will be another kill picked up. 18 seconds left, showing us once again how difficult offense can be. No matter how good of a start you had, the lives are low, but you have to touch this point, and Vernage is just there on a spree. 4 in a row to shut this one down, and with 5 seconds left, I don't think anyone will have a chance at being able to touch this zone. One last attempt will not be good, and we will see defense hold through here for Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, and I think you said it so wonderfully right there. Even with a great start that you saw from Symbolic Gaming, the life lead meant absolutely nothing. If you can't get a clean kill feed, I'm talking 3 if not 4, a clean kill feed, you're not making your way over towards A. And that initial pinch that Symbolic was trying to set up had to be the push. You gotta try to snowball from B to A, and you gotta work your way into the back line, if not sooner down the road. And it's easier said than done. We did see it happen earlier with URNM Red versus Java on control for this exact map. But again, it's very difficult when you're working over towards that A site, especially when you have Zero Tolerance covering their angles that we ended up seeing. So now we switch things over. We're looking at Zero Tolerance's offense, and it looks like they're all going to put a player down towards mid, one player inside the house, two players heading over towards the streets. B is the name of the game here, and Gizmo found first blood. Gizmo's going to find a second. Symbolic Gaming on their defense, setting up strong.
And now you have no middle map control. This is a great opening from Gizmo, finding 3 in a row, 9 and 5. And the positioning here just is such in favor of everyone right now in Symbolic Gaming. You have so many power positions, and you haven't exactly found any kills, I think, so far. Finally, the first one comes through. It's Mixer with a kill, and that is going to at least help, but you've already been about halfway through this control and you have no progress made on either point. You might feel obligated to make your way over towards A, but even that is being watched from the aggressive alley here from player number 4, that's Joker. So you're pretty much choked in towards the middle of the map, and finally that's a big kill onto Boats to try and take somebody off of Globe, but very well might just be picked right back up here from Gizmo. This has just pretty much been a flawless defensive side, and you can see now the desperation as they make their way over towards A.
11 and 6 for Boats, 10 and 9 for Vernage. Both players already breaking in towards the double-digit margin for their kills, and well, as the shift of focus starts coming over towards A, about to be a single tick of progress, but already down to 12 seconds, 18 to 15. It's starting to look like a defense for defensive map so far, and well, the center is just trying to keep the time paused here. They will hop on towards A. We'll end up accruing that first tick of progress. B, not necessarily the point that you want to be covering over here, Boats, but it's definitely a good scholars try to be able to read potentially if it was going to be a bait and switch for the hits. Definitely a lot of teams end up doing that, and as the clean kill feed comes all the way through, 1.5 seconds is left on the clock, and Zero Tolerance just barely get to be in time.
They get there, yeah, in the nick of time here. It's just a matter of can they stay on the point. Gizmo cutting the middle of the map now, and you can just see all the red arrows throwing their bodies on the point. They have to make sure a second and a half doesn't go by, but also need to secure the time. And, well, Gizmo makes sure none of that happens as the two-piece is going to be good. So far, both teams going to collect their defensive win here. And we'll see as we head in towards this final play of the game right now, or at least of this round. You see just exactly the effect Gizmo had right off the start, and I mean, you just had such a tough start towards the control. When you have these tough starts here, Proper, it just feels so difficult to get your feet underneath yourself, and you're like, damn, we've already lost half of the time in the round and we still have no progress made.
Yeah, and it's like you said in the beginning of that too. There were all the middle map control that Zero Tolerance was trying to set up for their offense, which is yoinked away from them. Just a rug yoinked clean underneath their feet. They had no middle map control, and what is Symbolic Gaming doing with that position, knowing that they could reinforce the defensive points that much faster? They just pushed all the way through their spawn. Now 12 and 7 for Gizmo. Boats is at 15 and 8, by the way. Had themselves quite the previous round on defense. Now we're going to see if Symbolic Gaming can try to close out an offensive round. They're actually playing pretty slow over towards the B site, and this is wise. Boats finds an opening pick with via Semtex onto Vernage, and then Gizmo, Exogen, that's a clean kill feed. Push over towards B.
This is really the start they had last time. It's just a matter of can they actually work their way over towards A, assuming they can secure these points. And Gizmo looks like that might just be a right assumption right now. Exogen also wins a kill on Ben, so this is going to make a little bit of space happen. Gizmo, another kill here. 5 spree. I don't know how many sprees we've seen so far, but it's definitely been a lot of hot starts off the start of these rounds right now. 14 and 7. Boats, though, actually ahead of them, 17 and 8. So everyone's slaying out right now on the Symbolic Gaming roster. They put an extra minute up, and you have now 2 minutes to be able to try and work away, chip away at what is a nice life lead here for yourself, as well as work towards some progress at A. If there was a time to do it, it feels like this would be the offensive side to be able to get it done.
Austin, there is a 9 life lead here, brother. Symbolic Gaming, now a 10, now an 11. So they are definitely making their presence felt. But again, they try to push over towards the pinch. Now it's just Boats that's left alive over here. And you can tell that Zero Tolerance knows that they are located over on this side of the map. Isolated 1v1. Boats is able to take down Vernage, so still able to hold down this position. This is going to make the front push down the stairs all the more doable as they are continuously pulling back members. Now Mixer is going to get cut down by Gizmo on the front side of the point. Gizmo worked themselves around. Now a double-edged pinch is actually happening and developing. This could end up being the go time now for Symbolic Gaming, who have very close spawns to work their way over here. Keep in mind, Boats is still on the pinch back here, will finally go down as well as Gizmo. So just when it was all just about to get a little bit too out of hand for Zero Tolerance, they are able to get Symbolic Gaming off the flank and off the site. But look at the life lead, Austin. Still 10 lives in the respawns in favor for Symbolic.
Yeah, they are absolutely in the driver's seat here. It's just a matter of how much of this time they contest, because this very well could come down to game clock here for ourselves. And I mean, Gizmo has been great at chipping away at the life lead, it seems like, himself single-handedly. Once again, this is a spot where he might have to play for kills rather than the objective, but you also want to try and stop that clock. There is a pretty strong setup. You have to try and break through. That's the first kill that goes through on the boats. A second now on the Joker. That life lead might not matter as much as it did just about 30 seconds previously. Exogen here tries to make the desperation play, hits the pinch, finds the player watching it. Now looks to double up with Gizmo, looks for the trade, can't get there in time. Aggressive challenge. Burnage will fall down now, as it's going to be all the players moving across the map, but you have to throw somebody on top of this point. The life lead is no longer a factor. The time really is. 13 seconds left. Gizmo moves in, looks for the shots, can't bring it home as he will be taken down. Exogen with the smoke and a trophy over the top, looks to make his way in, but has a couple players to try and battle through, looks to snap on one, does manage to at least stall the clock out, but time is a factor and they can't stall out any longer. Once again, defense holding strong.
Oh man, Austin, I tell you what, the previous offense for Symbolic was shut down in about 1:30. This one was just under 2 minutes. Oh, saved by the nick of their hair on their chinny chin chins. I swear, Zero Tolerance, you gotta be counting their blessings here on their defensive sides, because that life lead was really getting out of hand, but still coming down to the game clock. 21-11 for Gizmo, 22-13 for Boats, 19-16 for Exogen. I mean, when it comes down to it, yeah, that's just defensive heavy. It really is. It's really tough to try to break on through, and it's all off the initial snowball. You gotta think that if a player was looking over towards the bookstore there for Symbolic Gaming, they might be able to push all the way through from the pinch of Boats on the end, but we're gonna have to see how it all unfolds. Now it's back for Zero Tolerance on their offense. Can they close it out here? If they close it out on this offense, they will win this series. Symbolic Gaming really want to win out this defense to send it to a final round. And just look at Exogen fly. Immediately able to thwart out inside of the house. They did this in their previous defense. They found a handful of kills, and they're pushing all the way into the spawn.
They're great at getting control and being able to push out their advantages. I mean, you're just seeing how deep they are in towards their spawns right now. They're literally at their spawn building, and they are struggling to get out of it. I mean, there's about 35 seconds left. They haven't even touched the point once. It feels like maybe this is going to be a desperation push now over towards A, just to stall the clock, because they haven't been able to break through the B setup. But Joker now is going to be wise to pick this up. Looks for 2. Vernage will be able to at least collect that kill, but now yet another pinch here from Boats. Will find himself 1. Vem with a quick trade, maybe making their way over towards B. Exogen is holding on to this while watching the middle of the map, but A now finally will at least be touched to stop the clock. You only have 17 seconds left. Gizmo is going to try and clear out B to make sure that nothing is going to be able to shift over towards this side of the map, relying on his teammates maybe to try and lock down A, but this is looking to be like it should just be another defensive win. It's been a lot more convincing, at least from the side of Symbolic Gaming. There will be a touch on B. We'll see them at least start to get some progress made, but they are just ever so down in lives.
Yeah, just double the amount of lives. Just, you know, just a little presence as far as the respawns remaining for Symbolic Gaming over Zero Tolerance in this current juncture of time. And yeah, I would agree that the defense has been a little bit more devastating from the side of Symbolic, at least not giving over a single control point so far, where Zero Tolerance have been running it down the game clock over on their second control point. But second tick of progress is actually going to come through on the B for Zero Tolerance, and well, now Gizmo is going to try to work the flank, and this could end up being their time to really try to push all the way through inside of B. They are going to be able to clear off the site. Now down to 10 seconds. Player up on top of the plateau of checkers. Gizmo's going to get absolutely smoked by Vem over top of the trash can. Vem's going to be able to put themselves on the point just for a little bit of time before Boats takes them down. Trades coming on through. Now it's up to the center to be able to keep their life. Reinforcements are here.
Reinforcements are here in 2.9 seconds on the clock. That might just be a minute, 2 seconds, and it is. So they will push things to another zone, but there is no respawns left. And you can see it. Mixer now, last one. It is a 1v16 technically, since all 4 players are up on the map, and they have an extra 12 lives to be able to use here. So that should do it, and it will. But here's the problem. defense has won every single side here for us, Andy. I mean, it's definitely been more one-sided than not in this control when we're talking about both of these teams on defense. We've seen Symbolic Gaming control a lot more, but they unfortunately did not start on defense first. It means that they are not going to have defense next. So they have to do something different here for ourselves. Now, the only time I've ever seen the A zone go over successfully is when it's been stacked by multiple members. And that usually comes off the back end of what is 3 or 4 players down. That's the only way I see it happening. You have to stack the zone and you have to grab this B zone as fast as possible.
We'll have to see if Zero Tolerance are going to be able to do just that. It's a all forward split for Symbolic Gaming. Just trying to read where the initial hit's going to come through. You do have a center playing inside the top plateau of Checkers, but I mean, Boats just pushes all the way through the streets, is able to smoke too. Gizmo's right there, and well, keep your eye on Exogen. Look where they're headed. They are just flying on in towards the enemy territory, able to combine for a handful of more kills. 25 to 21 already. Not the kill feed that you were looking for, Zero Tolerance, in this final round.
Gizmo here with a kill up top. We'll be able to find Vem looking for 2, and I mean 45 seconds already off the clock. Now only have 40 seconds to work with. Boats is still applying pressure here from the street, not allowing anyone to get closer and closer to this B zone. That will be picked up now from Gizmo and gets help from Joker as they're able to double team the street. Great teamwork now currently in effect. You might have one good push here, and that push over towards A will actually be watched here from player number 3. Exogen watching the overextension play. Gizmo now looking to pick things up as this is a chance to be able to shut it all down right here, right now. One player has a chance to slip over towards A. That is going to be Vem, so he has a chance to stall the clock, and he should be able to at least for a second, but all alone here is not going to be great. Actually using the QBZ-83 right now, as I was wondering what weapon it is, but smoke is down, trying to stall out. You are almost just hoping for a prayer at this point in time. Joker now will be able to move in, just sitting on top of the other side of the fountain. There is the cleanup. No one's over by B. The push was made by A, and they can't support. They can't get here. So we will see a win. Symbolic Gaming able to close this one out here 3-2. Definitely went down to the wire, but every single team that held defense was able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they sure were. And again, a little bit more of a definitive defense coming out from Symbolic Gaming comparatively to Zero Tolerance. Symbolic Gaming, again, just thwarting the B push right off the rip against Zero Tolerance, where Zero Tolerance did get shrugged off, and they were able to win out from game clock. They were almost losing those defensive rounds due to lives, but were still able to scrape by due to the time just being dwindled on down, just narrowly getting by with their lives. So now with Symbolic Gaming being able to take down Zero Tolerance, they're actually going to go forward in towards quarterfinals, where they're going to be facing off against URNM Gaming Black.
Big matchup here. Both URNM Gaming squads not going to be easy to take down, but definitely going to be looking forward to them as they get deeper and deeper in towards the bracket. But like Andy just said, we got quarterfinals coming up for you guys very, very shortly. The competition has been close through just about every series we've watched. A lot of game 3s, a lot of round 11s, and well, even some 249 to 250 hard points. So we know there's a lot more left in these guys. We'll see exactly what they can bring to the table. We're going to throw things to a short little break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here. Of course, all presented by Totino's here on the Esports Arena channel. It's myself, Visions, joined with Proper. We've had ourselves quite a few intense matches, whether it's been Search and Destroys or Hardpoints, a lot of nail-biter ones for sure, but we're now pretty much in towards our quarterfinal matches, so things are going to get a lot more intense coming through with a lot of this stacked competition for us.
Yeah, who would honestly think that we started off the entire broadcast with a single point difference in between two teams for hardpoint, and then we go defense for defense before we sign off for that extended break on control. So yeah, as brackets typically end up going, and as we go in towards quarterfinals, then absolutely I am all here for it. Give me closer hardpoints, give me neck and neck search and destroys. I want to see round 11s. I want to see all of the close rounds for control soon to follow.
That's right. I'm definitely pumped to see exactly what match we're going to be heading into here for ourselves. But at the very least, if you have not had a chance to watch exactly everything that has happened, well, that's fine. But I also got a big update for you guys because we're giving away a lot of stuff on the day. Not only is it just high caliber Call of Duty here with some potential challengers players for 2021, but we're also going to be giving away 150 Totino's loot boxes here for you guys. And well, for everyone that is currently wondering how exactly you acquire one, make sure you do !giveaway down in towards the chat. It will pop a command for you so that it will pull up a link and you just have to fill that out there for yourself. Or you could also do !Power Squad and you will have a chance at being able to grab yourself the premier loot box here for yourself, for as far as a jacket that comes with it. Got some dog tags. I think there's some double XP also going to be added in towards that loot box as well for you. So a lot of things that can come away with for yourself, and all you have to do, I do believe, is just pull up that link and retweet that tweet from Esports Arena, and you have a chance at being able to grab yourself lots of loot here on the night, as well as watch some fantastic Call of Duty going down in the brand new game. We're only about 8 days in towards Cold War, and a lot of these teams already have put in the time. That is definitely showed in today. I think just from watching last week here for ourselves proper compared to this week, we can see teams are definitely a lot more familiar with the maps that we're playing on, with the game modes as well. So I'm sure everything is definitely settling a lot nicer for them this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the grind for camos also has a nice little side of what you're able to learn a lot of the maps too. Whether you are playing a lot of zombies or you're playing a lot of multiplayer, you're going to learn these maps like the back of your hand. And that definitely comes into play for free entry tournaments like this one here today. So, I mean, definitely want to, you know, grab your Totino's pizza rolls. You want to sit there, put on your slippers if you're Austin, and then you want to be able to sit here and enjoy some Call of Duty while also trying to earn yourself some free loot boxes as well, as we hop in here with URNM Gaming Black versus Symbolic Gaming. Austin, it's Miami.
That's right, baby. My favorite map. Let's go. We're about in towards the meta of really what we like to see, and really this map is one that's interesting. I feel like it's very difficult to push over beside A. B is definitely going to be the bomb site we see a lot of attacks at, and so far this has been pretty much all one-sided. Harassed going to be able to grab that third last player, last one being left alive, Sporadic up top, and he will grab one top purple as he comes down in towards Piano. But this is going to be very difficult for as far as what you're going to be able to do. So many angles to watch. The map is so incredibly massive, so rotations aren't exactly a factor. Almost need to hope they're pretty much gifted into your arms for as far as finding these kills. And yeah, Miami, a map that I think is going to be interesting to see exactly how it develops throughout this year for us proper.
A lot of nooks and crannies, Austin. A lot of nooks and crannies. A lot of long lines of sight. And, I mean, you just got to think that when you're the offensive team, just either how fast you either got to try to fly over towards the B, or how slow and methodical you're going to try to work the beaches, though easier said than done when you do have the high ground for the visitor center. Looking over towards A. B side definitely being a little bit more doable as it's closer to your spawn. Over by the parking garage, it looks to be where No Thumbs or URNM Gaming rather are trying to put themselves towards. And so far, it's going to end up just playing out the information game. But again, you only start with 1:30 per round, so it's a little bit tough to say that you can fish for information for such a long time.
Harass is fishing for some of that information you're talking about here, trying to make his way towards the bomb, but he did not check the steps. He was able to grab himself a kill, but Bird actually ends up moving through with a double. Gets full control of Piano and top purple here for himself, and this is definitely going to set up for what could be a potential bomb plant. It's going to be up to Ace and Sporadic. Ace does find Grits, and now evens the odds at 2 on each team. Atrium pushes up the middle of the map. Bert is also going to be with him now as they're going to be trying to get themselves inside of this B site, but Sporadic with another kill here. This might just be a 2v3 turnaround. A challenge from the stairs. Bert's going to take that one, grabs the bomb, 15 seconds left, needs to drop it, and he should be able to get this down.
We'll do just that. Now Ace rather, just trying to hit it from the side. Bert's gonna eat a couple shots, just trying to play this laundry van as best they possibly can. Hops up top, but Ace is gonna be able to come out on top of that engagement. Just playing for the post-plant situation, all the wiser was Ace to be able to win out the 1v1 in the opening shots. Well, they definitely didn't hurt there at the end. Well, they definitely hurt Bert as it may be, but still able to even things up one apiece.
One apiece, and it was looking great. Bert grabs this opening couple of kills here. This creates the 2v3 advantage, and you think they'd be able to maybe get the bomb down a little bit quicker, but we see a kill that ends up coming through. I believe it was from Sporadic, evens the odds, and then when they make that push happen, it's then even, and they can't get the effective trades in. So first round will be successful so far coming through here for our squad in blue, and now we'll see exactly if they can grab themselves the very first offense of the game. It's going to be a lot of B hits. I'm surprised we haven't seen as many sniper rifles, here in towards the mix. That's something that can definitely be very optimal on a map like Miami. We have a lot of long lines of sight from the beach side in the middle of the map, but it's been all just aggressive rushes inside of Piano, and Tito here outside of the garage is looking to try and find an opening. It's going to be Ace that he might have to try to battle through, but it's Harass that will actually find him for first blood.
3v4 we go. The offense down in numbers, but you can see it's relatively even over top of the site. Atrium, all the wiser, is going to go towards the middle of the map. Is going to try to read for a potential exit. First one to exit would end up being Hex, but Tito is able to find one that's on top of the site. Harass is then finding their own trades. Hex from up top, right over by Laundry, is then going to get annihilated off of that wall. And well, now it just comes down to Sporadic versus Atrium and Grits. Nice long-range shots, actually, to take down Grits, and well, is now just potentially looking to retrieve this bomb, but you can see where player 5 in Atrium is currently located at. It's just hovering right over top of the bomb, right upstairs in Laundry. I don't necessarily think that this could end up being the push all the way through. I want to say that Atrium actually didn't get information that the bomb was down on the ground there, so it's going to give Sporadic the opportunity just to get a plant.
This could be a 1v3, and what a 1v3 it would be on Miami. The first offense could be secured. Sporadic looking for the clutch. Finds Atrium. Shots will land. Can't finish off the kill. The trophy systems will eat the Semtex, so he's not able to get it off, and Atrium has a sub, so he needs to bring this to a close quarter gunfight, and you can see the alternative route now through the middle of the map, trying to make sure this is not a 1v3 clutch, but 20 seconds left. Time is ticking away. Sporadic now decides to make the run towards the bomb. We'll check it, but Atrium will grab the timing. Sporadic with a chance at a 1v3, but got a bit paranoid on the bomb, made sure it wasn't being defused, and Atrium finds the angle, finds the kill, and will secure the third round.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot if you are Sporadic in that moment in time as well, and just be able to put yourself in a post-plant situation. Do you put yourself up on the high ground where the bar is located at the top of the stairs where the bomb was previously dropped, or do you put yourself coy behind the van inside of the parking garage? I would probably end up going with the latter, considering that was the rotation that they saw Atrium starting to rotate out. Unless they ended up doubling back, at least you were going to be able to catch them by surprise and at least playing the clock by checking the bomb soon later. But all live and learn. You know, again, the game is only just barely over a week old, so we'll see how it develops and how these teams adapt, as you are in Gaming Red are currently up in a single round. And well, here comes the boomstick. Pellington, 7:03 in play. End up seeing if they can catch any players off guard. There's 2 players over at A defensively, where the rest of URNM Red are heading over towards B.
Those are a couple of great opening kills here. This is also going to be Ace who falls down, and the B bomb site is completely open. I mean, you have one left alive. Sporadic might just look to jump outside the map here, it would appear. I mean, you have to try and clutch a 1v4, and you can just see them having fun with each other right now. Even a little team kill there in the end, but not going to matter. Trapped in, another round picked up. I talked about seeing the sniper coming into play. Finally, we get it here, and we'll get another look at this long-range shot onto Ace up top. It goes for the aggressive challenge. I mean, we saw Atrium take the first initial shot, so you know there's a sniper on the map, so that is just not a very intelligent challenge to take through when you got such a long-range sniper in play that's going to find that kill so easy.
And again, it's just one of those things, too. Sniping and search and destroy, if you're not going to pull it out at the beginning, see if you find value in the middle of the rounds and then just try to enforce that lane all the way through and always keep your enemy guessing. It's just actually it's just a smart fundamental play from sniping across long range maps. Days upon end. So now as the offense switches back over, no thumbs, and like Austin said, expect a lot of B hits considering how this map is played out. Hex opens things up by finding 2 kills, and well, it's going to be able to open up the B side ever so wonderfully, but Bert's here is going to be able to find a trade. Bomb still going to be planted, though.
Bert makes things clutchable. 2v3, both going to be approaching from their side of the map. Ace with the little stun check gets info on Bert, waiting for that challenge to come through as the trophy actually comes flying over the wall. Bert does as well, and well, Ace will find that kill with ease. Last one left alive, Atrium in the back. I think Tito does get information on him. We'll just play his life, waits prone, and Atrium actually does find Ace, and you can just see Tito just finessing here around the cover everywhere he goes. We'll find the first shot, and we'll take that gunfight home. So we'll see an offensive round at least come through here off the back end of what was a couple of big initial kills. And I think this purple control, this piano control that's been coming through here, offense after offense, is really what's been setting the pace moving into the site.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, if you're able to fly in there offensively and being able to find yourself a handful of kills and then you immediately get an early plant, you're finding yourself in power positions. I mean, the trophy system did give Bert away, but it was really tough even after the stun check to try to fly back over the wall. Didn't have time to play with, and you're absolutely right. Top purple control is where you want to end up being. You're going to have to see what URNM Gaming Red are going to be able to do here. Player number 5, Atrium, is going to be looking through the middle of the map. Again, the rest of the team for URNM Gaming Red are going to be looking for B control. One player all the way in the back, that's going to be Ace. Very interested to wonder if they end up having a sniper rifle in their arms or if they're just playing with an AR while Sporadic is comfortably holding over by A.
Rask slowly but surely checking every corner to make sure they're able to push out. The bomb is here, and we're already about 40 seconds in towards the round, so you're kind of going to have to make a push happen by B unless something significantly opens up here and you find Sporadic over at A. You could maybe make the assumption that no one else is defending it, but this is definitely a slow play. Atrium is actually inching himself over towards the B side here, so there isn't really a clear-cut strategy on where they're looking to go. The bomb's still maintaining pressure just outside of B, and now it looks like Bert's going to be the one to maybe make a play, find the opening, finds Hex on the cross. Sporadic does find Atrium, so maybe a bait over towards A, but I mean, the bomb is moving through the middle of the map. This is a last second rotation, 20 seconds left. You need 5 seconds to try and plant that bomb. Tito able to win out on a gunfight here as everything's going down, and well, that last second rotation is not going to work out, and now we got ourselves a tied game here at 3-3.
Yeah, we sure do. Bottom restaurant is where Bert's going to be able to find a lot of value, but once the communication came on through that the bomb and all players were rotating through the middle of the streets, I mean, top visitor center control. Expect a lot of that if you ever see Miami control. Expect a lot of it if any A hits ever try to come on through from Miami search and destroy. That building is an absolute nuisance for the team that's trying to take over that side of the map, and you got to see it right then and there. Don't exactly get over towards that AS&D site for free unless you have a sniper looking at that specific window. It's now going over towards No Thumbs and their offense, looking to take the lead in this search and destroy. Sporadic does find first blood, but it's Harass that finds a trade. 3v3 go.
Hex looking to hit this back out. This is where he's definitely shined with that submachine gun. Will find Harass down low. He's a finish off the kill, and he does it. Grits moves in, saves his teammate's life. Harass will grab the last one. That is a feels bad right there, Andy, where you can't move your analog stick any lower or your mouse, whatever it is you're using, and that player is just trapped in the corner, manages to survive.
You just see from Grits' perspective, just oh man, he's just trying to shoot down in the corner. Almost think that you should have dropped down there instead, but oh man, that is yeah, that's a gunfight you're gonna probably wish that you had back there. You were the Gaming Red are now in the lead. Bird up at 8-5, 6-5 for Harass, 7-5 for Sporadic. Now back to Atrium here with the Pellington. Gonna be looking for the first opening pick. We have it from the X-Ray, just a little bit more timing. Just a little bit of the gifting of the COD timing gods might have ended up seeing Sporadic try to cross on over, but Atrium's gonna end up pushing the aggression. It's not gonna work their way over here. As the rest of the team, again, for URNM Gaming Red, are just going to work their way over towards B. I like this play coming out from Atrium. Try to make some noise. Maybe they can shoot a shot over towards Sporadic and keep them guessing. But there's a lot of noise being made over here by Red over in top purple.
Krast actually able to just get himself in a nice prone position, waiting for what could be a potential aggressive challenge. Hex is waiting close right here, and is he going to sniff it out? Yeah, oh my god, harassed with the play with the AK up close, brings home first blood. 4v3, as it might just be another rotation. I mean, you can see it. Atrium's been pretty much clearing out the site here over towards the right. He does encounter one, and it looks like now everyone is going to be wise about really where the play is about to unfold. Ace will get cut down on the cross, however. Burt now in an excellent position to be able to really set the tone, and with Sporadic falling up top to the sniper from Atrium, you are just going to be caught here. Tito does manage to grab himself a kill onto Grits, but you got to move across the map, and you only got a submachine gun.
Easier things have been stated to be done. Atrium still alive, has the boomstick in play. Nobody in top visitor center. Harass is going to get the information. Tito's going to let some shots fly. And well, you can see all the red arrows just converging on poor Tito. And now putting themselves up on map point, or you aren't in gaining red. And again, this was all just really well done. You make some noise over by A. It ends up turning in towards a pick. And then all the rest of the members are able to find a pick or two. So the rest of the members just rotate over towards A. They get control of that entire area. You know, it'd be a little bit of nitpicky. I would have loved to see a player get up in top visitor center to really control that entire middle of the map, potentially the one with the boomstick, looking specifically at you, Atrium. But still, nevertheless, it was well done for URM gaining red. Now, no thumbs. Having to win the next 3 rounds in sequence to take the map. 2 rounds to at least send it towards a map 11. They're going to have to start out here on offense. Sporadic with the bomb being carried. It's going to be a 4-player hit over towards A. The only player over here is Atrium, and I truly wonder whether or not they do have that boomstick still left in their hands.
I love this strategy right now. This is the prone strategy, so they don't see you crossing towards the little house here, and they're going to be able to actually inch across here towards the boat as well. There is one player watching this, and I mean, all 3 players at B are like, all right, we're not hearing anything, we're not seeing anything. This might just be a push over towards A, and well, now they know for sure, as Ace is able to land some shots, but can't finish off the kill. The problem here is going to really be the time. You have 35 seconds left. You have the bomb close to A, but can you really drop the bomb? And really, it's looking like that answer is going to be no. They have to open up with a pick, and someone's going to have to make a move. I mean, Sporadic isn't the one that needs to make this move. His teammates are all way far behind, and I mean, they're just hoping and praying that Sporadic's going to be able to run to the bomb and get this bomb off, and I'm actually surprised that he's going to be able to do it. Everyone plays passively, and there is no punish. Bomb goes down. Sporadic will fall, but now we'll see if they can defend in a 3v4.
Trades coming through after Harass does take down the bomb planter. Bert's the only one to fall so far for URM Gaming Red. Harass showing up again. That's 7 straight for them, by the way, at 11-5. Atrium will just hop on the bomb. Grits will take down Hex, the last remaining player for no thumbs, and UR Gaming Red, although hopping off the bomb ever so slightly just to take down his teammate. Just say, hey, you did a great job there, and I'll let you know with a few bullets. We're going to take the map. UR Gaming Red able to take Miami Search and Destroy.
They will grab this, and I mean, this is that was just a really interesting hit, I think, coming into the end. Like, I mean, if you couldn't tell by the tone of my voice, that was not how you want to set up an offensive push when you're attacking the A bomb site. You can just see where everyone's positioned back here. Like, if the bomb player were to go down, Ace then has to just sprint to the bomb and hope he can get the plan off. I mean, there's just so many ways I think that play ends up going wrong, and the fact that no one looks to make the aggressive play to make their way in towards the visitor's house, or at least position in a better spot where you can play off of effective trade, is something that was probably not planned. I think it was just a last-second decision of, hey, we're not getting any success happening at B. Let's try to work something at A, and there was really no set plan on how they were going to do that step by step. We saw that, of course, happen when they were unable to really open up with any picks, or at least find some routes to be able to get in. So 6-3 is going to be the closeout. Miami Search and Destroy held out, I think, pretty well for a lot of those defensive rounds, in particular for our squad, and they're going to be able to come away with the win.
Yeah, I mean, just Miami Search and Destroy is just a map mode combo. I'm sure that we probably won't see too much up at the professional level. I can only imagine that it will be not only hard vetoed, or just G8 in general between the teams that are playing. If you're looking at NA challengers, they typically love to do those very interesting things. But still, when it comes down to just the A hit, you were calling it wonderfully. And we are getting confirmation that URN and Gaming Red did in fact take the hard point, so they will be the winner of that series, sending no thumbs home. But with still being said, just about Miami Search and Destroy in a nutshell, that if you're trying to go for that A hit as a whole, if you're hitting it fast, or I guess faster, you do have to go for that prone play around the tiki bar on the outside, so that way you can try to work your way comfortably over towards the visitor center with ARs or SMGs as it may be. You almost really want to hold your own sniper, Pellington, LW3, so that way you can lock down that long line of sight, if not to watch the cross through the middle of the streets from the players that are rotating over towards Piano. So I would definitely love to see a little bit more Miami Search and Destroy. I wouldn't necessarily love to be the players playing it, but would still love to see a little bit more of it to see how the players are going to crack on through. And my wish is my command. 3-1 URNM Gaming Black over Symbolic Gaming here on Miami Search and Destroy.
You're definitely in the driver's seat for sure. And you can see them inching in towards the B bomb site. It is a strong defensive setup, though. They're going to have to try and break through, and that just got that much harder. Your bomb carrier just fell. I think that might have been way of Sniper. It was a headshot onto Sleepy, so not totally sure. But we can see at least player number 3 right now. That's Orb. Typically the air player from what we've seen at least so far in the day. 7-2 for him, and he's actually going to be able to maybe find a flank here through A, as the bomb has to be retrieved. So once you get in a spot where you're in a time crunch, and well, there is the sniper there from both, so he is using it. He finds a quick scope onto Orb. Last player will go down, and that is just going to be everyone really playing flawlessly. I don't think anyone dropped here on the defensive side. The sniper play finding some value. Boats, even with a very aggressive peek here, he's able to find the angle for that first blood.
Very good angles being held here for Boats as they put themselves up at 5-3. Can only imagine that all of those kills are over by way of Boomstick. Orb, I saw that AK-47. I'm pretty sure that was a long-range ACOG scope, and I was browsing through the TL the other day, Austin, and I saw a lot of people actually gassing up the ACOG scopes on the assault rifles, and I always think about just Jordan General on Black Ops 4 and their time with the ACOG scope on the ICR, and I can only imagine on maps like Miami how much value an ACOG scope on an assault rifle would actually be able to find. It would probably bounce beyond all get out, but on the Krager, the XM4, I mean, even if the attachments are right on the AK-47, I can only imagine the long-range beams he would be able to find. On the offense we go, however, for Symbolic Gaming, looking for that aggressive B push, although still fishing for information mid-map. You got player number 5 in Boats. I can only imagine with the sniper in top window, just going to be looking for a little bit of information on that balcony side. They believe are trading shots over with Orb, but are now going to be dissuaded from that balcony position and just go over towards the Tiki Bar.
Nismo's waiting so patiently. He's about to find himself a challenge, and there is the challenge. There's the second, though, and I don't think that was anticipated. So we'll see a trade as it's going to now turn things into a 2v3. Offense now in control, but 18 seconds left. That's not going to be a whole lot to work with. Emir actually in a spot where he might be able to stop this bomb from being planted. It's going to be Exogen up top here. Orb also going to be able to get in towards the mix, trying to see exactly what the plan will be. Bomb will go down. Mir gonna try to reposition now. Hops back over the wall. Gonna find both players. First one's good. Moves in. Able to duck and dive. Slide around for the second. Goes for the reload. It's so intense. Jumps up.
Oh, man.
She'll go down. I thought that was looking like a 1v2. It was not. Boat says no and denies it.
Yeah, it was very wise not to be able to go full aggro mode once they only had 4 bullets inside the magazine on the other side of the laundry van and try to play for the high ground, but ended up giving the opening position, lost the first bullet, was unable to train all the way through the aim, and oh man, I'm not gonna lie, I was right there with you, Austin. I was expecting that to actually go in the way for Boat, but it's not able to do it, unfortunately, or I'm sorry, for URN Gaming Black to be able to close that one out as Boat. I won 3 straight for them. Back on the offense we go for URN Gaming Black here. That was a very interesting round, how it all played out, just from the positioning alone from Symbolic Gaming. Off of the flood came through. I mean, Nismo was able to find first blood, a quick trade, but now it's going to be a hard and heavy hit over towards the A site. Player number 6 is the one over here. It's going to be Gizmo. I wonder if they're the one that's carrying the scope this time around, or just with an AR in general. Might not have been able to read the information that 3 players are over here. Player number 2 in Mir is playing a very pivotal role in this A side hit, is looking to cause a ruckus over towards B, but I don't think much information was given over towards Symbolic Gaming as to what site is truly being hit at this point.
Mir here, I mean, yeah, they're just not going to assume, I think it's A, until really all those players start maybe taking shots, but finally Mirror does get taken down, and not a whole lot of progress has been made here. They haven't exactly found themselves a pick, but that was almost the pick they needed. Gizmo will shut down Orb. Now a 1v4 situation. Bomb is down. This very well should be a defensive win here, as Nismo is not even really looking to make a play. He's tracking boats up top, and even with the MP5, that is going to be very hard shots to take. So this will be a defensive win as that final kill does come through. Everyone will be able to suffocate the members there, and really just not over-rotating, I think, and just being able to just send 2 and 2 was an excellent call here defensively.
Oh, it absolutely was. So, I mean, this started off as a 1-3 defense, but once the initial flood and, well, not all of the bombardment of lethal and tacticals came through from the top purple bar that connects to Piano Austin, they immediately knew that something was up, so they sent another player defensively to go help over towards A, or watch the cross from mid. It's definitely the right play. Definitely a nice bunch of individuals on the side for Symbolic Gaming. 7-4 for Jokers, 7-3 for Boats, having themselves a whale of a time. Orb is over there at 7-5. And, well, we're going to be looking at just clear-cut bloodbath inside of the piano room. Sleepy's going to slide on in after Nismo found first blood. 3 down already for Symbolic Gaming. And, well, you might as well cut the map in half, says URNM Gaming Black, as they just get all 4 kills very quickly.
Very quickly indeed. I mean, you could just see this hit. Everyone wins out of their gunfight. Sleepy finds that first one, able to get the effective kill, and just challenges forward for Boats. And Boats not really in a position to be able to find anything there, as he lost every single teammate around him. So 4-4 we go, and let's take a look at some of those stats for as far as what some of these players are bringing us. Orb definitely had a pretty hot start, looking to maybe get some of that hotness going here in towards the last couple of rounds here potentially. And, well, on the other side, got Joker 7-5, Boat 7-4 here. So looking for these players to continue their success throughout Miami. Search and destroy. Now the big swing round here in round number 9, as it does appear to be another B hit. Looking to go back towards the basics. Nade will be out, but Trophy will block it. Mirror now under a little bit of pressure. That will be a kill. Joker with 2, Boats with 3. Sleepy the last one left alive. It's a 1v4, and these have been some fast rounds coming through. Another defensive hold will play out.
Yeah, I love this. Just the sheer raw aggression. We saw it on the other side of Piano. Now we're inside the parking garage and around the laundry vans. And again, just might as well just cut the entire map in half, and you're going to have yourself an all-out bloodbath. We're inside one of the parts of the BS&D site. One going on the way of URN Gaming Black. Now Symbolic Gaming up on map point after a very aggressive round. Now they're going to be looking to do it on offense. Actually going to be sending player number 6, that's Gizmo, up to the north side of the map. Potentially going to be causing some ruckus, if not looking for information on the cross. Player number 3 in Orb would be the first defensive player over towards A to potentially end up seeing a player like Gizmo working their way through the streets of Miami. But Symbolic Gaming are causing a lot of noise over here in Piano Austin. I think that you are in Gaming Black understand that this is where the hit's going to be coming through, but Symbolic Gaming are not fully committed to this.
Very much committed to it, and can they gain control? Once again, it's that far in towards the round where you have one player on defense rotating by A, making sure they have at least a little bit of presence, but Joker now might actually look to follow that up. That's a big kill. You actually find Orb here, so that means that you can work for this A site. You can only usually assume there's 2 at the most defending A, but a lot of the times it's typically just 1, and I mean, you can see everyone right now by the B site, just the caution of coming out here, checking their angles. This could very much cost them here for as far as how much time they have to move across the map. That bomb will be planted, and now we'll have to see them go for the retake.
Exogen is more than likely going to get taken down here. Actually, they're not. Whoop. Snake in the grass, snake in the middle of the sidewalk, as it may be. Exogen's going to be able to take down Mirror, just trying to finesse, keep their life, will now go down. That's all the information that you need for the 2 remaining players of Gizmo and Joker. 23 seconds left to play. Players hitting. 1 from the Tiki Bar, 1 straight up through the stoop. Well, the pinch is soon going to be followed. 1 on the beach. I think that Joker might have ended up reading this. Gizmo will nade on forward. We'll get information on Sleepy from afar. Those are great long-range shots from Gizmo to take down Sleepy. Now it's just up to 1 more player on top of the bomb. Tries to hop on it. Won't end up being able to get the defuse. So Symbolic Gaming are able to take Miami Search and Destroy 6-4.
And I think you're seeing kind of how difficult it can be when the bomb does actually get planted and you're not in position. We talk about how difficult it is to get towards that site, but there's so many angles you do have to watch out for when you do finally get that down. And that's kind of an example of, well, they could be by boat, simply just watching by the bomb. You could be up top visitor, could be down low on the beach. There's so many angles you have to watch. It doesn't help that the entire map, of course, is dark as well, not really giving you a whole lot of light to where some of these corners are currently and where some of these players are currently sitting in. So that is going to do it here for Symbolic Gaming, at least in map number 2. And we are hearing, at least from production, that we are getting ready to jump in towards game number 3. So I have to assume that they dropped the very first initial hard point, now just tied up the series, and they're going to go back in towards control, where we already seen them close out a control for as far as Moscow here. And it did come through there pretty convincingly on a lot of their defensive rounds. It looked like they were pretty knowledgeable about it. So we'll see if maybe they can look to replicate that heading in towards this map number 3 here once again.
And this is heading to Crossroads strike control, keep in mind you. And if you thought that Moscow was a very tough A control site to be able to take, you strap yourself in for Crossroads strikes, because when you are the offensive team trying to work up against that ridge line where the enemy and the defensive team just spawns and has just a natural high ground over top of you, it could definitely create a lot of disruption to where you're trying to hit. So a lot of players just always try to end up working through the northern side of the map and try to push all the way through the tank side where P1 does reside. And sometimes you might get a little bit lucky in being able to get top locker control on the opposite side of the catwalk to be able to set up a very unique pinch, so that way you can then take it down from the inside out. But the way that Crossroads strikes, it's much like Hardpoint within its own self. A very fast-paced map from east to west. And then you're also going to be looking at, just in a manner of speaking, life leads dwindling on down, time clock being dwindled all the way down as well. And then you're also posing the question to whether or not you're going to be able to convincingly not only take the B control site, but able to work your way over towards A comfortably.
That's right. Yeah, working over towards A is something that can be very difficult to do, especially when you have, some of these AR players that we've already seen on the day. And I think this is something that, you're going to hear us maybe touch on quite a bit, is how really influential your AR players can be and how much easier it makes it for your sub player when you know that there's someone behind you that's absolutely beaming, finding those double kills, opening up lanes for your MP5s. I know it's definitely something that it makes me happy when I know my AR player behind me is just lasering people down and just creating. I'm like, all right, let's go. This is going to make it pretty easy so I can keep things close range. That's definitely the goal. And when you're looking at things, at least for as far as what we're looking at for as far as this map, your MP5s almost kind of have to actually open up those lanes for your ARs to get to those positions. So depending on what map we're on, of course, it really just kind of works off each other for as far as being able to get yourself into a better position for the game for control. And that sometimes relies on either position for as far as what map we are playing on. But we are hearing we're getting ourselves in towards the game. We'll see if maybe some of these subs are going to be able to open up some of the buildings, create some space for these ARs to get locked in towards that big tank area. That's definitely one of those positions we're going to be watching for. Exactly what you see right in front of your screen. Joker is going to have that sub in hand as he looks to lead the charge and work towards it.
Joker's looking to fly over here, but it's Gizmo that's going to be able to find first blood. That's on the orb. Now going to immediately trying to turn this in, not only for a 2-life lead, but the opening to be able to fly in towards A. Well, Joker's just going to take a few pot shots inside the garage and then immediately just go ahead and pull themselves back. Nismo will take down Exogen, but so far, this will now be the third, now fourth kill in sequence. It's all up to Orb to be able to find an influential amount of kills from the top of the stairs, and they're able to find 2. Mir's right there to find 3. So the second that Symbolic Gaming were about to get themselves on towards the point, Austin, they're immediately thwarted by the close respawns out from URNM Black.
Orb now on a couple of kills, 3 in a row. Looking to make that more, potentially Sleepy out by the street. We'll be able to find one by the tank. Once again, 3 go down, and this is a chance now to press forward here on the defense, get control of some of those power positions on the left side of the street here. You can see player number 7 does exactly that. Orb now presses forward, looking to try and cut some players off spawn. Sleepy looks to try and pick up that exact position, but will now start to turn his attention towards the other side as a couple players bump each other. Joker gets the best of it, but every single time we see red, it seems to come through in threes, and they will now hold on to a nice life lead. They're about 10 seconds left on the clock. There might be a chance for a touch by B here from player number 2, but things definitely not looking great. So they do manage to get a touch. Exogen also manages to touch himself on top of A, but you have to secure 3 ticks here with only 5 seconds.
Yep, and well, that one player that was there defensively, or offensively rather, over towards B is gonna immediately get thwarted down as soon as Sleepy comes back alive. So now it's all down to this A progress. First tick of progress will be gained here. The offensive team is trying to get themselves over here very quickly from the top catwalk side, or even through mid, is Sleepy to be able to take down boats. And now it's actually going to push all the way through to try to spawn camp them. Joker just trying to keep it alive. Joker, Boats, and Gizmo are able to combine for 3. So second tick of progress gained. This is actually about to be the third tick of progress, and I wonder if Orb's actually going to end up trying to fly in here. The Semtech's going to be able to take down 1, and then the AK-47 for the second. It's the third tick of progress going to come through. Nismo stopping it just in the nick of time, but the minute is going to be shot back up. So Symbolic Gaming have themselves a shot to be able to get the B control point, but they have no respawns.
No lives remaining here for Symbolic Gaming. They got to play perfect, and they've just lost Gizmo now. And you just simply have to work for kills. And there is another one coming through up top. Boats waiting for his teammate to help him out. That's great teamwork here. So they're able to chip away at a couple, making things possible, but still very difficult. Trophy system over the top. Absolutely lunged there. We'll see if Boats is going to be able to find that kill up top. Mir very intelligently will try to back down, and they just need to wait for them to actually hop on top of the zone. But Joker, Exogen, both winning out on gunfights. Now there's no respawns remaining right now here for URN and Black, but there is absolutely a chance here for Joker maybe to go big. This would be a 1v4. Unfortunately, it's with the MP5, and he has to touch the zone, so we'll see if he can get there. He cannot. It will be watched, and it was a good attempt because I was almost chalking that one up here, but Symbolic Gaming definitely giving them a run for their money here for round number 1.
Yeah, it really came down to the wire too, and you really got to see just how tough it is. Even when you do get a clean kill feed, Austin, even when you get 3 or 4 down, just how fast that initial time that Orb just re-entered themselves here in top storage and immediately just stopped the push almost single-handedly over by the A control site. That was a very scary spot to be in. For Symbolic Gaming, because or I'm sorry, for URNM Black, if they didn't have just the very close spawns, and this is just how tight-knit this entire map truly is. So now we'll see URNM Black on their offense, if maybe they can create a little bit of magic. It's a nice start from them, 9-5 from Sleepy, 9-8 for Nismo, 9-8 for Joker on the opposing side. It's going to be Boats for first blood, and they're going to be stacking over towards A, but the offensive hit wants to go over towards B.
Exogen opens up with 2. Now in the middle of the map is going to be Joker with a quick trade. Remaining in control here by A. And now attention over towards B. Player number 7 will be checking inside of the crate. Will hop now on top of B as Nismo and Sleepy actually find a couple of big individual wins here. Trophy's going to be down. They have to start to worry about Orb right now, who's able to finesse behind the boxes, and this might just be enough for that first tick of progress by B, and it is. Meanwhile, A has also had about a tick and a half here for themselves, and or rather just 1 tick, sorry, excuse me, as the second tick's being worked on by B, but almost securing it off. Nismo's still applying pressure here, so you have to worry about 2 zones right now. Boats will find himself a kill, but they need to start to dedicate some kind of defense inside of A. They do finally open up with 3, but meanwhile, that second tick of progress is secured at B.
Exogen's able to come here off a respawn and is able to shrug off Orb, but Nismo comes right back into the mix, is able to take down Exogen. 1 tick of progress is all that URNM Black need to be able to get B and get another minute on the clock, and it seems that Nismo is going to be the sole warrior to be able to do just that, and I think just off of the mini-map position, that Symbolic Gaming might give it up. No, Boats comes back in, is able to take down Nismo. Now Mir trying to make the heroic play to be able to find the last few kills to get that last little bit of progress over towards B, but there's no one here defensively to be able to take down the progress that was then gained over by B. So now a player will go over here. It's going to be Nismo. They will secure the B zone, and it looks like Symbolic Gaming want to put all the resources defensively to guard A.
I like this call. You know, give up the zone that's just about to be secured here. If you can keep them off of it, great, but don't try and expend too many resources to do so. Meanwhile, they have themselves a nice life lead here by 5. There's about 1:20 to work with, so you can look to slow things down right now if you are URNM Black. But we can see exactly one player, number 5, managed to make his way up Cliff Path and is actually playing for a couple of spawn kills. Meanwhile, Mir now makes his way right inside of the point, looking for that first tick of progress. Nismo also going to be able to once again pinch from the side, works for 1, can't grab 2. Actually, it gets a bit of help, and it's Orb who ends up finding Boats there. So able to at least assist and a little bit of help here for as far as defense. And look at the position Orb's in. He's ready to cut these players off of spawn. They might be forced to go through the middle of the map here. Orb with a snapper in the back, takes home Gizmo. Meanwhile, Mirror's just sitting on the point saying, thank you very much. I'll collect tick number 2, working towards number 3. Boats grabs himself Mirror, but Nismo, last one left alive on the point, looking for support. Pinched all around here as this time has been stopped at a minute 12. No respawns remaining right now for Symbolic Gaming. 2 still at least here for URNM Gaming, but Orb in the back is still making it so difficult to get towards the point. They have the challenge, but they can't get here. What an offensive attack, as we will see URNM Gaming go up by 2.
I mean, just Nismo is just absolutely insane. Watch them do it with the MP5, see them do it with the AK-47. That is absolutely insane. I mean, still, backed up by Orb, who was just running the AK-47 all the way through, was just running amok in the back line, but just coming down to just the bait and switches in and out of the A control point in those final moments. I mean, it was a 2v odd situation. Obviously, you're dealing with the odd situation if you are the offensive team, and you are in black in that exact situation, to be able to deal with all the respawns that were coming through from Symbolic Gaming, just to be able to put themselves in the back. And, well, that's not how you want this round to start there, as Joker does take them their own life with the Semtex, but they're going to really have to polish things up here, Austin, on their offense. They're going to have to then create a reverse sweep here on control to be able to win this series out. And the way that we've been seeing URNM Black play out this control map of Crossroads Strike, they are firmly in control.
We talked about Mir earlier on in towards the tournament when we were watching a hardpoint be that big objective player, and now we're seeing Nismo not only be the objective player here with a 19 objective score, but also be the top fragger, 23 kills. When you have an MP5 player on the map that's doing what he's doing, it is just creating so much room for finding at least some openings here to find these pinches, start to lock things down, and we'll see if they can lock down A. Nismo is looking to make that play, but will exactly wait for that time to come, and he does find Exogen, looks for 2. The snap is there for Nismo. Once again, lighting things up with multi-kills. Now we'll look to pinch out here through the smoke, grabs middle map control just to play the crosses, and you can see some players working over towards B. That might just be the next point of contacts here for the Symbolic Gaming squad.
Good grief. I mean, Nismo is at 26 and 14. Orb is at 20 and 16. This is just absolute insanity incarnate. And as we're whittling on down to the final 22 seconds, Symbolic Gaming tournament life on the line here. First tick of progress might just be gained here for B. All focus is going towards the middle of the map. Player number 5 actually not wanting to push all the way down the cliffside, and then going to be shifting their focus over towards A. They're going to be looking to take more lives away from Symbolic Gaming and just going to let Boats just kind of hang out over towards A, or towards B rather, able to find a nice little headshot on the Orb, but Mirror's here now to be able to stop the progress halfway towards the second tick, now down to 15 seconds remaining.
Oh, Nismo, he really could have completely shut down that push, but a big kill in the back there will come through. Boats plays his life so long here by the B zone. It's enough to make sure things will continue on, but only 8 seconds left, and you need that extra minute of time. Nismo makes his way over, but it's a big shutdown from Gizmo as he ends up finding one up close, followed by Exogen also finding Orb. A lot of blue now in the feed as A control is going to be in. First tick will be secured, but only 5.9 seconds here on the clock. You have to stay alive, and you have to secure this zone. Second tick should be in, but look at the flood. That is 4 down at the same time, and that is going to do it for this round as well as this game. 3-0 comes through. We saw Symbolic Gaming be hot in control, but they can't get it done on Crossroads.
Absolute insanity too, and as it continues to unfold throughout the rest of the evening, Austin, URNM Black being able to take this win over Symbolic Gaming in a 2-1 fashion. Guess who they're meeting in semifinals, Austin? URNM Red, and that's going to definitely be a very interesting case to see who the true better squad or the better color may be in between Red and Black. But still, that was a lot of really good instances of just bait and switches. You called out the flood there at the end from URNM Black. I mean, just Orb with the AK-47 and Nismo with the MP5. They were just popping up the kill feed left, right, and center. Able to find 2-piece after 3-piece, just always being able to trade their life for 1, if to all the way up to 4, sometimes even 6 at certain points in time. And that was just a very fantastic control to be able to unfold.
Truly was. And just seeing the display of offense and defense coming through for that URNM gaming squad. And yeah, should be a very spicy semifinal to say the least heading in towards this. But things are getting more intense, like we said, getting in towards now some of our later matches. The best we have to offer out of these 42 teams coming towards an absolute battle here in the ring. We'll see how it ends up coming together for us. For now, though, guys, we're getting ready to throw things to a break. Got to take a quick breather, get ready to set things up here for our next match. Don't go too far. More Call of Duty right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to jump back into our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here, of course, all presented by Totino's here on Esports Arena. It's been a great time here for us so far, but, well, the action continues as we get ready to jump in towards our first semifinal matchup here. URNM Gaming Red up against URNM Gaming Black. The battle of who will make it towards the grand finals here for us proper. We know at least one squad, of course, will be able to compete in that grand finals. The question is who?
Oh man, and it all comes down to this. I mean, we actually, what was it, Nismo that was playing with this team of URNM Red last week instead of Grits?
I think you're right.
Oh man, things are definitely going to get hot and heated as, well, teammates are already taking down each other as we'll end up getting a reset of the lobby, and Crossroads Strike is going to be the initial hardpoint that is played out here for our semifinals, Austin. And again, it's going to be interesting to say the least, especially in between these two rosters. They are both teams that we have casted over throughout the entirety of the day that feel very comfortable in playing very, very fast and very accurate, to say the least. I'm mostly looking at Nismo and Orb, especially from URNM Black. Versus on the other side from, URM Red, definitely have their fair share of players. I mean, Burt definitely comes to mind for one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it all kind of unfold for us last week. I think that was pretty much decisive, and we said that this was probably the best hardpoint team in the tournament that we had seen up and towards finals, where it looks like they fell a little bit short, and after they finally lost the first hardpoint, things started to kind of just go downhill for them. Now, there's obviously been some roster changes, and it's hard to say exactly what really went into the decisions of, Nismo not being on this roster, now being on a different team, and, just from being a previous player within the competitive scene, as much as you obviously are always rooting for your friends and you want to see everyone succeed, at the end of the day, you're always looking to do it yourself. And now you're going up against what is essentially your sister team here in this tournament. And you're going up against your teammates who, for all we know, might have dropped Nismo even after seeing his performance from last week. And you might have that little bit of extra oomph you need to be able to overcome and say, hey, you guys dropped me. You shouldn't have. And now I'm going to send you guys packing in the semifinals. I'll just say exactly again, really what the details are for as far as what went behind the decisions on who wanted to come in and who got subbed out for what, but at the very least we know both are still under the same brand, so we know that they at least have some kind of a good kind of flow for as far as everything that's happened outside of that week now that we saw them last. So things that definitely should be interesting, to say the least, because there is always, I think, a little bit of extra, just a little bit of oomph that you have to be able to go up against that squad.
And you know what that also sets up for when you are a team that has a sister team as well is interior scrims. And that could also set up for a lot of interesting nuances, especially when you're going up against your sister team and what you could potentially see. Their quirks potentially, and you could probably catch them off guard with a lot of interesting tactics that you probably wouldn't end up seeing in a standardized game where teams are going up against each other for the first time. So gonna be keeping my close eye for any of those things, though, when it's pretty straightforward when it all comes down to Crossroads Strike hardpoint. Again, starting off with the favorite side here are actually going to be URNM Red, who are represented in blue, and then URM Black, which are represented in the red. So getting the initial time here so far are going to be URNM Black, and trying to work their way over towards the spawn side as well. And, well, it's just going to be Atrium that's left over here, and they're going to get taken down. But this is Crossroads Strike, baby. Expect that spawn flip to come through maybe just about 2 more times.
Mir, big kill, comes through here onto Burt for him. To grab himself just 1 kill. This is always a typically scrappy hill. We will see Sleepy from the back, but Atrium there able to grab his teammate's trade right after he falls, almost looking for a double up. But Nismo, the player you're probably going to hear us say quite a bit here in this matchup, is going to be looking to try and stay alive on the hill, and he's doing a great job of finessing here, just in and around this tank. Has the support here from his teammates. As we look towards this rotation, though, it is a bit of a battle in towards the back. No one has secured spawns, but we do know there's been a lot of time picked up right now for URNM Black. So URNM Red, they need to try and find some influential kills to be able to control spawns, and that is not happening. Nismo moves in, they find a couple kills, but there's still 1 player in the back, and they need to find Atrium.
And there Atrium goes, and now Nismo just doing Nismo things. 4 straight for their second life now at 5-1. Is going to replayers on the south side. Burt will absolutely annihilate Nismo. Orb with his AK-47 has been coming to life all evening long as well. And Mir's going to become overwhelmed on the bottom side of the warehouse. Now immediately trying to shift their focus inside P2. Atrium is locking things down with the Krig 6. Immediately going to swap over to the 1911 with a very accurate shot onto Mir. won't be able to get the better of Sleepy with the MP5. I would definitely take that over the 1911 any day of the week. A late break ends up coming through, but it's only going to garner just about 11 seconds over towards URNM Red's name. URNM Black are going to get the scrap of the scrap time over here, but URNM Red, they're going to feel decent about this considering that they're holding on towards the west side of the map, looking for a strong P3, and more importantly, holding on to that P4 spawn. If you're able to string together 3 and 4, you're looking at a solid 60, if not 80 plus, if you're uncontested all the way through. But URNM Black, they play fast, they're accurate, and they're going to bring the pain sooner rather than later.
P3 and P4 are hills you can absolutely chain together because they both pretty much form from the same spawn, and really you're looking for control around the cliffside. As long as you typically have one player top cliff, you're not going to spawn out unless they get towards the back here, but you can see everyone ends up dropping at the same time. They watch the back spawn with their actual ADSing, and that is going to be enough to actually flip things out here. So a very successful break across the map as we go, and URNM Black definitely holding their ground here against their sister team this far. 80-point lead, looking to hold on to what could be a bigger build up here as the attack is starting to form here from the street. A pinch from Orb might just end up following through as they're looking to get themselves back in. Burt will fall, Orb will get traded, but Sleepy is in with the MP5 and will look to pick up that time, but Atrium with the double is good to contest this time.
We'll be able to contest this time. It's already kind of escaping everything else. I mean, URM Black, they were able to break past the P3 area, and that means that they're going to get the initial time in the spawns for P4. It's already 114 to 33, and we're just about 50 seconds away towards the second set of hills, Austin. This is looking quite devastating for URNM Red as URNM Black are in firm control. 10 and 8 for Nisbo, 12 and 6 for Orb, double positive for them. 13 and 7 actually for Grits on the opposing side for URNM Red. It's just the other remaining members. I mean, we've seen Harass go absolutely off, specifically through last week. It's not having an easy go-ahead against URNM Black. But as P4 will be halfway done and dusted, it's actually Burt that comes to life on the backside of the rock. Sleepy off the respawn will end up coming back through. Although Burt was able to do a heroic play, it was not enough to break the spawns, considering all the rest of URNM Red were spawning on the P2 side. And just look at how fast Sleepy is flying throughout the map. But Grit says, line them up. I'll knock them all the way down. It's a 4-for-1 trade in the favor for URNM Red. They want to hold on to this P2 side of the map, get initial time off of P1, and then to string that into P2 would be monumental for them to try to come back into this game.
I'm curious to see if we're going to swap up for as far as some of the weapons. I mean, you can obviously see a pretty big differential to score, and there is more MP5s currently on the map here for URNM Black than URNM Red. There's at least 2 ARs being held right now from Burt and Atrium, and you might just need the change up for as far as more hill pressure if you're going to be able to influence this time a bit more. But Grits also actually appears to be running an AR, so I think it might be a 3-1 setup. And if you can actually efficiently set up and lock down the power positions, it can work, but it has not really worked this far, and a change might just be needed. Now we look towards the remainder scrap time here for P1. It looks like the last 20 seconds might just be picked up here for the side of URNM Black, and this is going to put them pretty close to that 200-point mark, and this is going to have to be just about a full 60 coming through here for URNM Red if they're going to get back in this game.
16 and 11 for Orb, double positive at 20 and 10 for Grits. Man, oh man, do they need help, and they need hill time. P2 will finally pop. Initial time will be held by Harass just for a moment at a time, but Orb's going to pop all the way down from storage in towards that warehouse and is going to immediately take down at least one. But Grits and Atrium come back from respawn to find 3 more. They're still holding onto the P2 spawns. A big P2 might end up coming through here, but it's still going to be about just under 100 point of a lead that URNM Black are holding over top of URNM Red, their sister team, keep in mind you, and they're still holding on towards the west side of the map. This is where, again, you can string together 3 and 4. And to hold on to those very powerful spawns, URNM Red, they're not even trying to push all the way through. And those players that are attempting to try to push through are immediately being cut down. It's not like URNM Black are letting them getting any sort of breathing room, but keep your eyes out for player number 4. That's Harass. Cut past the mid-map, and that means that spawns have flipped.
Spawns have flipped, and at the worst possible time. I mean, if there was a chance to bring this one back, it's definitely working out right now for as far as in their favor, and Burt now needs to find this kill onto Orb, and he does, so they are able to push in towards their building, touch the hill for a quick moment, but Sleepy is nearby and making sure it's not going over for free. Mir now looks to jump in and will try to contest Harass, but can't bring this one home. Still, about 100-point differential, so you need to contest quite a bit of this time as well as secure a lot of it, and Atrium now will look to try and pick this up, as we haven't really seen a swap for the weapons being used here for some of these guys. It is still very much looking to stay very stacked with the AK-47s and the Krigs, but it's Orb as well as Mir finding some openings, looking to see if they can respond. Nismo now in towards the mix, finds himself the third, moves in for 4, can't bring it home, but Spawn's currently being held in the back right now for our red squad. URN and Black need to make sure they hold on to it.
With the AK-47 is really starting to come to life on the back end of this hard point, is able to string together multiple kills and they will be cut down. Now the hardest part of it all, Austin, can you work your way inside this Fortress of Solitude that is P4? Look at the spread that URN and Black are currently setting up, pressing a little bit further forward, looking over towards where P1 does reside. 2 players are hitting from that front. It's Burt and Atrium, and players are trying to hit from the south side and inside of the garage, are also able to find success on the north side. It's Harass that is able to combine for 2. Atrium will go down, but it's still player number 5 in Orb that is able to find another one, but the spawns are still going to be there, and the break is going to come on through. URNM Red are still breathing in this hard point.
Orb is absolutely going off right now, 28 and 18. You also have to give credit once again to Mir, who is soaking up the majority of this time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the hill, looking to now stack up a bit more, but 20 seconds not going to be gifted over for free. They have to fight for it, and they do end up securing it, as we will see Mir once again collect that scrap time here for his squad. That's going to put him close to 3 minutes worth of hill time, and that means that this game might just end here for us on the P1 hill. Orb finds the rotational gunfight. There are no blue arrows currently close towards this hill. They need another 20 seconds to secure the W here in the semifinals for map number 1 on Crossroads. Orb has a great read on where they're spawning. We're able to line himself up one. That is 3 down for URNM Red. One more player might be able to contest, but even then, it's not looking great. There's the last second. An absolute dominating performance, in particular from Mir and Orb, able to bring this one home 250 to 120.
And Orb will end up getting the best play, and this was the break inside of P3 where they looked absolutely dominant. I mean, the AK-47 in the hands of Orb for the search and destroy hardpoint we've seen in control as well, Austin, is just absolutely electric. And just being able to string together all of these kills with an AK-47 with an assault rifle, nevertheless going up against an abundance of MP5s, to say the least, is very, very good to see for if you are an AR player in Cold War. And Orb is definitely setting the precedent to how you are playing out the game. For as far as URNM are concerned, URNM Black are currently 1 game or 1 map up over URNM Red. And remember, this is a best of 3, so they have a chance to be able to send their sister team home in 2.
Could send the sister team home again. I know a change up from Nismo, being on that roster now with a different team here, and they're looking absolutely solid. And I really wonder if we did end up seeing a little bit more MP5 pressure, more sub pressure, more dedicated towards hitting the hill. I wonder if we would have got a little bit of a different game, maybe a lot more closer for as far as being able to actually, hold things down up close with the submachine guns rather than trying to work slower with some of these assault rifles. And I mean, even kind of talking for as far as what we got from Grits doesn't have a whole lot of time inside the hill, has a lot of kills, but a lot of those kills, are fluff kills for as far as not kills that are actually inside the hill or around the hill. A lot of them are cutting them off spawn, being able to influence the map still by being very Slayer heavy, but not influencing the actual hard point. I think that was really the big difference we see here from both of these teams, and really just having a focused player that will just throw himself on top of the hill, which is Mir. I just cannot emphasize enough, and I will absolutely highlight this player for the rest of the day, because this is the most important role. You have to get the points to win the game, Andy, and there are very few players who will do absolutely anything it takes just to grab the points, throw themselves on, soak up the time, and just say, I don't care about my KD, I'm here to make sure we get the W. And you just have to respect those players here in Call of Duty.
Look, I mean, it is an objective-based game at the end of it all, too. And I even started at the top of the broadcast, just already highlighting Mir, and I brought up the entire spiel about talking about OBJ players in 5v5. It's all the more prevalent here in 4v4. Yeah. Just a player that's able to soak up the OBJ time and able to trade off their life, sometimes 1 for 2, if not 1 for 3 at certain points in time. I mean, Mir just sitting there having themselves a cup of tea, having themselves a little bit of a laugh on the point is completely fine. So long as Orb, Nismo, and co are all just traversing through the rest of the map, just holding down the pinches, holding down the angles, and setting up spawns so that way when Mir ends up going down, if they got the spawns for the upcoming hill, Mir's just like, all right, cool. I got my long chair. I'm headed over towards the next hill. I will see you guys on the next one too. And that's just very important too. Say what you will about not having a very important KD stat roll, but if you are that player that is just sitting there playing the OBJ time, then I salute to you, because that is definitely a very pivotal role towards any success, whether it is control, hardpoint, or even search and destroy, planting or defusing the bomb specifically. So as we prepare ourselves for search and destroy here for URNM Red on the other side, I mean, we did see them beat No Thumbs in search and destroy. That was 6-3. Though they're going up against a URNM Black squad that definitely struggled against that Symbolic Gaming squad where they lost 6-4. That was on Miami. Not too sure off the top of my head where the search and destroy is going to be going to, but I can only imagine that it's probably going to be a tight one.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be tight here. Now, I think this is also a little bit interesting for as far as our UNNR Gaming Red squad here, because they've been very dominant in the respawns. That was something we took away from last week. They get pretty much smoked here in map number 1, and they haven't been as consistent in search and destroy. I think last week they secured 2 searches, out of all of the matches that they had played, if I remember correctly. One of them, I think, being in the semifinals, and then the other one being very early in towards the tournament where they got a 2-0 in that first or second round. But other than that, they played a lot of game 3s, and they are pretty solid in control, and now they're in a spot where they have to essentially send it towards another control here if they're going to be able to stay alive and have a chance at fighting for that grand finals. But it just seems like, really, from a team standpoint right now, we saw a little bit earlier for as far as how people are very explosive here on this UNNR Gaming Black squad. People like Nismo, we like to highlight, like Mir, who are very willing to be able to take risky plays with their submachine gun to be able to find some kind of openings and at least allow that risk to sometimes play out in their favor, where they're able to open up with a kill or 2 on the site, go for effective bait and switches, and be able to gain control of it with a numbers advantage just purely through their sub play. That has to be matched here, and I'm getting a very strong feeling there's just a lot of AR players stacked up on this red squad, and that could be very scary for as far as search and destroy, especially when you're looking at some of the maps that we have in this pool, where you don't always get yourself to a spot where you're going to be able to lock things down due to things like smokes and whatnot coming into play, really disrupting how much success you're going to have with some of these AKs and Kriegs and things like this. So it will be interesting to see how things adapt and whether or not things will change up for us. And well, even interesting enough, it's going to be on Armada for us proper, which means that subs are even going to be that much more impactful.
Yeah, they absolutely will be. I mean, how many times have we just seen sub pressure just come absolutely to life on this map specifically, and just breaking and controlling the upstairs part where the B S&D site does reside. But it seems that the hit's going to come through from URNM Black. They immediately want to look for coverage over towards A. Mir's going to find first blood and is going to immediately drop the rock. But Burt from behind, speaking of subs, there it is for 2.
Will be responded with. Grits now, last one left alive. Mir and Orb will both have some kills already to their name, looking to now solidify and secure this round. It looks like Grits is going to be hitting from down low from what I could see. That spotted out. Snapper there from Orb. Can't bring home the kill, but certainly weakens and sets it up for what should be an easy kill for Mir, and it is. So able to grab that one. Very nice offensive round over towards our A site. Definitely one of the more difficult sites to take control of off the start, but we take another look at Bert's play here. Just finds the timing to come right through, slips on in, finds the easy 2-piece, and then very disciplined play to try and get out with his life.
We're going to have to see how the respawn ends up coming through for URNM Red. Again, if you're just not joining us, yes, it is in fact sister teams going back and forth with each other. And say back and forth, I just mean that it's truly just URNM Black just bringing on the beating. 250 to 120 was that Crossroads hardpoint. Now on Armada we go. Sleepy trying to lock up first blood. It's actually Orb that shows up first, but Grits is going to be able to find the trade on a Sleepy. 3v3 we go. And for URNM Red, they seem that they actually want to back up. And I do really like this play, considering that Grits was also right there to be able to take down Orb, that they're going to shift all their focus over towards A.
Yeah, I love this too. I'm right with you, because you can see now just how both players have to kind of just individually watch each site here, and it's going to make it a lot less likely you're going to be able to lock things down. Now, the bomb will be planted at A, will successfully go down. You can see Nismo in a position to maybe get himself a kill or 2 if he's able to play this right and maybe finds the timing to be able to hit this out. But now that's going to be Mir out of the picture, making things that much more difficult. 1v3 situation. Nismo with a sub. He's got to just go through with a challenge. I think his smoke might have bounced back there. It looked like it hit near the top there for as far as the spread. And 20 seconds left. 3 players up here defensively. This definitely should be locked down unless Nismo does something exceptional, and only able to grab himself 1 before he will fall. So we'll go 1-1 in the scoreline here. Both teams actually coming away with their offenses here off the bat.
Yeah, and again, this was all off the back end of just URM Red, just the definitive call to be able to then rotate after finding first blood and being able to find map pressure over towards the north side of the map, or north side of the ship, I should say. And immediately just pulling back over towards A, even after finding a second kill over there, was just such a veteran call to be able to call out that rotation quite early on. Now we're going to have to see if URM Black can continue on the offense for offense trade. 3 players stacked up inside the main cabin here. It's going to be Sleepy for first blood this time around. Sees another player up on the top side of control. It's going to be Mir that takes him down.
That's how you gain control of B right there. I love the aggression. Moving in, just no hesitation. Able to grab 2 opening kills, but it's not over just yet. They have actually lost Orb. Mir able to find Bert, and now this is going to make it, should be a closeout, and it is just so difficult to come out that ladder, not really knowing where that player is going to be watching from, so able to grab that. But you can see the aggression right off the start here. I mean, Mir just goes in, just no hesitation. Once again, just a great, excellent highlight on really having a submachine gun player that's willing to do this and be your entry fragger. At the very least, will likely be able to play off of a trade, and they just win both of their gunfights to get that top control right away.
Yeah, I mean, that top control, you and I have played a extensive amount of Armada and a multitude of game modes. That top control is quite important, to say the least. So definitely worked out for URM Black. URM Red, on the other hand, are going to be potentially looking for the same exact thing, though this time around it's actually Nismo up top. Now does find Harass. Bert's going to be right there for the trade. It's a 2-for-1 so far, as Grit's also able to take down Orb, and Atrium turns around and finds Sleepy. Now it's Mir. The heroic play, 1v3.
It's 5-1. Don't count them out, but once again, a pretty tough spot, you feel like. And, well, he does manage to get some damage down, but Kritz is just going to hold the angle there before he can really get that gun up to fire back. So everything coming through is offensive here so far, if I'm not mistaken. It just seems like whatever team is really getting control of the bomb site first is just able to drop the bomb down, play simply for the setup, and effectively coming out here with the round wins, as we are just going a lot of back and forth here and now tied at 2-2.
It's funny how Search and Destroy works like that in 4v4 again. We talked about that at the very top of the broadcast, Austin, but like when you do lose significant amount of numbers like that, especially in 4v4, you can come back from it when it's 3v5, but it's definitely more difficult when it's 2v4, for example. But still trying to bulldoze their way down low. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The offense for URM Black still wanting to commit down low.
Bert might just get some great timing, but Nismo is going to read it this time. Not going to work twice, Bert. He will be on now the spectate screen as Harassed might be looking. I thought he was going to go for the cheeky little jump, and I was really looking forward to that. If you don't know, you can jump off the boat, down low to this window, but it's very tricky to do, and, well, not going to matter in the end. Another offensive win coming through here for us, 5 in a row. And, well, we'll get another look, I think, at Nismo's perspective as he finds that trade kill for himself, goes for the pre-fire, watches over his teammate as that bomb goes down, and then just reads the flank perfectly here. Just going to go for a quick check and finds Bert for the 2-piece.
Yeah, I wonder, did Bert mantle there, or did they just ended up dropping down there? Because, I mean, mantling is just so loud in this game that I think that Bert, you saw the turnaround on their POV in that exact moment. Was able to turn around in time, though. Bert did end up doing that very same flank a few rounds ago, was able to find 2 kills with it. Of course, that was a round that they actually ended up losing to URM Red, but speaking of URM Red, stacking all the way up with each other, are flying down low. Bert's going to find first blood on the Mir.
Oh, no! I have never, ever, ever seen that happen in my life, casting or playing. Casting or playing, I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen someone triple nade their entire team. Wait, I feel bad for Bird after that. I don't know how that happens.
Oh, it looked like that they ended up pulling. It had to have. Yeah, you saw it right at the end and was pulling the Semtex back. It must have sticked their teammate in their back, and then they all stacked on top of each other.
I've been playing Call of Duty for 10 years. I've never seen that happen before in a competitive standpoint. Like I just can't believe that happens. Now you need to regain from that. That's the biggest difficulty after that.
I mean, hopefully you're just able to laugh it off at that point out, but I mean, Bert will be first blooded here, and the bomb's going to be quickly planted here for URM Black. Luckily enough, Grits is going to be able to take down Nismo, but look at this position. This is the hardest bomb site on Armada to be able to try to retake.
It is not easy by any means. 30 seconds here remaining on the clock. It is a 2v2. And you can see Sleepy's got himself quite the position. Nismo also watching down low. This should be a great spot. The first one is going to go down. Atrium will fall, but there's the quick trade right after. And that is now going to combine for a 5-2 score lead. You talk about what could have happened previously there in the round if they're able to tie things up. And now things are a little bit out of control, and you need to find every single round from here on out if we're going to see map number 3.
Oh, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm still thinking about 2 rounds ago, Austin, and that's just... my heart thumps for Bert in that exact moment. That's just real.
Imagine Bert right now.
Tough. I honestly, I'd rather not.
Right? We talk about what's happening from our point of view, but the player that did it, and you just feel ultimately bad, even if your team's just let it go.
I'm already online.
Good.
I'm buying a new controller, man. Like I'm done. Like I'm done at that point. So you're gonna have to see if they can string together 4 rounds just to send it to a control. Easier said than done. Bert's going to try to fly forward, looking for B-side control. No players up here defensively, just on the other side down at A. So this could be a really good opportunity, actually, for URNM Red to be able to take the B-side. And this is a very tough site to be able to try to fight your way back from.
Nismo and Mir in a 2v3 situation as Nismo grabs himself harassed. Bert finds Nismo, so now Mir left all alone. And Mir had a really hot start, but has slowed down a little bit. Does manage to grab himself at least the second kill here on the squad. Now a 2v1, and there is the collapse from both players, just holding the positions to be able to play for a trade, even if things did go wrong. So they do manage to grab the first round of 4 that they'll need to grab in a row here for themselves. As you can see that final kill cam, it's Atrium able to find the nade that really allows them entry here up top by B.
1 round at a time here, URNM Red. 1 round at a time. Now URNM Black on the offensive side. Gonna see if they try to get crazy and try to force their way down A, and that's actually what the rotation's starting to look like for them. And well, you take a look at the mini map, and there are 3 players down here defensively, and you can only imagine that Atrium might have this line of sight already locked and loaded. Semtex already comes on through, knows that there's a player locked down in their ADS. Is Sleepy. Good team shots along with Mir. 2 down already. URNM Black are dropping the rock.
Will go down. Bert and Grits now need to go big to keep things alive for their squad. Will they get it done? Trophies are out. Orb finds Bert, able to now grab such a massive man advantage. Grits has about all the kills here, but he needs to find 3 more in 25 seconds, as well as get the defuse. Everything stacked against Grits, but he has to make a move, and he has to make it quickly. Challenges out. Sleepy finds the kill, and the closeout will be there. Another 6-3 on Armada here so far on the day will come through in our second map, and that is good enough to send URNM Gaming Black here towards the grand final.
URNM Red unfortunately unable to show up, and again, I just think they lost both the series and emotionally, especially with Bert taking down not only himself but 2 of his teammates. That's just my heart goes out to you, Bert. I'm so sorry about that. That's just quite unfortunate. Not that I had anything to do with it. I just feel very bad. But so URNM Black, like you said, ended up going towards the grand finals. We're still waiting for, I believe, the other semifinal to get underway. But I'm sure that we'll be ending up seeing who's going to be going up against TD Grinders. It's going to be in between Roach Gang and the Wichita Wolves. So very interested to see what that's going to end up panning out to be.
Yeah, not sure if we're jumping in towards that match for as far as how things are going right now currently, but at the very least, yeah, I mean, very, very difficult, I think, to come off of what was a 3-0 in the grand finals last week here for the UNNR Gaming Red squad here for themselves. Of course, with Grits in towards the mix, I believe for Nismo was the change for as far as the roster that we had last week, and they were looking like a dominant team, but just can't get it done against their sister team here in the semifinals. Just pushed a little bit too much, I think, in the end when it came down to it, and will end up falling down. And again, Bert, it just feels bad. I feel like it's like one of those moments where your teammates are like, man, like, don't worry about it. It's fine. We can make this comeback happen. But like individually, you just, you costed your team an entire round. I would definitely be like really tilted at myself, and I don't know if I'd recover or not, but either way, still got to give them props for grabbing a round, not giving up, just not enough to be able to bring that back round by round by round. So difficult to say the least, but first team, at least in the grand finals here for as far as what we've got. And well, for everyone else, again, who is currently tuning in towards this and wondering what's happening, well, we got a $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament happening, and it's all brought to you by Totino's. Speaking of Totino's, they're giving away 150 loot boxes to all you guys at home. And guess what? All you have to do is exclamation point giveaway down in towards the chat. That will prompt for a command, so you can click a link, fill out everything that needs to be filled out, and send a loot box right to your home. You can see that happen currently on screen right there for you. Everything that will be provided in that loot box, as well as if you do exclamation point power squad, well, you will have a chance at bringing home the premium loot box here for yourself. It's got itself a jacket, got yourself double XP, dog tags. You got everything you could want here as a Call of Duty player, and you don't have to pay a cent for it. All you got to do is do exclamation point power squad, click on that link, and you will be able to get yourself a chance at being one of the lucky members here on the night on bringing that loot box home here. It's all, of course, brought to you by Totino's for bringing this here for us. And it's been a great day of Call of Duty. We're just about a week in towards competitive as well as the game itself. We've gotten a lot of different meta changes. Patches have hit for as far as different movement mechanics. We've got all kinds of different weapons and whatnot in towards the mix. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to set up our next match here for you guys very, very soon. So make sure you guys do not go too far. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back with our next match. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament presented by Totino's, all here on Esports Arena. I am Visions, joined with Proper, as we are getting ready to jump in towards our second semifinal here on the night. We're down to just 3 teams out of 42. It's been a nice run. We've seen a lot of different things so far on the night, but now we're coming down to our second last series.
Yeah, we are coming down to the wire, and this is the last semifinals of the evening in between Wichita Wolves versus TD Grinders. Wichita Wolves just 2-0'd over the Roach Gang, and then TD Grinders were also able to 2-0 over Gunna Sun. So with that being said as well, it's going to be staying out in the best of 3 series all the way until we get to grand finals, where we just previously saw URNM Gaming Black be able to beat their sister team in URN Gaming Red 2-0. So they're patiently waiting for the winner of this team, where they will be playing off in that best of 5 series. And Wichita Wolves and TD Grinders ahead of them. Going to be looking at a Crossroads Strikes hardpoint here, Austin. And I'm not going to lie, Blitzkrieg action, a lot of MP5 presence, and well, potentially a lot of AK-47 as well.
I mean, that's what we saw a lot, from that very first initial one there in the last semifinal, was a lot of AK-47s, not too much versatility coming through for as far as the subs coming out midway through or anything along those lines. We'll see exactly what we'll get coming in to both of these squads here, as I don't think we've had a chance to cast over either one of them, at least so far on the day. But now we'll get our first looks and see exactly who's going to be able to meet URNM Gaming in that final. Looks like the XM4 actually coming out a little bit here, but won't be able to find that first initial kill. Will be at least hill time up for grabs. No one hopping on it just yet, as De Niro will be taken down here from the back. Don now looks to make his way over towards the hill, or is maybe more looking to try and control these spawns.
Well, we have seen Don or Beds, but they're not joined in by their Don counterpart. I forget what their name was off the top of my head, but there was definitely 2 Dons in the previous tournament that we casted just last week, Austin. And as we're all on the opponent's side for Wichita Wolves, it's definitely a player that I casted a decent amount as far as variants and other search and destroy tournaments throughout Modern Warfare. Good to see that they're keeping up in the action and just trying to play as many tournaments and get ready for the season as it all unfolds. Still holding on towards the P2 spawns after breaking on through is going to be Wichita Wolves. Still trying to keep P1 scrappy, but the name of the game is truly to be able to hold on towards that P2 area. And as P2 does come out to play, it's going to be 19 to just 4. So P1 relatively scrappy and holding off the first line of offense so far at Wichita Wolves.
You can see G-Spin up top. He's trying to control the catwalk here through the bridge, as well as the outskirts here by the crates. And it looks like this flank might just work out perfectly, and it does. Look at this. 4 go down, and those are deep spawns all the way by P4 that are going to have to now try to work their way across the map here. Not going to be easy. And G-Spin, honestly, might just look to go for the same move. Just control this top area and look to drop down when he can. His teammates are able to deal with the last couple of players here. So the second push also going to be shut down. Wichita Wolves coming out with a very nice lead, and well, they still have the scrap time to get for. We can see them also pressing for what will be a flip coming through, a perfect rotation coming through as they move over towards B3.
Yeah, that was textbook hardpoint right there. Right when you were getting down to the scrap of scrap time, just about, I don't know, maybe about like 3 to 5 seconds at most was given over, some to the game clock, some to TD Grinders, just so that way you could recognize that you got 3 down, and in that small time when the respawns were coming on through, you just flood over towards the P4 spawns. Though off of their respawns and off of P2 are TD Grinders, and they're able to find quite an early break inside of P3, and they're looking to soak up as much time as possible inside of this hill. It's going to be Little Prince locking things down, is now going to be able to keep themselves safe from any sort of lethals or tacticals now that the trophy system is in play. And just one player over here offensively, it's going to be Bestium. And now with an offset spawn coming through from G-Spin, maybe TD Grinders might not end up reading this pinch. Hot on the chase across the catwalk, they will be coming on through. But as these series are starting to come on through for TD Grinders, they're firing off, and they're taking off a lot of lives away from the Wichita Wolves, to where they finally set them spawning over on the east side of the map, meaning that they're in firm control of the P4 side, to where they can string together a lot of time, and they've already dwindled down the lead to just 22.
Not sure if Jace has a wrong read on exactly where the action's taking place, but he has literally moved across the map here. Dinero now going to try to work towards the back, and while all of his teammates end up winning their gunfights here, almost looking for a double up. G-Spin, the last one left alive. The spawns are still out, and well, you can see the spawn still coming in pretty close towards the hill. Not sure if the next one will. It will not, but does not matter because G-Spin can't get through every single member here by himself. We got ourselves a pretty tight game. This has been a great job here from the TD Grinders to get themselves right back in towards the game, all off of great recovery from that P3, now translating perfectly in what just might be 20 seconds picked up, but Donner Beds will be pressured here from all the remaining members, so the scrap time will be picked up. 15 seconds will go over, and that will leave us at just about an even game as we go in towards the resets and back to P1.
You're going to feel pretty good about this if you're Wichita Wolves being able to bounce back, especially from a fumble off of losing P3 and then losing the P4 spawns as well. So just about even. It's going to be an 86-93, but in control of the P2 spawns to start things off on the second set of hills will be TD Grinders. And again, much like the beginning of the entire map, Wichita Wolves are going to be looking to keep P1 scrappy while also trying to break through the catwalk, if not the south side of the map. But TD Grinders off of the first two hills have truly started heating up, and now they have the lead. They are in control of the entirety of the map. Wichita Wolves are trying to reconsider their numbers before fully embellishing themselves on this P1 hill. Will now finally be Ezreal that is the last player alive to be able to soak up as much time as possible from P1, while player number 7 and Denny's is starting to work up the flank to try to find a pinch, potentially to find some kills, and considering the positioning for the Wichita Wolves, it would end up being a spawn flip.
It's definitely an interesting spot because they're fighting for, what is the scrap time right now, and they have to now kind of backtrack here through the map as they move right back through, and it looks like the spawns will be held out right now for the Wichita Wolves, but they don't exactly have a footing inside the hill just yet. It will be Jace who does pick that up first, has the XM4, will be cut down, so won't be able to make a whole lot of action happen. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates also end up falling around him. The last one's picked up top, and this will be a great defensive hold here on the very first initial push. Spawns now over towards the cliff path as they have to start to work their way through this left side. Not easy to do. Stun will hit Ezreal here as he's going to have to try and hold his own, but will be taken down from the MP5. Little Prince now looking to make his way maybe in towards the hill. As you can see, everyone collapsing and getting ready to set up the next big hit. A great opening with the nade. Two players will fall inside the hill. One more though is alive. Beast up looking to try and find the double kill, and he does. He stops the time from going over. 15 seconds left, but we move towards P3, and once again, Wichita Wolves ready and waiting.
Very competitive first two sets of hills off of the second set. And we'll be now in control again of the west side of the map. Our Wichita Wolves looking to do just that while keeping P2 scrappy. Getting a handful amount of seconds off of P1 and 2 is a definitely game of inches so far in between these two teams. Wichita Wolves again coming off the first set of hills with an abundance of time over their adversaries off of P1 and 2. TD Grinders able to bounce back on the back end of that, and it looks like Little Princer is trying to set themselves up on the south side of the map. Is actually going to get read by Ezreal, but I say that, but Ezreal's actually going to get taken down. So now players going to have to dedicate towards getting player number 1 of Little Prince out from the backline on this big rock, when it's going to end up being G-Spin that does just that. This is all while isolated 1v1s are happening galore inside of the garage. It's going to be Denny's that does take down Totino. Another two actually coming in through the front door of the garage itself, and that just means that TD Grinders are going to be in control of P3. But considering the positioning on the map where Wichita Wolves are currently located at, means that they're not going to end up losing the P4 spawns, not quite yet. They're going to give up this back 5, so that way they can hold on towards P4 and then meet TD Grinders at the door.
Aggressive challenge. Ezreal could have looked to maybe play the life a little bit longer, but spawns are still close, so they have a second attempt at being able to battle things out. They need to find Dinero on the left here, because Dinero can look at watching the spawns, and this will actually spawn them out. You can see it. Player number 6 has now actually spawned out, but lucky enough, will actually be behind 1. So finds a cleanup, but the push now coming to the left will be shut down. Denies are able to grab the double up, doing everything he possibly can to be able to shut this down, and now looking for what could be a nice hold here as they pushed out the left will force the spawns down low by the cliff path. You now have the high ground. You have top control here as well. So everything working out for the Wichita Wolves and enough to maybe push them over 200 points. I do say that, and Denero's able to move up here, finding a double, but can't flip out the spawns. Jace down, needs to try and find a three-piece here. This would be great denial time, and actually Jace manages to do exactly that. So they do manage to fight for a bit of the scrap time. They are trying to secure spawns here, but they have now spawned on that hill, so they're going to have to start to work their way over towards P1. They have player number 2 here. It's Donner Beds looking to lock that down, but he can't stay alive for long.
But a little bit of a misplay at the end of that second set of hills is going to be TD Grinders now forcing out the spawns for Wichita Wolves on the east side of the map. They get the opportunity to be able to get to P1 first. It was a 2v1 on that hill, and Azrael's going to be able to be here to find 2 on P1 as well. And they're holding on to the P2 spawns, 212 to 150. And again, in control of P2. So even if P1 comes back to be scrappy off of the respawns for TD Grinders, they're not going to give up the east side of the map all too easily. An off-screen 1v1 is going to go in the favor for Don or Beds as they do take down Denny's, and they are able to take down BCM as well. So now they're going to try to work their way in towards the back line, but the respawns are not going to be broken up. The respawns are still here for Wichita Wolves, and they're meeting all of TD Grinders at the middle of the map. Oh man, Austin, it was very close, but the last 10 seconds look all doable for Wichita Wolves.
This is going to be so hard. I mean, we talk about having to play perfect hardpoint. This is a spot where you'd have to do it. Beastum here up top has now support. They should be able to throw themselves in the hill, and they do. 5 seconds need to go over. I don't think there's a chance for a touch, and there is not. That is a statement game coming through in towards the semifinal here. Just able to win by about 100 points, 250 to 152, bringing it home. Take a look at Beastum's final play of the game, as this was really the sub differential, I feel like, once again, for as far as Crossroads playing out for us and being able to play this roaming role, finding kills here in and around the hill, playing such the difference as they close out map number 1.
Yeah, and again, when you're looking at just Crossroads Strike in a nutshell, I mean, you do have your north and south lanes, so where ARs can find a lot of presence. I mean, there's a lot of gifted AK-47s out there, or just any assault rifles in general that can get up close and personal with MP5s. But when you're looking into breaking the hills and you're looking into control, say P2 and P3, and hell, even being able to cut down the cross when you're on P4, just a very big money hill. The MP5s, the sub pressure, has to absolutely be there. And we definitely saw that to be more consistent for Wichita Wolves than we did from the TD Grinders. TD Grinders were able to find a nice little resurgence at the end of the first set of hills. But once we got into the back end of the second set of hills, Wichita Wolves, they just did not let up the pressure. They just continued to bite past the jugular, and they just continued to ramp on all the way past until they reached that 250-point margin. So again, in a best of 3, as we move over towards Armada Search and Destroy, very interested to see how this Wichita Wolves squad are able to play out their search game.
Yeah, this is really going to be surprising because we don't exactly have any notes on either one of these squads. So we're kind of just waiting to see how everything comes together and unfolds essentially here heading in towards map number 2. But at the very least, we know there is certainly some squads, within the scene that are really just strong at search and destroy. And that's kind of their backbone and what they rely on in a lot of their series. Now, unfortunately for them in best of 3s, they have to still actually grab one of the 2 respawns if they're going to be able to close things out while grabbing the search. So something to at least keep your eye on for as far as what we might get here, as it was maybe a little bit of a one-side hardpoint, but might not be the case for us heading in towards map number 2. And I'm sure while we're waiting here, URNM Gaming, they're just sitting pretty in that grand final right now, probably watching over the matches. I have to assume they're probably taking notes, figuring out maybe how the AR players are playing and positioning, how the sub players are looking to break some of these hills and things like this. This is all really just useful information that you can look to maybe utilize heading in towards that grand final here for yourself. But we're still at least at that point to see exactly who's going to be playing up against them. And so far, so good for the Wichita Wolves, a team that I don't think played in the tournament last week, but are certainly coming in with a little bit of force here from what we've seen in map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely the case too. I don't believe that they actually played last week, but I know that they are a bunch of players that spend more than enough time grinding the game, and in the past week and a half at this point that the game has actually been out, and they're able to put themselves here in a spot to where they can end up going in towards grand finals. Definitely showcases their abilities not only to be able to control the weaponry that is being played out, but also the maps that are currently being played as well. So that's still very important if you are playing in any sort of wagers, GBs, or even these free entry 1Ks that are currently being played played out, especially for tonight. So, I mean, when you're going in towards search and destroy as well, I did highlight a player in Azrael, and that's one player, again, that has been around the Call of Duty scene for quite some time. And I can only imagine when it comes down to search and destroy, definitely has a certain amount of influence and knowledge that could end up bringing towards the table if any of these players are newer. But again, search and destroy, if you've been grinding the game for a week, if you've been grinding the game for 10 years, if you've been grinding the game since its first inception, you are definitely going to look at this as a fundamental game mode. And this is where you're going to have to be able to show your strong suit, especially against a team like URNM Black, who are patiently waiting for you. And I can only imagine, like Austin had said, are sitting there watching while keeping themselves warm, preparing themselves for a best of 5 series, because if it does go all the way to a map 5, you got to remember search and destroy is that last game mode in a best of 5. It'll not only win you maps, it'll win you championships, it'll win you a lot of money along the way.
That's right. I mean, especially in this case here, right, where it's a differential from being able to fight for $600 for first place or getting a lot less than that for third or fourth. So certainly want to be able to get yourself towards that grand final and have a chance at being able to take as much money as possible away. But as you said, have to be able to close things out here in search and destroy. And I mean, if there was really one game mode, I think out of the 3 that you're going to take a lot from, it's probably going to be from this game mode from our squad that might just be watching here. That's already sitting in the grand finals here for URNM Gaming. And they might be able to kind of look at least some of the strategies. It's a lot easier to kind of look at the mini map as things slow down and picks come through to at least see the thought process behind some of the situations that they're looking to play out in their heads and how they're looking to execute on them. So we're about to see that all take place for us, of course, jumping in towards things now, ladies and gentlemen, back over towards Armada Strike for our map number 2. This will have to be a must win here for our squad if they're going to be able to send things towards map number 3. Meanwhile, the Wichita Wolves, they just need to close this one out and they will punch a ticket towards the grand final, have a chance to play up against URNM Gaming Red and Black, to see if they'll have it in them. But looks like we will get a little host ending the game, maybe players not ready or not loading in. We know that there is a bit of a delay for as far as sometimes players loading into the game itself, so might just be the case, as I'm sure we'll get back into things here very shortly.
Yeah, Armada Search and Destroy, this is the, I believe the 4th time that we've seen it on the day, Austin. And Armada Search and Destroy, just within its own self, whether you've been watching wagers or you've been watching other tournaments being played out for variants when Armada was being played continuously, and even throughout the day, a lot of the time, Armada itself across all game modes, but most inherently, Search and Destroy is always going to be decided by a team playing very fast, who can take the A side very quickly, who can take the top control room very quickly where the B, S, and D resides at. But the biggest thing about it is, from a defensive standpoint, where are you putting your solar player? Are you putting them down low, looking at the A cross, or in holding down low altogether to look at the pinch that could potentially come through? Or are you going to end up putting them up top on the window side where P2 technically resides to be able to get a very cheeky angle, looking at players trying to play a little bit of coy and trying to wait for the enemy to try to push on through? There's a lot of interesting opportunities that can present itself when it comes to Armada Search and Destroy, but so far the biggest value that we've seen for offensive and defensive rounds are those teams that are not afraid to get aggressive, being able to take these power positions very early.
Yeah, you got to play with a bit of risk, right? Especially on a map like Armada, where, as much as we saw the first 5 rounds go over offensively the first time we watched it there in the very first semifinals that we casted over, sometimes that doesn't exactly always follow through. I feel like it's definitely a lot more common to see the first 5 rounds come through defensively than offensively, but it's all about kind of how the teams are also matching up against each other. But you bring up a great point where, you have to be able to kind of show some kind of aggression on offense if you're going to be able to take, either one of these bomb sites. And I mean, one of them at the very least is in a position where it's highly contested. One team gets towards top ladder faster than the other on the defensive side, so you're always kind of battling back from this window, and something that is not easy to do from time to time, where you only really have maybe the bomb heady for as far as cover, but other than that, you're kind of just going in and just hoping you're going to be able to look in the right spot to force that gunfight. So not very easy to take it by storm, but the team that typically does is always in a spot of putting more pressure on the team that is now maybe looking to see, all right, do we even want to contest their aggressive pushes? Are we looking to play a little bit more passively, maybe try to work off a pick and then look for a numbers advantage to push through? Those are some of the questions that are going through these guys' heads. But ladies and gentlemen, it's enough of us theory crafting and rambling on about Armada. It's time to see exactly how it actually comes together here for us, as it will be Wichita Wolves on offense here right off the start. That's an aggressive challenge down low. Jace picks up 1, has the cross, finds a second, and is almost able to combine for 2 off the bat.
3v4 as we go, and was going to be a hard read. Look at Jace now actually tunneling on the backside. It's going to come down to G-Spin to be able to read this. Now really just stuck down low and not even on the site that the search and destroy site is located on. So in a really tough spot. I mean, you almost hope that they could play for the information. If not, being able to take down Jace on the backside would be big. So Wichita Wolves can actually work a rotation, but you're down to 40 seconds here in this 3v4. As they start to work their way on the east side of the map, we'll now start working through the, I guess what would be the cafeteria room here on the ship itself. Nice little challenge coming through from Azrael is going to be able to take down De Niro, and that's going to mean that the BS&D side is more than opening. TD Grinders, they put so much focus down low that they didn't even worry about the rotation that could possibly happen.
Yeah, I can't believe they got this bomb planted here, and now they need to try and defend it. 2v3 situation, G-Spin down low, trying to play for what could be a good timing. He ends up finding Donner Beds as it looked like an unfortunate mantle, but G-Spin still needs to work through the last couple of players. Bomb is going to be safe, looks to go for the challenge, just combined for 2, but the trade is just a little bit better. Jace with a couple of kills here in the round. Right off the start, you can remember him watching the cross, finding that first initial pick, comes through with the last pick, and that's enough to secure the first round.
And Jace had a really good chance not only to be able to thwart the initial push, but also just push all the way through and did the wiser thing and just being able to hold on to their life, being able to be that ace in the hole that TD Grinders absolutely needed to be able to come back up once the fight was already coming on through and able to find the trade that was more than necessary. But again, the struggles of being in the numbers disadvantage of all things considered, the Wichita Wolves were able to bounce it on back to make that a technical 2v2. Though it was all the damage that was furthermore done that Jace just had to clean up on that did find 2 in the round. So, you know, losing BCM that early on definitely made things a little bit more difficult. Very interested to see how their adaptations will end up coming through on their next offense, but it's TD Grinders time as they're looking to cut across the opening of their map, send 2 players potentially down towards A, but there's a lot of players defensively down here for Wichita.
Yeah, my team calls this the swimming strategy. We're going swimming this round here on offense, and it looks like it might just pay off, but it ends up losing a gunfight up top here. So not going to work out, I'm sure, the way they were hoping, but one player still does manage to work in towards a flanking position, enough to maybe still tie things up at 2-2 here for as far as the life's up and alive here currently on the map. Now looks to be going up the ladder, as that is going to be Don or Beds looking to make this play happen. There it is. So the flank does pay off here. Now evens the odds. 2-2 we go. Bomb being planted at A. That is going to actually be stopped at the last possible second. So now Eastham has to try to get himself a 1v2 clutch, has to move in, will look for some shots, able to grab one, but the quick trade right behind is better. And we will now see a 2-0 start here right in towards our search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, Wichita Wolves, again, I mean, they're playing rather solo when they start to lose numbers, Austin, and that's what's really scary, is that we ended up seeing a lot of that from the hardpoint, but you can get away with that when you're in a respawn, but not when you're inside search and destroy. It does not play out like that at all. Got to be able to play for the trades, and that's where the hand-holding really comes into play. That way you can try to play for the trades that definitely need to come on through. And again, now we're going to have to see if there's any sort of adaptation that comes through on their offense. Down our Beds will become the shark in the water. We'll then swim all the way through. Potentially just to catch a few players off guard. They are going deep here to take the far zip line, but it's Jace again defensively for first blood.
I mean, Donner Beds is going to make a play here. Like easy pickup.
Tough.
That's also bombed down right here. I mean, he's done this now on both sides, and they just have not read it. And, I mean, we'll see the bomb picks up. There is at least a trade. Azrael able to move in. Still going to be a nice man advantage for the TD Grinders, looking for what could be a third round here for them. And they're going to now make a push right inside of B. De Niro's just locking it down. This should be an easy trade for Little Prince, but not as easy as I thought. G-Spin ends up pulling out the pistol, grabs the double kill, and now it's going to be a 1v1, and it's going to be brought home. What a play coming in. A massive clutch to put that first round up.
Yeah, we'll see it from the perspective of G-Spin. And this is that hand-holding, right? Able to get the trade, the information's there. Immediately swaps to the 1911, goes for the quick reload, and then, again, here's the shots and the footsteps up top. Massive play coming through here from G-Spin, just being able to play the heady on the top of the staircase ever so wonderfully. Very hard to take when the enemy is on top of the staircase, but if you get control of that staircase, just like what you saw from G-Spin, you have a natural heady that you could be playing around. They find 3 in that round. They're up to 5 and 2, able to shift the momentum just a little bit. And this is all off of Don Orbeds, just being the shark in the water, 2 rounds in a row, finding a lot of value on the flank, and now stacked up together, TD Grinders are just going to push all the way through. I think there's a player here defensively. It's going to be Azriel, but they're going to be traded out as well as BCM.
I'm just watching this. I mean, from a podcasting perspective, and I'm already fed up with these flanks that Donner Benz is finding here. And it's not going to result in more than 1 kill at the very least, but there has been quite a few openings. Now it's a 1v1 here once again. G-Spin won the last big clutch. Can he win another? Dinero, I think, has a read on where he is. Shots go through, and that will be an offensive win. Able to lock that one down, making sure there was no clutch up back-to-back rounds.
And able to hop off the bomb in a moment's time, was actually going to stick the plan and then immediately stop. Whether the information was there or they heard a mantle, which again is louder than a lion's roar. I don't know what that reference was, but we'll just go with it. Still,
it's probably pretty loud, to be fair.
I can only imagine. I've only heard it once when I was a kid. Like I was like maybe 7 or 8 years old, but I cannot remember it to save the life of me. But I do remember being absolutely trembled in fear, even though it was on the other side of the cage and there was a tamer there. But nevertheless, probably not as scared as Don Orbeds is now that these flanks are being punished. Azriel's going to be able to find a Semtex, but Little Prince, Batman play from up top, is going to find 2.
G-Spin finds an arrow. Turns things into a 2v2 for now. G-Spin, though, is alive, and he is already a 7-3 scoreline. Very, very strong here so far. Bomb, though, is down. That's a big gunfight up close. Brought home. Jace will fall. 1v2 now. Little Prince seeing if this might be his time to shine here, as it will be the bomb picked up. Has a chance to be able to move in for A, as Little Prince is not really in a spot to maybe find that first kill just yet. And G-Spin is going to be up top, decides to go for the plant over by B. The setup is in. Little Prince is completely down low on the ladder and now realizes that it is at the other bomb site that he is going to have to start to move through and see if he might be able to pull off this 1v2 clutch.
Who's going to be watching the bottom of the staircase here? Well, now they're going to know where Little Prince is ended up coming from, and well, here comes some lethals. Little Prince trying to use the heady of the staircase, but the heady of the bomb site will do just fine. So Wichita Wolves, again, keeping this in a 1-round affair. Again, just being able to take the top B site is definitely a favorable play, especially when you have numbers. You'll see Little Prince's play once again as they drop down low. Again, that was a numbers advantage that TD Grinders held over their adversaries of Wichita Wolves that just somehow escaped them. Just going to be superior positioning. G-Spin is up at 8-3, by the way. Definitely off of that 3-kill clutch that we saw a few rounds ago. Definitely helping out with just that, but always finding an influential amount of kills to boot. And here comes CD Grinders. Hard hit on the north side of the map. Player number 5 and Don Orbeds is just patiently waiting in the spot. I'm sure they're tired of being first blooded.
Little Prince, nade out. A chance to maybe challenge. Waiting patiently here, but a trigger will have to be pulled at some time or another. Finally, that trigger comes through, and well, the nade does as well. Beastium with the double nade is good enough to turn this into a 1v4 situation, make that a 4v0 situation as the round comes through, and that will tie things up at 3-3 as everything unfolded very quickly.
I mean, BCM, you're just seeing just the patch come on through. Just look how fast the Semtex gets thrown right into the stairwell, but still, nevertheless, the information was all gathered. Had 2 players up top in the control room defensively. Had some shots being traded on through, just through Semtex, whether it was 1, whether it was 2, whether it was teammates. It was going to end up being finding a lot of eliminations. I'm sorry, Bert. My heart still bumps out for you for killing 2 of your teammates plus yourself on Semtex on this map in the other semifinal. But still, nevertheless, 3-3 goes the scoreline into round number 7. We are in play. Offense for Wichita Wolves looking to hit offensively through the bottom of the map. Don Orbeds, little sneaky beaver through the water, is actually going to be read by Azriel. Not this time, Don Orbeds.
Yeah, that's worked a little too much, and I think they're starting to play passive enough that they know it's probably more than likely going to be a flank play from Don. So they read it, and they also work for a second onto Jace. Little Prince and Dinero here, a tough situation, but they turn things into a little bit of a better spot as they find Israel. Now 2v3. We'll see if there could be a trade, but not looking to be there just yet. G-Spin, however, finds himself an angle, takes out Dinero. Little Prince now left alone. 1v3 situation, 35 seconds left. Bomb has to be planted here, or rather defused, and well, we'll see if he actually manages to get that. That's a big win. I did not expect that to come through. G-Spin and Beastium, last couple of players alive. Challenge up close, won't be there. Very difficult spot to move in for that bomb, and we will now see Wichita Wolves pull ahead by 1.
I'm not too sure if they just stopped shooting or if that's how it truly feels just from a spectator perspective. Because, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I always end up getting the first few bullets inside an MP5 player, and I always end up getting smoked. But headshot multiplier is definitely still a thing, to say the least. Now taking the lead here is Wichita Wolves. Yes, it's only by 1. But at least they're doing a better job in these later rounds, Austin, and just stacking together and being able to find each other's trades. From a positional standpoint, it's definitely a lot better than going and trying to find isolated gunfights, and especially how they were able to win the hardpoint and just playing very quickly. Now they're playing rather methodically, as Denny's will end up finding Little Prince, but Don or Beds is right there for the trade. 3v3.
3v3 we go. Gennaro with the bomb with a good amount of time on the clock. Looks to be positioned, here for what could be an A or B hit. It's all depending on where they're looking to find some of these opening kills and where they can get them at. That's probably going to lead them to what bomb they want to try and get towards, but it will maybe be a push through. Donnerbed's up top is looking to maybe make that aggressive challenge. Meanwhile, they have lost Jace, so things did get a little bit harder for them, but that's going to be now Dinero with a kill, so even back up at 2-2. One player is going to be watching this push through from the ladder, and this is not going to be easy to work your way over. But once again, you have to decide really where you're looking to go with the bomb. It looks like it was A, but the double is there. Big snapper coming through there from down low. Doesn't matter if the low ground is in effect. You can just see the double here coming through for G-Spin. I think that's putting him close to what has to be double-digit kills for him now.
I'm pretty sure that was kill number 11 with that final kill. The AK-47 is a very strong weapon, my friend, and got the turnaround on the first and was able to get the heady on towards the last player remaining. That is 11-3 for G-Spin. 5 straight through multiple rounds. G-Spin can truly do it all. MP5, AK-47, and when I say Don or Beds, I like playing in the water. I'll go for a little bit of a swim too, but they're not going to go to the complete opposite side. They're just going to look for a cheeky angle. Just going to be looking at the AS&D site. This is on their offense, keep in mind you, and this is potentially the play that we were seeing Wichita Wolves trying to fish for at the beginning of the entire game in round number 1, though it was quickly put to bed, and Denny's will find first blood, but Azrael quickly gets traded out.
BCM waiting for what could be a push, but G-Spin here has been so solid. Finds a kill, now turns things into what is a 3v2 advantage. It feels like Wichita Wolves always having an advantage, but Dinero's alive and a double will come through. G-Spin now has a chance to still close things out right in this round, but we'll have to battle through Little Prince and Dinero, really the last couple of players that have been alive quite often, and they both will be pretty separate right now, so they are giving G-Spin individual one-on-one gunfights if he can find the angle to actually take it. Bomb will be picked up. Very much so could have been heard here from the player playing in towards the upper level. But G-Spin now will take an alternative route. We'll look for what could be the potential challenge here. Trophies are down, scouting out everything top control, but has a chance to try and drop this bomb. Not a whole lot of time left on the clock, but does manage to find it. So we'll get this off. Has a chance to try to reset this gunfight. Looked for that first one. Don't think he actually spotted him. Will maybe have to look again. I think his teammates give him the information, does get spotted out, now might look to go for the alternative 1v1 gunfight, bouncing back and forth, waiting for a challenge, but just simply is not getting it. Finally, the first one is going to be there. Still a chance to clutch this up as things reset, and he's still in the 1v1.
Just a handful of seconds left. Player number 7 in Dinero. Just trying to slowly work their way up here. I mean, somebody's going to make a move, and it's going to be coming down to G-Spin that finds the isolated 1v1s. And the ice in their veins is going to be able to close out the final round here on Armada Search and Destroy for our second semifinal to send Wichita Wolves to the grand finals where they're going to face URNM Black.
Oh, G-Spin, man. how many times did we see him go big in that series there for us, Andy? I mean, specifically in the search and destroy, just seemed like locking things down, a lot of big clutch rounds that came through, and was able to put up just a crazy stat line there. I think he ended on what, 13, 14, something like that for himself. Just
That was number 14,
having
yeah.
an absolute, just having an exceptional game here in map number 2, enough to send the Wichita Wolves into that grand final up against URNM Gaming Black. It's going to be an absolute treat. Two very strong teams going up against each other here to see how it's all going to come together. $600 for first place. You know, both of these teams are gunning for it. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to get that grand final set up here for you guys, which means that you do not touch that browser. Don't go too far, because grand finals is coming up right after the break.
That'll melt your cheese. Minutes to go. Let's get saucy.
Hello everyone and welcome to our grand final for our $1,000 Call of Duty Cord World Tournament, all presented by Totino's. We are ready to jump into it. Wichita Wolves up against URNM Gaming Black to see who's going to take it all for us. We're in Garrison hardpoint, and of course it's My Name Vision joined with Proper as we get ourselves ready to go. Already going to be 13 points over towards the Wolves here, but not going to be for long. As you can see, Ezreal here already up top green, controlling this area, making sure it's going to be difficult to get to that hill.
Yep, and the way that Garrison hardpoint will typically end up playing out, gonna be looking forward towards the team that can control the most high ground off of 1, so that way you can make your rotation over to 2 all the more easier. And well, so far so good for Wichita Wolves, although you're seeing about 27 seconds in total given over towards URNM Black. It's more of a war of attrition here, and Wichita Wolves understand that in controlling said high ground, not trying to push over towards number 2.
And we'll see if Orb can now work over here and actually make a dent in the hill. That's going to be a 2-piece there, but gets the help from Sleepy. Nismo also starting to get himself heated up, and that's a lot of kills that end up raining through here for us. So now the setup currently in effect. The spawn's controlled right now from URNM Gaming Black. We'll see if they can actually look to lock this down, but the smoke up top is going to make things a little bit tricky. As you see 2 people mantle over at the same time, they will actually be allowed entry inside of the hill. They find themselves a break. Still a good amount of time to fight for here. As you can see, 30 seconds up and available. Nismo waiting patiently for his teammates to get behind him. Now that push about to take place as they're looking to find some of these kills, but there is a 4 down, a perfect hold, and the Wichita Wolves now with the scrap time will look to make the rotation towards the new hill as well.
Over towards P3 we go, just in a matter of time. The land of many headies, to say the least, but still, nevertheless, you're going to end up trying to get the initial time here. Very competitive off of the first 2 hills so far between Wichita Wolves and URNM Black. G-Spin coming off of a very impactful semifinals, especially for that Search and Destroy, is looking to keep that momentum going as they are able to take down Nismo and then gets the retrain on the Sleepy. Now trying to push all the way through to go help out on towards the site. Blocks down almost onto a single one, but Orb will put them down. Now in control of the hill ever so slightly, at least for the spawns for the time being, are Wichita Wolves, URNM Black. They need the respawn to be able to come in here so that way they can comfortably take control of the entire site, but it's not coming through so easily.
Very difficult hill to break, especially when you can't get someone in towards the back to flip the spawns out. You're seeing that currently take place as this has been a great hold here from Wichita Wolves, looking to grab the remainder couple of seconds as well, as it looks like they should come through. So now we look towards the rotation as the last 10 seconds should end up coming through, and it's going to be Ezreal here up top, looking to control top green and the bridge in a great position on top of this. Tank will find Sleepy with ease, drops down to maybe look to try to contest this time inside of the hill, but still wants to try to wait for his teammates to get to a better position. Wants to set up the pinch here. Ezreal now looks to go in with G-Spin. They find themselves the kill on the hill. They do take a player out of the time, but they're still not full control just yet. Bestium now up top on the bridge looks to start to make some waves here within the green area, but doesn't necessarily have his teammates with him either. So you can see it's a lot of patience, waiting for these hits and waiting for the coordination to come through.
Waiting for the coordination to come through for sure, but I mean, Wichita Wolves are definitely doing a good job as far as killing URNM Black is concerned, but the scoreline definitely doesn't suggest that in between the 2 teams. We're looking to set ourselves up going in towards P5 for only a certain amount more time left alone here on P4. URNM Black are able to hold on towards the sponsor, and they're able to thwart Wichita Wolves as far as a dedicated break, but still 2 seconds left on over here. And now we're going to go over a little closer to the center of the map, and all those kills that started coming through for Wichita Wolves, although being good, actually ended up gifting the flip of the spawns for URNM Black, being over on the west side of the map, giving them the easier rotation over towards P5 for the initial time. This is great if you're a fan of URNM Black, because of all the positions that you're going to be able to lock down. I say that, but look at the kill feed. 4 just come all straight through for Wichita Wolves. URNM Black did not read where the hit was coming through for Wichita Wolves, and now they find the break that they need.
This is an extremely, extremely close game here. Back and forth we go. Just 3 points separating both of these teams before we go in towards the reset of the hills. And the scrap time currently is being fought for. Right now, G-Spin in the hill, looking to grab the last 15 seconds here and might be able to do so. But Nismo and Sleepy press forward. They find a couple of key gunfights. And now they're going to be able to contest this time as well as force some of those deep spawns. Sleepy somehow still winning it on gunfights. Looking to go on in another kill here. That's 3 in a row. It was a rough start here for Sleepy, but looking to now get things going as we go towards the resets. URNM Black, they will be in control as they will touch the new hill first.
120 to 108 after the first set of hills. Very competitive indeed here, Austin. 14 and 10 for Denny's. Was that 16 and 9 for G-Spin? Think that 15 and 10 now as they go down. 15 and 6 for Azriel. Again, all of Wichita Wolves, they're finding a lot of eliminations, but as far as map presence is concerned and terrain control, it's all in the favor for URNM Black. That's how they're always finding themselves in for the back 20, sometimes for the initial 20, if not 25. And they're finding little scraps and little scrimmages here and there. 16 and 14 for Orb, 10 and 17 for Sleepy. Like you said, it was having a very slow start, but not as slow as a start as Nismo. We keep on talking about when we're looking at URNM Black, especially for hardpoint and all respawn modes, that it's always coming down for Nismo and Orb. Orb is up there, and it's definitely helping out URNM Black's favor here on the Garrison hardpoint of why they're actually taking a pretty good lead. It's not significant enough as we move back over towards the P2 area to where Wichita Wolves are going to get the initial time, but it's all going to come down to how well they are able to fight back against URNM Black's hit.
They've definitely struggled around this hill a little bit here. Ezreal now with the AR inside of the hill, looking for some of these longer range gunfights that might just take place right beside Brick or in Brick itself, but his teammates are doing a pretty good job of at least clearing out some of the members. Now there's a quick contest, but it will be a kill up close there on towards Mir. Orb looking to fight for the time, finds himself one, but can't grab two. Beastium here up top will be able to grab himself the cleanup and the trade. So the lead chains once again will come through here for us as 15 seconds is up for grabs, and I don't think anyone's going to be dedicating themselves. I do say that. We see Sleepy make the decision to move over here, but very wisely will, I think, back away, try to make himself useful on this rotation. Orb is already all the way in the back, and G-Spin's waiting. Look at the patience before the hill pops so that he will be able to flip out the spawns, but the spawns are right beside him there. I mean, he made the right play, but Orb just spawned on him. A little bit questionable, I guess, on Treyarch's part there, but for as far as what we'll get, definitely a strong play, just not going to pay off from the game sense.
Yeah, G may just not, but still, we're looking at it all coming to a end for a third hill. Mistakes are going to be made there for him. Trophy system for Mir, just trying to work their way in towards the hill time. Again, URNM Blast's success as far as hardpoint is concerned is, again, around Orb and Nismo going absolutely AWOL. 24 and 24 Orb, 9 and 19 for Nismo. Double negative for Nismo currently. And Mir is the one that's going to be looking to soak up as much hill time as possible. Sleepy is here. And they're going to be locking things down. It's still a slight lead in favor over Wichita Wolves currently. But as we're moving over towards the fourth hill, this is where Wichita Wolves can really start making their presence felt. 2 kills already go in their favor. It's 1 trade from Orb onto Denies. And now we have ourselves a little bit of a scrimmage going back and forth towards the southeast side of the map is where URNM Black are currently respawning. But you can see the read is all there. The communication visibly on the minimap for Wichita Wolves as they start to push URNM Black. And they have such a good power position to get a significant amount of time off the P4.
Still a very close game, but everyone right now on the Wichita Wolves over 20 kills, as well as a lot of hill time coming through for G-Spin, sitting inside the hill. Another gunfight one now. That's going to combine for 3 in a row. And I mean, you can't afford to let all this time go over, but you also have to worry about this rotation. So you have to start to push in towards this hill, get rid of the players on the time, then move forward and press towards the last hill, which will be P5 for us. And it's not easy to do, but Nismo had an opening, can only grab himself one before the new hill will end up popping here for us very, very shortly. We'll see last couple seconds go over. It's going to be about 194 roughly here to about 212 for us. So still very doable, but they're going to have to start to push through and find these entry kills here very quickly.
Just slightly above 2 minutes inside the game clock. This is going to go down to very close set of hills. 45 seconds left remaining inside of P5. Again, like you said, Austin, this is still very doable for URNM Black. They're going to need a little bit more kills. Starting off here with Nismo, taking down G-Spin is what they're going to hope for, but Orb not able to lock down the kill inside of the storage there with BCM, and Azrael's able to take down Nismo. G-Spin's soon to follow, and they're going to find another one of 5 spree now for Azrael before they end up trying to press on forward to make their presence more felt. Nismo will be able to find a trade on the BCM, but can anybody comfortably touch the point in time? Because passing the 50-yard line means that the entire team for URNM Black is going to spawn in towards the west side of the map, but it may not even matter because it's red by Wichita Wolves as they take the opening hardpoint 250 to 199.
They take the opening hard point, and what a hold it was on P5. They did not allow any slip-ups, did not allow anyone to even really contest this hill. As you can see, everyone gets in the mix, gets in the hill, fights for the time, and a very close game where it was a lot of back and forth, but I mean, really kind of extending this lead here on this P5 hill is what played the difference, and it was just enough to be able to close things out there for them as well. But this is exactly what we expected here for both of these squads for us proper. Very, very tight hard point being played, and I think really that one comes down to you highlighted Nisbo for being one of the standout players, the opening sub players who was finding some of those multi-kills very early in towards some of these rounds that we saw and casted over. Did not have that effect, at least for map 1. Now, the good news is these are best of 5s and not best of 3, so it's not like you're going in towards the second map like, damn, there's a lot of pressure, we have to close this out. You don't have to, you certainly would like to, but at the very least, just know that it is the best of 5 here for everyone watching, and that things won't be said and done heading in towards map number 2.
One thing that we're going to end up having is going in towards a search and destroy for Crossroads, though, Austin. If there's one thing that we know about Crossroads search and destroy, it's all going to be kind of dictated around just the SMG pressure. A couple of ARs here and there, but really the SMG pressure. And off of the performance that we just have from G-Spin, off of their Armada search and destroy and their semifinals versus the TD Grinders, it's going to be very interesting to say the least. I don't think we've seen URNM Black truly tested for their search game, not today at all.
Yeah, it's very much the case here for you guys. And for anyone that does not know and is wondering what's happening, well, this is our 4v4 $1,000 tournament here for Call of Duty. This is the second one we've done. We did one last week there for us on Saturday. And, well, we have 2 more coming up here for you guys in December. I believe that is going to take place for us on December 5th and December 12th. And, of course, it's all brought to us here from Totino's here, being a big sponsor and really putting on these shows here for us. So, overall, got to give these guys a big shout out and a big thank you for everything they've done. And of course, everything's been taking place here on Esports Arena. It's been an absolute blast here from the tournament we did last week, where we were trying to learn exactly what was happening for as far as the game, as well as this week as well. But not only is Totino sponsoring the tournament, they're also giving some things away for us. It feels like we're getting so much happening. And, well, if you don't know, if you do exclamation point giveaway in the chat, the first 150 people have a chance at being able to get a loot box. I believe that is still active, if I'm not mistaken. And even if that's not still active, well, we are giving away a premium loot box here for you guys. Just one person is going to collect that on the night. If you do exclamation point power squad in the chat, that will actually prompt for a link. If you go to that link and retweet that on Twitter, you have a chance at being entered and selected for that premium loot box that you're seeing on your screen here for yourself. Just one winner will take that one away. So lots to give away, a lot's happening, more tournaments coming up here for us proper. It's a great time to be involved in Call of Duty.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at the beginning of a new game, beginning of a new season, it's everybody's year, right, Austin? And now we're going to end up seeing how many people are going to be able to truly continue on with that now that we're in about a week and a half in towards the game's tenure so far, especially with challengers looming in the distance, and hope that you're going to be able to be of age so that way you can compete to truly prove that it is actually going to be your year. There's a lot of talent out there, whether it's all the way down to collegiate, all the way up to the pro level, and that's what always makes things very exciting. You and I were talking in the background of the broadcast, and it's just always really nice, especially when you're looking at new games that are coming on through, because everybody truly is learning together. It's a whole brand spanking new game. Even if you were absolutely nasty at World War II, doesn't mean that you were amazing at Modern Warfare, but it might give you a better shot at being better here at Cold War. And that's what's always exciting year in year. And again, like we were talking about in the background, that's just truly what makes Call of Duty esports a true spectacle.
Truly does. And I mean, For anyone that does not know, last week we had, at least Nismo in this grand final that we're currently in. He was with his squad. That was actually under the banner of what was URNM Gaming Red. They ended up falling short in the semifinals against URNM Gaming Black here. So Nismo not looking to be the Silver Surfer 2 weeks in a row, wants to start to come away with a win very early on and towards the season. We know what it does here for these players when they're able to grab a massive dub in a tournament like this. We'll see if it ends up coming through here for them as we head in towards Search and Destroy. I think the first Search and Destroy that we've seen on Crossroads, if I'm not mistaken here for us, and it looks like offense will be led from the Wichita Wolves here to kick things off.
Crossroads Search and Destroy again is something we actually haven't seen. I think the last time we saw it was back in round 2, so it definitely feels like it's been a long time, the amount of competition in close maps at that we have seen throughout the day. But again, heavily dictated by opening picks and SMG pressure through the middle of the map, but G-Spin will already be down for Wichita Wolves. And for Wichita Wolves now on their offense, this is kind of their woes back on Armada Search and Destroy during their semifinals. And losing a player early on, gonna have to see if they can bounce back, as it looks like they're still trying to get mid-map control to really try to rush over towards B.
Losing G-Spin, not something you like to have happen in Search and Destroy, especially after his 14 kill performance on Armada in that last series. But you still have quite a few players that can make some big plays happen, and big plays are going to have to come through because you got 30 seconds on the clock. The challenge comes out. Nismo able to win out on that gunfight, but there is a trade that comes through. Now 2v3. Orb, Muir, and Sleepy have the numbers advantage as they're waiting for this push to come through. Muir with a kill on towards Denies, leaves Bestium, the last one, up alive with very little time, trying to play for a kill or two, but that is going to be solid defense coming through as they're going to be able to hold things off here for round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at this from the defense standpoint, you don't really have to do anything. You spawn in, you look over the crevice to see if a player is hitting towards the outskirts on the south side of the map, and then you just have players looking over towards the catwalk, and other 2 players just waiting for the push to come through the tank side. It's all just really easy to garner your information when you are on the defensive side. Just don't overextend and allow the enemy to make the mistake. Or we'll swap over to the AK-47 with the long-range ACOG scope. This is something we saw them use on Miami, but a nice little set Semtex comes through from G-Spin. It's going to take down Nismo for first blood.
Nismo still looking to find the footing here in towards the series. Hasn't exactly found it yet, so lots of time to be able to recover here. As you can see, Mir going for a little cheeky angle underneath the tank, looking for some information. Up top, though, Sleepy goes for a very ambitious challenge and ends up making it pay off, as he will find Bestium now. Sleepy and Orb here up against 3 members on Wichita Wolves, looking to see if they can combine for what could be 2 rounds in a row. Well, waiting patiently here, as it will be Sleepy now taking the outskirts. Might has a chance of dropping this bomb at A. No one in a position, and look at the position here from player number 5, actually up top, and they have a solid setup here to play for the post plant.
They're actually right beside on the rock too, and this is going to be Orb. ACOG scope AK. It's player number 2 and Azrael going to check over here. I believe that they hear some rummaging in the snow down below. Maybe their spidey senses could possibly be tingling, and here comes the drop coming on through. Almost the tracking. Picture perfect to come through from Orb. Now it's just down to Sleepy. In a 1v3. 1 player already hopping on top of the bomb. The second that Sleepy tried to go inside of the storage room, will immediately lose their life. So a nice little retake on towards the A side, and being able to find a good opening kills for Wichita Wolves, tying things up 1 apiece.
Just a great read, I think, knowing that 1 player was down low cliffside. And I mean, if they did not end up checking that, or they ended up going searching, in and out of these buildings here for the other player, then maybe there was a chance to be able to clutch things up, but not the case. 1-1 we go. Defense will hold strong so far in Crossroads Search and Destroy. We'll see who's going to be able to take the swing round in round number 3 for us. His offense is going to go back over towards the Wichita Wolves, and it looks like it's going to be an aggressive play over by A. This is the bomb site I certainly prefer, and I think if you get the bomb down, it's really easy to play for a post-plant setup right now. And, well, we are going to see that bomb get planted, and now you're going to have to start to move in here for this retake if you are UNNR Gaming, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Looks like the push is going to happen through the middle of the map. 1 player by cliffside. They find themselves a kill, but there will be a trade.
This is really coming down to G-Spin for the timing here. Check the bomb. Player number 5. And Orb is already hopping on top of it, but great help from Mir to not get allowing for the player to shake off the defuse. And I believe that just Orb got shrugged off ever so slightly. Mir able to find another. Denies up top is able to find one, and Denies is able to retrain up top towards the second. Catwalk control is a virtue when you do get that quick plan over towards A, and it all comes through. Although Mir did a great job of just playing patient inside of the cargo container, it was truly a round one by Denies up top on the catwalk.
I think Orb, I guess, got off of it because it looked like if he just stuck it, his teammate was watching over him, right? Yeah, I mean, he had to have because it's only 7.5 seconds to defuse, and they did fix the bug that took longer to defuse the bomb at 7.5 seconds. So it's very much interesting. I think Orb probably got scared of that push and must have hopped off of it, so he couldn't get the defuse off, but almost a potential play that was about to unfold in their favor ends up getting shut down. Now we move in towards round number 4 for us. Already a player dropping on each team for us, leaving us in a 3v3. A minute 10 left on the clock as G-Spin has some good information on a couple players that might be pushing by the tank, and he's kind of just bobbing back and forth here between both of these doorways, trying to deny the entrance at least to the B bomb site, but a lot easier said than done. G-Spin with a very awkward angle here could catch a player by surprise. He will find one in the middle, and that will give them the man advantage.
3v2. The offense is able to still plant the bomb over at A, so the retake is going to be done by way through the middle of the map. Player number 6 and Nismo is in a prime spot. Again, to be able to pop out inside of Catwalk, to be able to look over top, and I think that G-Spin is all the more aware. Is going to go ahead and just try to clear up blockers. He's going to eat a couple of shots, but is going to be able to get the better of Nismo. Orb will take down one in Azrael, but that only gives away their position for the Wichita Wolves to be able to retake by storm and being able to go up 3-1.
Wolves are looking pretty good, Andy. They're looking pretty good right now. They come off of a hardpoint win where they're able to clutch up in the final hill and make the early rotations. Now they're transitioning into the search and destroy ever so beautifully as you see them pull ahead by a couple of rounds, playing just offense and defense very well now. And you don't want to go down 4-1. You feel like this is one of those rounds that you have to win for URNM Gaming Black. So we're looking to players, you know, like Orb, like Nismo, really the highlight players on the roster that were making some of these massive frags come through. You need that to come through here for you right now, and a changeup will have to really be in effect if you're going to be able to kind of match the pressure. But it is a fast push through the middle. A great opening first blood here. Bestium with the bomb. They might be able to play up a numbers advantage down and work for B.
Nice little change of pace here, as 2 more kills ended up going way of G-Spin, but Mir and Sleepy are able to find 2 themselves. 2v1, now we go. Sleepy versus Azrael and Bestium. Bomb will be planted here at B. You see Sleepy just through the X-ray and on the mini-map too. I think Bestium's gonna actually have the information. Pops up, the hip fire is gonna be good over top of the bomb site itself. 3 rounds in sequence of each other here for Wichita Wolves. I believe that's actually 4, excuse me, as they go up 4-1.
This pressure, this tempo is immense. I mean, you're just seeing it take place. It's a great job from G-Spin, who does actually grab a couple of those kills before taking down, and you're just seeing just really the ability to be able to open up with a couple of kills here. It's just making the difference. First bloods, everything. Once they grab a numbers advantage, they just are able to make the best possible use of it. Now up 4-1, and they're going to be on defense here heading in towards what will be round number 6 for us. You need these round wins for URNM Gaming Black. They have to come through, and this is looking a lot better as you see Mir able to grab himself a kill, but G-Spin has been able to find Nismo to make sure things are still competitive, and G-Spin finds yet another double up.
2 for 2 trade. Orb still holding on to the bomb. Has dropped the ACOG scope off top of their AK. Knows that they have to try to clutch things up when it matters the most, and will now throw down the trophy system. Going to be able to keep themselves safe from any lethals and tacticals. Goes ahead and for the train, and going to be able to find at least one, but then they're cut down. That's a bomb drop. Now Mir in a 1v1 is actually going to be able to come out on top of that. All the information that they absolutely needed to be able to stop the bleeding. And that's a big round win, keep in mind, you don't want to be going down 5-1, especially after losing the hard point on Garrison. To go down 5-1 would be an absolute death sentence heading in towards control. Whether or not you're going to be able to bounce back from, that's a lot of momentum to bounce back from in a best of 5.
8-4 now for G-Spin, coming off of what was almost a massive clutch on his part individually. I mean, finding the double up there was just a surprise in itself, and almost finding 3 for what could have been the round win. Would have really been exceptional, but can't get that one home. Now an aggressive play, though, right over A. And I mean, Orb's also nudged off the top of the cliff here, as it looks like that will be the bomb going down successfully. Orb drops down low, looks to see if he can find the player exiting off of the bomb here, gets some shots in towards the leg. So finds the first initial kill as his team looks to try to collapse in towards the building and make their way in towards the back here. 30 seconds left, plays are being made. Orb with a double up here will be able to grab 2 in the round. Sleepy for 1, Nismo with the other. Everyone contributing here as they're able to play out a flawless defensive round and combine for a couple rounds in a row.
Little shift of momentum coming on through, and again, just playing their corners, just playing passively, and this is how they were able to win that first round, Austin. And just this is what's going to be able to win them continuous rounds. Again, just understanding where the position's going to be coming from. I mean, when it comes down to Crossroads Search and Destroy, typically you're always going to try to go for the cliff side, S&D site, just because it's easier to work that quicker point, rather than working your way inside of the garage, considering all of the angles and for the retake possibilities, both from top lockers and from the tank side. Plus, middle map control is a little bit more difficult to try to fish for. Wichita Wolves now going to have to try to switch things up, even defensively, against URNM Black. It will look like they're going to be going for mid-map control yet again, rather than going for a quick plan today.
Sleepy with the bomb is going to be able to find the first blood here. And that's going to be able to now create what could be 3 rounds straight. Man advantage in their favor. URNM Gaming are taking their time, and I like this. Trying to see if anyone might just look to overextend, over peak, play for information, play for what you can. And middle map control is most certainly theirs. They'll have the bomb down now. G-Spin in the top position, but not really want to be for as far as an MP5. So does have to back down and might have to play a different route. Bestium here looking to push out in the middle of the map here, trying to check the angles, has to just make the play, checks the wrong corner, and that will be an easy pickup for Mir. Everyone just about dropping, but that turns things into a 2v2 as G-Spin actually finds himself 1, almost combines for what could have been 2, but Mir gets there for his second in the round. Now Ezreal here, last one left alive, can't get it done. Mir goes absolutely massive. And, well, it looked like it was going to be dominating here for the Wolves. They went up 4-1, but now we see 3 rounds straight come through.
Yeah, so first Wichita Wolves are able to win 4 in a row. Now 3 straight so far for URNM Black. Looking to send in towards round number 9, making sure that they know that they're in control of the momentum at this current juncture. Previously for Wichita Wolves on their last offense, they tried to quick plant at A, got immediately turned on its head by Orb, who's at 7-5. 8-5 for Mirrors, having themselves a great search and destroy. G-Spin, I mean, they've been having great search and destroys every single time that we've been watching, both in the last game and now as well. 10-6 for them. Definitely looking to play for a little bit more information in the slow roll game. Trophy system's going to come through from G-Spin through the middle of the map and keep them safe from lethals and tacticals. Tries to go for the jump peek as Bestium, but Nismo smokes him.
Nismo just goes for the wallbang there too and ends up finding 2. Moves in, Nismo finds 3. No one can deal with Nismo in the middle of the map and give him the ace. There it is. Nismo takes down all 4.
Yeah, again, like Nismo just immediately playing this heady over top of the staircase. There's the 1. Just going to hold down the trigger, waiting for the reload as well, and then just the wallbang soon to follow. Middle map control, baby. Nismo says that's my middle name, and then immediately gets the information of where Denies is currently located at. Nice medium range shots with the MP5 for the ace. Absolutely massive round for Nismo. Had a very lackluster performance on the Garrison hardpoint, is coming to life here in these later rounds. Now up on map point to be able to tie the series up 1 apiece. You're going to look to close it out on offense. Bomb being carried here by Sleepy. It looks like they're going to be, again, looking through middle map control over in top lockers, potentially looking for a very easy pick, but it's the Nice that takes down Nismo for first blood.
Looking to send things to round 11 and make sure that it isn't 5 rounds straight here for URNM Gaming Black. Mir, though, he's back in towards the middle of the map, and we've seen him make some moves himself around this area. Looking to do so here again as he's sitting 8-5 up top of the tank. That's no good for Orb. Taken down from the MP5 actually there from range up against the AK. Good shots coming through overall, and that's going to leave us in a 2v4. Mir and Sleepy, someone has to make an individual play. Mir is going to be that player Mantles are loud as he climbs up on the rocks. Denies will read that perfectly, moves out, finds Mirror. Sleepy now, 1v4. Odds are stacked against him, and the corner also stacked against him, as player is just going to be able to hold it and send us to a round 11 in map number 2. So we won't get 5 rounds straight, but we will get our first round 11.
And I'm trying to just do the math quickly inside of my head, and well, I'm glad that I didn't actually come through and say that out loud, because I was pretty sure that URNM Gaming was about to be on defense, but you know what? We'll just go ahead and let the game decide that for me. So now, with Wichita Wolves on defense, definitely having a better share here, possibly. It's really tough to say, but it's going to be G-Spin over here with the LW3 Tundra. It's going to miss wide over towards a quick plant at A. Will be Sleepy. They will stick this. The smoke has blossomed, but at least G-Spin's going to hold the angle. Sleepy is pinned down, but Orb on the opposite side with the AK finds 2. Mir, then G-Spin finds another. Azrael in a 1v4.
Oh, this is just so tough. I mean, what are you going to really be able to do in this situation? You have to hope they're peeking you, and everyone playing very disciplined, very spread out. Both players kind of holding the cliff at the moment, and only 20 seconds left. There is just no time for Azrael really to find anything here, as he does drop down. Sleepy's going to be tucked away in the corner, just hops on the bomb to see if he can get away with it. But there is no way they're going to allow that to happen. So what was a very nice comeback here for URNM Gaming Black is enough to be able to close things out in round 11, a very dominating round 11 at that on the offensive side. Just a very strong push over towards A. That is enough to tie this series up here, a 1 apiece in this best of 5.
4 rounds in a row for Wichita Wolves. 3 rounds in a row for URNM Black, and then it went back and forth until we went to round 11. But in the final hour, Orbs with the AK-47. I don't know what's going on with this kid, man, but I tell you, they are something absolutely heinous to be able to go up against. I'm not going to lie. The ACOG scope or not, they are definitely making the pain felt in Wichita Wolves' backside now that it is tied up 1 apiece. So as we move over to control, we are guaranteeing ourselves at least a map 4. So we will see a second hardpoint in this best of 5 series. But with checkmate control on the horizon here, you can only imagine with the ARs in tow, comparatively to some other control maps included where there's a lot of nooks and crannies, there's a lot of unique long-range sightlines you can end up forcing on checkmate.
There really is. And I mean, this is a map combo that we saw quite a bit last week on control.
Yeah, we did.
We saw some teams pick it up quite frequently, were able to kind of get themselves in without a problem, other struggling to kind of break out of their spawns at times as the round would go on. And I think we keep coming back towards the same point when we talk about control for as far as the time limit, and you have to make best use of it. You have to contest this time. You have to make sure you're stopping the clock as much as possible, and a lot easier said than done when sometimes you don't have the reinforcements behind you to be able to make some of these plays for the zone itself. But I think that just goes into a bigger solution for as far as having your teamwork always ready, and you have to be able to play off of your trades, have to be able to get your ARs in some of these wing positions here on a map like Checkmate, where that's going to play all the difference, where you can lock down a total lane here. So I mean, people like Orb here are definitely going to be probably having a heyday for as long as the middle of the map is controlled with the airplane. If they can just lock down a lane, sit somewhere and post up, they're absolutely going to be having a heyday, because it is very, very easy as an AR player just to snap from left to right for all the players running at you when you're on the headies. So something to look for sure. But at the very least, we know that URNM Gaming here, they've been really good at playing off of momentum, I think is really the big takeaway, especially when Nismo, someone who had a slow start in that hard point, heated up quite a bit near the end. They started off that crazy comeback. It was off the back end of really that round where he grabs all 4 players. Now they have a little bit more confidence coming through with a map, and they might be able to carry that heading in towards this map number 3 to take the big swing map here in the series.
You're absolutely right to be able to bring that up, too. I mean, Nismo had a very lackluster hard point, but then coming through that search and destroy, had a very breakthrough play as they got an ace. I believe that was in round number 10. But still, nevertheless, heading in towards control, and even on checkmate, too, even though I was saying how it can be completely controlled out by ARs, a good MP5 that can play these angles and being able to work from cover to cover, smoke grenades, stuns included. I mean, Nismo could make a lot of plays happen here. Joining with Orb on that AK-47, that's how their duo has been working out throughout the entirety of the tournament. So we'll have to see what Wichita Wolves can end up doing to be able to combat against that. Not to say that G-Spin denies Azrael and BCM are anything to bat an eyelash at, but as it all starts out, it's going to end up being a very quick trades coming through. It's a 4-for-1 in favor for Wichita Wolves as they stop URNM Black hot in their tracks from either getting any sort of footing on towards the B control site.
G-Spin, I like that play right away. Get up in towards the spawn. Get aggressive. Chip away at the lives. Make it very difficult to coordinate a hit towards one zone or the other. But Orb and Sleepy, they're both able to move up here with ease. They find a couple of kills, but BCM's and 8 is enough to take down the AR players. So Orb now out of the mix. A now going to be really the big contention for as far as the map. That's long-range shots, and the stun is going to make it difficult for Nismo, so he will be taken down from afar. Mir now hops on the B zone, has Orb who follows up right underneath the wing. Sleepy also makes his way over towards A here. A one-on-one battle will be won, a very important one, but there will be a second one to follow. Not ready for it. We will see the trade out, and so far so good. Making sure that there is no ticks of progress secured so far in either one of these zones, but the pressure is still very high here for our squad.
Starting to look like a 2-2 split here for URM Black. 2 MP5s, 2 AK-47s, Sleepy and Orb running the AKs, and then Mir and Nismo running the MP5s. And, well, definitely working out a lot better for Wichita Wolves. Again, you have such a hard time when you're on the offense for checkmate control. Just you're running out in the open. There's so many different wings, pun intended, that you're trying to funnel on through, and Wichita Wolves are just going to chew you to bits. 24 seconds will be left inside the game clock. Progress will be halted on said game clock, considering that there is progress trying to be gained both on A and B. B will then be stopped. 2 players over here offensively for the A control site will be met with a handful of bullets as well. Wichita Wolves not only in the life lead, but they're also in a great positional advantage to meet URM Black before they can even see a control site.
Oh, this might be a double kill almost, and maybe a chance to touch, but you can see it. It's just being held from everyone all over the map. The ARs are just in a great position, so no one can touch a zones. And we will see defense come through here for our very first initial round, something we'll probably see a lot of, it feels like, here as we go from round to round. But once again, struggling to be able to get a tick and be able to kind of dedicate your team and I guess yourself here to one zone or the other. Really trying to approach both at the same time is relying on a lot of individual plays to kind of play it for you rather than relying on the teamwork per se. So seeing if that maybe changes the round after this where they go back onto offense here, but so far so good, at least for as far as our defensive team as they lock things down right away.
So now we get to see how the AK-47s perform for URM Black, given all of these sightlines that are available to them, or if the MP5s plus the AK-47s for Wichita Wolves are going to be able to bust the defenses wide open for URM Black. Only time will tell. It seems that the full frontal assault will go over towards B, as it typically does for a checkmate control, and going to be looking for bottom plane control and have a lot of players in and around this area if you're URM Black, and they're going to be able to find the first flurry of kills. That's a very early wipe in the favor for URM Black, setting Wichita Wolves right back to spawn.
And this is where things get so tricky. You're already 30 seconds in towards the round. You have no progress made just yet, and you have to battle back now from all these power positions as you have to check just about every single corner. Mir also going to take some shots, has a chance to press forward towards the spawn, and just look at this frenzy. I mean, you're just seeing really just how difficult it is from an offensive perspective, just putting yourself in the shoes of some of these players right now, just trying to inch out of their spawn, checking every corner, making sure they're not giving away lives for free, but you just sometimes don't really have the chance or really a saying what's about to unfold for you. That is one of those situations where you're just kind of letting the game happen and you don't have a whole lot of control around it, but there is still a chance to make one last resurgence here towards one of the zones. We'll see if that will happen. Sleepy is laying prone, locking down A. 15 seconds left now, and you have to get a touch.
Able to find at least a handful of kills, but it's really going to be enough. At least you're able to get players stopping the time clock, so that way reinforcements might be able to resurge over towards the control site, but G-Spin will go down, so now 10 seconds left to play in the offense for Wichita Wolves. In the power position is Sleepy, almost able to get the retrain onto, denies, but at least the communication was going to be there almost, as Nismo tries to go for the top-down play, but Orb is still underneath the plate. It's able to find 3 to close the round.
That was so clean. That movement was so clean from Orb, just moving in and out with the slide cancels. We have to get it again, and we will. Just finds the first one, challenges the second, bobs in, bobs out here with the slide cancel, and G-Spin has to sprint towards the zone, realizing he does, goes for the challenge despite being weak, comes out with the gunfight. Just a stellar play here put on screen here from Orb as he now puts himself positive and will put himself on a bit of a spree. He might be able to continue. The problem here, though, is offense. And on top of that, the bigger problem is making sure that you're going to be able to still have enough kills so that you can maybe influence that last round if it goes towards the very distance here to round number 5 for yourself. And, well, whoever gets defense is more than likely going to be able to close things out unless something special ends up taking place here for one of our offensive rounds. That still could happen. Sleepy will end up finding himself a kill, but there will be a very fast trade to follow. A does seem to be the target. Orb with a gunfight here for more than one, and denies will deny him the 1v1 itself.
I wonder why Orb ended up going with the ACOG scope AK in the beginning of this round. Maybe potentially to look for the cross from wood over cross B, but they know something more than I do. I've never put any sight on an AK-47 apart from a red dye, but still, as we are seeing this unfold, 45 seconds left for the offense of URM Black, and you are absolutely right, Austin. I mean, even if you do find the opening flurry, you can get a full-on wipe, but then what do you end up doing with that? For all case and purposes, if you try to press too far forward on the offense when you're trying to cook up a couple of progress points on B or A, you're still smack dab out in the open, even for the respawns. You have to basically just spawn camp them from there on out. First tick of progress will be gained here at B for URM Black on the offense, and, well, it's going to be immediately met by Azrael and Denies as they find 2. It's a 2-for-2 trade, though. Player number 4 in Orb is still here on the B site, and I thought that first tick of progress ended up coming through, but it wasn't fully taken over, and now it's going to be ended up being depleted as Denies takes Orb down.
They just can't grab it. And I mean, this is really what hurts you. You have maybe 3 or 4 really good pushes, and if you can't make one of them really count, you're caught in the situation where you just have to now rely on heroic moments to save you the game. Now, they have worked for 1 tick. They have a chance at a second here, as they are going to be able to get pretty close to it, just about halfway through on that second tick over by A, and they have a lot of control, at least on their side of the map. Here they just have to worry about a pinch in the middle. Meanwhile, simultaneously grabbing the other zone, first tick almost comes through for B, and they have to backtrack for B to make sure that one does not end up going over. So this is looking to be what could be maybe our very first successful offensive push. I say that, though, 3 players go down, make that 4, and now you're starting all over again as you have to work your way towards A, it feels like, to get that last tick.
2 ticks of progress at A, almost a first tick of progress at B. 20 seconds left to play. Players pushed up so far defensively. 4 respawns remaining to the 7, now 6 of Wichita Wolves. 2 good kills coming on through, and they are trying to funnel themselves over towards A, R, U, R, and M Black. Another flurry of kills end up coming through. You can tell Wichita Wolves on the minimap are trying to stop them from capping over on A, but A will be secured. Another minute goes over towards the clock as well, and there's already presence over at B where the first tick of progress has been gained.
G-Spin looking for what could be a big flank here. Trying to find the player, playing for the spawns. Nismo plays his life. Minute of time left on the clock. Spawns are low. Just 1 remaining for URNM Black right now. Denies will now make that 0 lives remaining, as he's even going to look for a cheeky angle, but Sleepy gets the best of him. There's still 2 lives coming through here for Wichita Wolves. Make that 1, but now the last 2 players remaining is going to be Mir and Sleepy. They have to make some special things happen in this 2v4. Have to almost now think about it as search and destroy, as you have to start to find these kills, and you still could clutch things off, but you have to be able to work for what seems to be some room in the middle. Mir can't bring that one home. Sleepy now left alone, 1v4. Everything stacks up against Sleepy as he's got 22 seconds left, touches the zone, finds himself 1 kill, looks for 2, but can't bring it home. So we'll once again see defense close things out, but that offensive round was extremely close.
Oh yeah, it's the first capture point that happened in all 3 offenses that we have seen so far, Austin, and, well, that was probably as good as a shot as any, unless Wichita Wolves really put this on their back. But still, this is again, it's just checkmate control within a nutshell. Even when that first control site was fully taken for URM Black, they were still down by a solid 3 lives. And although getting that extra minute, when you're starting to dwindle down on lives, you really got to start counting your respawns, and you really got to be able to pull your yourself from getting over aggressive and just being able to keep the space slowly and playing a little bit more methodically, just calling out the positioning like you had talked about, play it a little bit closer to search and destroy, because you will not end up coming back when you're out of respawns. That is how the control mode works. So Wichita Wolves now have an opportunity to be able to close this out in a 3-1 fashion, and what a little turnaround there from G-Spin. I don't know what this kid is on at this point in time.
G-Spin just snapped on that second player. Long range shots too with the MG5. What a play, and that's a play that will actually grant you that first tick. But meanwhile, it's BCM also able to find a couple of players in a row off of spawn, really creating some room. And look at now the defensive. All the players kind of battling out of their spawn right now for the side of URNM Gaming, and they're not really getting themselves a foothold on top of these zones. Finally, they're able to kind of move in towards B here and find at least a couple of kills, but B might actually end up going over nonetheless. The trade's still swinging the way of the Wolves, and this might be enough to grab Zone B. The first time we've seen Zone B go over. Meanwhile, A has also actually been continued with its progress here. Finding the challenge here will be G-Spin, but he will be overwhelmed from all the blue members. Now Israel trying to find himself the trade, moves in, does find a couple of kills. You have a massive life read right now on the offense with 2 minutes left to play. If there was a time to secure offensive rounds here proper, you feel like it's gotta be this one right here.
And this is where ARs on the offense can absolutely flourish. That long-range line of sight down lane is where you can find a lot of value, and G-Spin has found a flank. They found two. Mira and Nismo go down by G-Spin's MP5. Although Orb is trying to cause a ruckus in the back lane as they take down BCM, that is all going to be communication that denies has to look that way. Second tick of progress is already gained, and there's the third tick of progress has been accrued. In 3-1 goes the scoreline for Wichita Wolves. They are on series point.
Series points, and I mean, what a crazy way that one ends up ending there for us, just off the back end of what was pressuring two zones at once. And I mean, both defensive pushes that came through to try to go for the retake was just shut down. And I mean, one of those really big shutdowns happened right there from Ezreal, who was able to grab himself a couple of kills, and really just setting up with the ARs just showed us it can work both ways, but it's much harder to get into those spots as offense for sure. So the fact that they're able to do it and do it pretty convincingly for as far as the life lead is very impressive to say the least, as control has not been the easiest to take on the offensive side, but the Wolves coming through very strong here on Checkmate. That's enough to secure yet another respawn here for themselves, now leading the series 2-1 proper. So now we head in towards what will be our third, or rather our fourth map coming in here for us to see exactly if they're going to be able to close things out. We have not seen any respawn wins so far, and if the Wolves can keep this up and keep up the slaying like they've been doing, they might have a chance to close this one out 3-1.
I mean, if G-Spin just continues to snap on everybody in sight, I mean, yeah, anything is possible. The sky is the limit so long as G-Spin is just popping off for the Wichita Wolves. Again, losing the Crossroads search and destroy 6-5. That was a very close affair. The hardpoint was also very close all the way until the final moments. That was on Garrison. But now we move over to Crossroads hardpoint. Austin, I'm not going to lie, when it comes down to SMG presence, as far as consistency is concerned throughout Grand Finals so far, it has been all G-Spin rather than Nismo. Nismo was pretty silent there on the checkmate control, and there were a lot of opportunities where Nismo could find a lot of value. And joining with their SMG duo with BCM, I think the Wichita Wolves, they got this in the bag, man.
I mean, it's definitely looking that way. The momentum swinging in their favor, based off of at least everything that we've seen from the semifinals now to the grand finals. This team is very relentless, very unforgiving. I mean, you give these guys an inch and they'll take a mile. So something they've put on display for us now a couple of times, at least. And the respawn specifically, I think, is really the big takeaway. And being a big and really strong respawn team is, at least in my opinion, always going to be more impactful than being just a really good search and destroy team, considering you play 3 in the series compared to 2. And I mean, if they can really continue to keep doing what they're doing, like you said, with their sub pressure, with some of their AR pressure, shutting down people like Orb, who were really, I think, one of the players that was catching our eye for as far as, you know, going through round 2, round 3, round 4, really leading the charge and being able to shut down and kind of just shut out the complete opposite assault rifle player. Well, that's now kind of happening to him in some of these situations where it's not as easy to get himself towards these headies, and it's not as easy due to, like you said, the subs not being able to push things out. And this is a map where you have to rely on your subs, and you have to kind of intertwine work off of each other here. If your subs are losing all their initial gunfights, whether it's inside the hill or around the hill, you're just not going to ever be able to put yourself into an advantageous spot with the AR where you're looking to lock down a lane. You have to rely on your teammates here. So the teamwork has to certainly change. We did see them take a win, I want to say, in that semifinal up against their sister team where they closed things out pretty convincingly. We need to see that exact same team here again in this map number 4.
Yeah, and then Wichita Wolves were also able to shut down TD Grinders 250 to 152. So both pretty convincing wins in their semifinals for Crossroads Hardpoint. But, you know, I will play my own devil's advocate here, Austin. And I'm going to sit here and just say that Orb with the AK-47, I'm not too sure what role they truly fill. ACOG, Red Dot, Iron Sights, could be a submachine gun, could be an AR, but when Orb is heating up on the field, they fulfill all sorts of roles. So Wichita Wolves definitely got to be on the lookout for Orb. As it all starts out, it will be Wichita Wolves. They are starting on the favorite side. That's the P2 side at that. So they're going to be looking for the opening flurry. It's a 2-for-2 trade to start things off, but Sleepy gets the last laugh, so it's URN and Black that are going to be able to soak up just a little bit more time on P1. And because the 50-yard line had been crossed, that means that URN Black were able to flip out the spawns, but denies player number 3 on the minimap, wants to make that all to go to rest.
Sleepy still sitting on the hill right now. Already 20 seconds picked up, just about every second due to him individually. And we will look towards this rotation, which they are in a pretty good spot for, but Denies is in the back, and he does find Nismo. He's trying to play his life while his teammates fight for the scrap time, and it looks like they will be able to move in now for what could be the last 15 seconds here on P1. G-Spin looking to soak that time up, trying to get a read for as far as the spawns, but the spawns will be coming through on the cliff path, so they will still be a battle in the back. 3 now will be back here for the side of the Wichita Wolves, and in a great position to be able to actually secure the spawns, but it's still a battle in the building. And for the hill itself, G-Spin though will now even up the odds, moves in, finds an easy pickup, presses forward to control top catwalk, and they will be able to successfully grab themselves the hill first.
Now it's all about how long you can hold on towards P2. This was a good amount of time soaked up for Sleepy at the beginning of the round. 29 seconds again giving over towards them, but easier said than done. But a nice little setup of pinch is going to end up coming through. Azrael and G-Spin meet the initial offense. Orb was the only one that ended up finding kill off that flurry, and then, well, there goes Sleepy down on the south lane over by P2. Only a handful of more seconds just on the scrap time, and you can see player number 2 in Azrael understands that. Orb and Nismo will then try to press on forward, so they're going to find themselves 2 kills, but they still have the spawns for P2. Luckily enough for URN Black, they didn't push too far forward, and they know that they were missing a player, so Nismo goes back and wisely checks the entire west side of the map to where they find Azrael, sending them all the way back towards the east side, so they're in URN and Black are going to be able to get the initial time on towards 3. Holding on to the west side of the map would be big for them, because stringing together P3 and P4 means that you can get yourself a big amount of score time.
They have one out on the spawns, and Orb's also watching the cross. Has himself one in the smoke, will be traded out here. Bestium looking to make the way right in towards the hill to find some of these entry kills. It is just Nismo, but Mir now will add a bit of assistance inside. Looks to snap for 2, but Nismo will be denied. It's Bestium with the double, with the multi. Finds the opening, and now with Ezreal here in towards the back, fighting for the spawns. A big one-on-one, but won't be able to win that at range despite the MP5. Nismo with a massive win to make sure his team will continue to hold the closer spawn here. But in the hill itself, it's going to be Sleepy with a massive win himself. You're able to grab himself a kill. 10 seconds up for grab, as we'll see if that should end up going over. G-Spin trying to play a cheeky angle in the corner, but they will not fall for that. So we will see the majority of this time actually picked up for URNM Gaming, and they are still in favor of the spawns moving in towards the last hill.
Yeah, it's staggered spawns too coming through from Wichita Wolves, keeping P3 pretty darn scrappy, but this is going to be a lead swap in favor for URNM Gaming. 3 players now for Wichita Wolves spawning in, and they're going to all try to push their way over towards the north side of the map. This is a big moment for Orb, but BCM's going to take down Nismo. This is making it all the more doable to try to press on forward. And then G-Spin takes down Orb. Big trades coming through, however. It's all up to player number 7 here in Mir that takes down G-Spin, and then immediately goes prone to take down Denies. Almost is able to get the train onto Azrael, but the regen was not available. Mir, again, the player for URNM Black that soaks up the hill time and plays for their life wonderfully, but it did not come all the way through. The back 20 seconds is about to be soaked up for Wichita Wolves, so at the end of it all, it's going to be looking like 103 for Wichita Wolves to the 89 for URNM Black. A very competitive opening first set of hills, but URNM Black, now they're tasked with a tale of two different tapes. They're going to be trying to hold on towards the P2 spawns, while also trying to keep P1 scrappy.
I'm already thinking ahead of the curve right now, trying to fight for the favorite side of the map, thinking a hill ahead at all times here. Love to see that right now from some of the sub players looking to make some moves, but will actually be sniffed out and taken down. Orb now looking to fill that exact spot in that role, but will also be taken down from way of his back. So it's all now attention inside of the hill, trying to fight for what will be a lot of free time actually collected as the spawns were being fought for. It will be Beastium now laying down, denies, finds the double with the AK, opens up. It will be Orb also trying to play himself inside of the hill, but only able to grab himself one before he's taken out. So back in towards the hill we go. 20 seconds or so remaining here, and up for a grab somehow. G-Spin gets the hip fire on Nismo there as he's throwing out the stun or the nade, able to grab it. 10 seconds was there, but not even going to really be picked up as they're looking to try and fight for the back, get themselves in towards the spawns by Crate. G-Spin going to be able to really hit this with some aggression, but realizes he can't chase that kill down. He'll now just play patiently and wait for his teammate to try and find some kills inside the hill.
18 and 10 for Denies, 13 and 12 for Beastium, 15 and 11 for G-Spin. On the opposing side for URNM Black, not a single player positive. Well, Nismo now with that kill puts them up to 14 and 13. So in a good spot now. The SMG star for URNM Black is truly starting to heat up, and they're going to need all of that and some more as a late break comes through over towards P2, but you're feeling okay with this if you're Wichita Wolves. There's not that much time left on P2, and they understand that, so they're going to send two players down south to try to go break and try to find a couple of exit eliminations, but they might be over-investing their numbers, and you really got to be careful here when you are touching the point, but luckily enough, there's still enough players on the east side of the map for URM Black to where Wichita Wolves are going to be able to hold the quadrant on the west side of the map for P3. They're going to be looking to hold on towards this area, but URNM Black are already cutting through mid-map, trying to fight for that initial time on P3 as it's about to pop just in a matter of seconds.
139, 142. New hill will pop, and it's a battle inside. Beastium with a kill will shut down the first one. Looks for two, as that will be close in towards the middle of the map right now. But up from the catwalk, it's going to be an entry. We said we needed to see something from the sub players. The sub players are starting to step it up. They will find a couple of kills here for us to be able to get themselves inside the hill, locking things down. Sleepy now on a bit of a tear. Presses forward, able to grab and clean everyone up off of the spawns. Finding himself on a 5 spree, looking to keep that going. Orb now with the high ground on the crate, looks to cut off the players coming off of the fast respawn. Sleepy also with a kill up top. Everything lining up right now for URNM Gaming Black to send things to the map 5, but they need to keep this pacing up. They need to keep the tempo up. The subs need to keep slaying like they're doing, but Denies has something to say about that as he finds a double in the hill and fights for the scrap time.
Yeah, this is actually a big amount of scrap going over towards Wichita Wolves. It means that their respawns that came over on the northeast side of the map can now join them. A big kill comes through from Denies. That was 4 straight before they ended up going down, but it's all done down, and then Sleepy, Mir, and Nisbo are able to put that push to rest. URNM Black are going to be able to hold on towards P4 as the rest of the numbers now for Wichita Wolves are again spawning in the northeast side of the map. URNM Black know that they need a solid amount of time off of this P4 hill if they really want to be able to walk away with this map comfortably. So they're all stacked up inside, but 2 kills come through, and now they're spawning on the bottom right-hand side of the minimap. A late break comes through. 30 seconds left inside of the hill in Wichita Wolves. They want every little bit of that time. And after a second set of hills that they get all of these 30 seconds, we're looking at a tie game.
Holy proper. We got ourselves one heck of a map number 4 right now. Remember, Wichita Wolves, they could still close things out here in this grand final and secure the win 3-1. But URNM Gaming Black, they're still fighting for the lives, and they're looking to send things to the map number 5 on Search and Destroy. We'll see if they can get it done. Just about 10 points now, separating both of these teams. URNM Gaming in control. As Ezreal trying to move in for a kill, but will be taken down. G-Spin now looks to fill that role as well, but it's going to be overwhelming numbers here from everyone in this red squad. URNM Gaming Black not going out without a fight here. They have themselves a nice lead, but this rotation is really what it's all going to come down to.
Denies is at 31-16 with the AK-47 on Crossroads strike hardpoint. 32-16 now, 22-17 for Azrael, in control of P1 and in control of the east side of the map, but nobody's reading Sleepy in the back. This is about to be a big moment as Sleepy does take down Denies, and this could actually be a big opportunity if G-Spin doesn't end up winning out this 1v1, but they do cut Sleepy down. A big opportunity now for Wichita Wolves to be able to soak up more time on P1. This is still looking at about 2 seconds before going over towards P2, and now a big 1v1 happening for Mir in the back lane. They're able to take down G-Spin. The respawns are coming on through. The reinforcements are here for URNM Black, but do they have enough ice in their veins? Mir finds Denies again.
Finds it again. It very well could end for us on this hill. Mir soaking up time, playing the objective role. Trophies are down and the setup is in. The spawns also will be in the back. Wichita Wolves, they need to move in and find themselves a very big break. It's going to have to come off the back end of some very important, influential kills here right inside this building. Mir still trying to play his life. Challenges out, finds himself one. Ezreal here in towards the back. Could look for what could be the massive pinch, and the pinch it is. 19 seconds is all they need. They could still end it on P2. G-Spin playing with the AK now, able to find a massive win here on towards Orb, looking for the challenge. It's going to be Sleepy, shut down from G-Spin, still going off. Mir finds the break. It's a scrappy hill, playing a couple more seconds, might just come through, and they do. The Wichita Wolves able to close out another nail biter, 250 to 243.
Oh my goodness, it all came down to the wire, Austin. 250 to 243 within those final moments. That was absolutely insane. Just when you thought URNM Black were able to circumvent them with all their numbers inside of the hill to find that medium break, Wichita Wolves, 2 players remaining. G-Spins picks up a second weapon. It's the AK-47. They've been popping off all day with the MP5, and all of a sudden they are able to piece together 3 more with the AK-47. And then Denies comes back, and what was that, like 35 kills for Denies? That was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. My heart literally can't take all these close hard points. It's honestly well-deserved from Wichita Wolves. They played that series very, very well, especially on the control and that closing moments of hardpoint. That was clinical. It was textbook. They looked fantastic.
Your heart can't take it proper, and my throat just barely took it in the final moments because, man, that was quite the finish. Not the way I expected it to go down, but just coming through with the fight and everyone staying alive there. And really the fight for spawns was, I think, the biggest factor there for us. And Sleepy really trying to have an influence there and towards the back, but just couldn't stay alive long enough. And really just seeing the switch and how everything ended up flooding through, being able to control the upper part of the catwalk, outskirts, you name it. It was looking great, but there was definitely chances at least to come through for URNM Gaming to be able to find the break. They just couldn't find all the kills. Great defense really playing through, and I think you highlighted it perfectly. Denies had himself one heck of a map, number 4, enough to be able to actually close things out. And I mean, there was multiple occasions where we even saw, like on P3, where he found that very influential double kill against both sub players and was able to just stay alive long enough to make sure that they were still pushed up on towards the map so the spawns weren't completely across. Just a crazy, crazy series. Probably one of the best series, I think, I mean, I've had the chance to cast over so far. So a very exciting one, very thrilling, on my toes the entire time. And big congratulations to the Wichita Wolves, $600 there for those guys, as well as I'm sure all the pride that comes along with those very close match wins.
Yeah, not to mention the loot crates that they all get as well. You know, it's definitely ends up going a long way, and all the experience gained as well. I'm pretty sure that Wichita Wolves, as far as the team is concerned, a lot of these individuals are going to end up coming through and playing through the Challengers year, and that is just a great showcasing for them all the way through and through. The grind is absolutely real. Challengers is on the horizon. They're able to showcase their talent and abilities. Now it's all about consistency and growth from here on out. What a nail biter that truly was in a very close series, being able to close it out in 4. It was such a great day at Call of Duty Cold War. The game is just barely over a week old, Austin, and we've had ourselves quite the day of Call of Duty Cold War, and I cannot wait to see where this entire year goes.
We're just getting started, proper. We're just getting started. It's a great time.
Oh,
And
boy.
as you can see on your screen here, guys, this entire thing has been brought to us here by Totino's here, and they're also giving away loot boxes here on the day. So not only do a lot of these players get away with some prize money, but you might also be able to get yourself a loot box. All you have to do, exclamation point giveaway, click on that link, fill out that form, get yourself a loot box. Do it. I promise you, it's not going to take you that much time, and it is well worth it for as far as what you're going to be able to get for yourself. And then if you do exclamation point power squad, you might just be one of the lucky winners that comes away with that premium loot box there for yourself. Comes with a jacket and everything. How many people have a Totino's jacket? I can tell you, not very many at all. So go get yourself that, as well as everything that comes along with it. Entire thing, of course, put on from Totino's, but Esports Arena and everyone, of course, doing all the admin work here, everything in towards the back for as far as production. We give a big thank you to these guys that are making us look good on broadcast and making sure that we're doing our job here. It's been a great time, I think, across the board for us, proper, really coming out here, casting some close matches of Cold War. Got to see our first 249 to 250, lots around 11s, very close hard points throughout the day. I mean, you name it. This is definitely one of those broadcasts that you want to go back through if you didn't get a chance to catch the entire thing. But it's been a real treat here for us for as far as what we've had on the day. And just to close things out here, proper, any closing thoughts here before we throw away the broadcast?
Don't sleep on the AK-47. Just do whatever you do. If you're an MP5, think twice before you go up against that AK-47. Oh, it's just an AR. Yeah, I'm going to be able to beat that. Not in the hands of Denies, not in the hands of many other players, too. That AK-47 packs a powerful punch, too. And, of course, big thank you to Totino's. I'm definitely looking forward towards the rest of these 1Ks that we have and towards the beginning of December.
That's right. And well, those days will be December 5th and December 12th. Both will be Saturdays, the first two Saturdays in December. And we look forward to seeing some of you guys coming back, as well as maybe even some new faces that might have a chance of being able to come away with the cash. But that's going to do it here for the broadcast. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really hope you guys enjoyed yourselves, because I know we definitely did. And until next time, hope you hold it down. We'll see you guys December 5th.